Chapter 1407. This was a 3,000 zhang tall black tiger, its entire body as if it was dyed in ink, black to a terrifying degree. It was so huge that it was like a black mountain towering there. This was in existence at the peak of the Holy King Peak, and it was very likely that he would take the crucial step and transform into a true great sage. A black gale blew past, and it was as if a heaven-overflowing mist had submerged it. Its power was astonishing, yet it was only a mount. On its gigantic head, there was a WIRM that was around 10 feet long. Its body was gray in color and didn't have much luster. However, it had a sense of majesty that looked down upon the ancient hunting area. This was a flood dragon. It didn't have a thick body, and it was like an ancient tree trunk. It was bold and simple, and it emitted a type of great might. Its eyes were very frightening as it stared at Shiro Jinshi. It was like an aloof ancient god looking down on its own people, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only 10 feet long, it was a great sage. Its body was erect, and its tail was touching the ground. It stood on the mountain like Black Tiger's head, making people feel intimidated. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. The combination of the flood dragon and the tiger possessed an aura that caused the experts of the entire star field to tremble. Clouds and mist surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, shaking the entire ancient starry sky. One couldn't help but say that the golden snake fourth gentleman was truly very powerful. As he advanced, it was unknown how many creatures he had killed in the mythological ancient hunting zone. Corpses and bones were everywhere as he advanced while bathed in blood. Right now, their expressions were grave. When faced with the great sage, even the most powerful young supreme beings had to back off. There was a great secret realm between them, a difference that was extremely difficult to overcome. The golden snake bloodline actually still exists in this world, the descendants of the ancient divine flying serpent. Their ancestral blood can stand side by side with the true dragon, said the gray flood dragon. Its eyes lacked luster, but they were extremely deep, making one tremble. Everyone was shocked. The golden snake bloodline's origins were astonishing after all. They were the descendants of the divine flying serpent, so no wonder they were so powerful. The golden snake fourth Lang Jun looked indifferent. At this moment, he had transformed into his true form, which was only about 3 meters long. His entire body seemed to be made of gold, and his tail was on the ground as he stood up. The 4 of you have committed too many crimes. You massacred the ancient hunting ground and killed my people. You must be severely punished. The gray flood dragon wasn't very old and was in the prime of his life. He was much younger than the Tao protectors on the ancient road of the human race. When he spoke, there was a terrifying majesty to him. Rumble. The 3,000 feet tall black tiger roared like a mountain crashing down. The sound was deafening, and the starry sky shattered as it charged towards the 4 young Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan. Above its head, the 1 zhang long gray flood dragon also released waves of ancient ripples, suppressing forward. This was the great sage's aura and killing intent, intimidating everyone. However, the golden snake fourth Lang Jun was truly heaven-defying. The 4 golden snakes all shot out like lightning, transforming into golden bolts of lightning that left their original spots and appeared in the distant sky. Even the great sage's peerlessly terrifying aura couldn't suppress them. They landed on the ground with their snake tails. Their bucket-thick golden bodies were filled with a powerful feeling of power. They were like 4 golden divine spears standing upright as they stared at the gray flood dragon with cold eyes. San Longjuan's expression was cold as he said, "The snake and the flood dragon are relatives. Are you really going to make things difficult for us? Killing my people in the ancient domain under my rule, you must be severely punished." The gray flood dragon said. This time, he personally took action, reaching out a large gray claw. It immediately enveloped heaven and earth, covering the universe. The entire starry sky was trembling, as if a true dragon had descended into the world. With a flip of its body, it could destroy the ancient universe. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were used to being domineering. Even when they encountered the great sage, they didn't want to lower their heads. They wanted to face him head-on and fight with all their might. It could be seen how terrifying they were. The 4 golden snake bodies shone brilliantly, and a formation diagram appeared above their heads. The simple and unadorned formation diagram carried a dangerous aura. Then, strands of chaotic aura fell from all of them. The formation diagram rotated and shook in all 4 directions. The chaotic aura that fell down protected them below. Even the great sage's flood dragon claw couldn't break through. This result made everyone's hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was the ancient beasts in the mythical hunting area or the various challengers, they were all terrified. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan were domineering and ruthless. As expected, they had the capital to be arrogant. They dared to challenge the great sage. If it was someone else, who would dare to do so? The Grey Flood Dragon was in the prime of his life. It hadn't been many years since he entered the great sage's domain. He wasn't someone that a Saint King could compare to. He had absolute dominance, but at this moment, he couldn't kill the 4 golden snakes. The entire starry sky trembled, and many ancient beasts revealed expressions of disbelief. Roar, the 3,000-meter-long black tiger roared. It bore the wrath of its master and pounced forward. The sky shook and the earth trembled. Black mist filled the sky. The light in the Grey Flood Dragon's eyes was like silk. It turned into fine lines and burst forth. They were exceptionally sharp, and like rays of sword radiance, they crossed the sky and left the tiger's head. His true body descended to suppress the 4 golden snakes. Boom! On the head of the golden snake 4th Langjun, the 4-corner formation diagram trembled. Its aura flourished even more, and at this moment, it emitted a blazing light. 10,000 murderous auras burst forth, and the shadows of ancient gods shot out. They were flying snakes. They launched a counterattack against the robust great sage, fighting to the end. This was a type of terrifying arrogance. They didn't shrink back even after encountering this type of ancient beast king, daring to fight against it. The 4-corner formation diagram merged into one. It was like a flying snake, its radiance endless as it tore apart the starry sky. Many ancient beasts and challengers suffered disaster, immediately turning into a bloody paste. The Grey Flood Dragon actually couldn't break through, and instead encountered great trouble. The merged flying snake diagram continuously swept out with immortal light, threatening even him. Zheng zheng sounds rang through the air. Everyone understood that this formation diagram was no small matter. It was definitely an unmatched secret treasure that possessed great power. It could contend against the great sage, forcing him to back off. The golden snake 4th Langjun was too powerful. The 4 golden snakes merged with the formation diagram, swirling with chaotic energy. The great sage couldn't take it down in a short amount of time, and the bloody battle continued without end. These 4 snakes are truly powerful. Together with that formation diagram, even the Grey Flood Dragon that had just entered the Great Sage realm is struggling. The outcome is hard to predict. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. At this time, the other battlefields also underwent shocking changes. The battle between the Earth Corpse and the Black Tortoise became more and more intense. Several streaks of black blood splashed out from its body, and the wounds were extremely deep. The Black Tortoise was extremely powerful, and its cultivation realm was higher than his. Moreover, it possessed innate divine abilities. The 8 trigrams diagram on the tortoise shell was the result of its entire life's efforts. It was sparkling and translucent, and the radiance it emitted could stabilize the universe and destroy all living things. Dang, the Earth Corpse opened its mouth and spat out a small black bell. It rang out in a drawn-out manner, and its entire body was pitch black. There was a horrifying aura being emitted from it, as if it was an underworld artifact dug out from a mass grave. This kind of sound was too terrifying. It directly shook people until their souls left their bodies, and their divine consciousness flames were extinguished. Their flesh became rootless duckweed. This was simply a death knell. The black tortoise trembled. It was caught unprepared, and its primordial spirit left its body on the spot. This was forcefully shaken out, and the 8 trigrams divine light immediately dimmed. Dang, the black bell enlarged, reaching over 10,000 zhang in height. It surrounded the cosmos and released strand after strand of terrifying divine waves, directly opening the gates of hell. The black tortoise released a miserable cry. Its primordial spirit was shattered by the bell waves, and only its flesh was left behind. It was collected by the earth corpse and refined into an ancient artifact. The situation reversed, and victory and defeat were immediately decided. Everyone was stupefied, and then they all revealed chills. What kind of magical artifact was this? The earth corpse had an unbreakable body, and it even grasped an ancient bell that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It made even young supreme beings feel restraining fear. A sudden attack, anyone would be horrified. This bell is extremely unordinary. It descends upon one's soul, and is known as the Great Death Knell since ancient times. Yi Fan said with a sunken voice. He felt that this was the result of a Buddhist magical artifact becoming demonized. If the earth corpse was the disciple of the Amitabha Buddha, then this magical artifact might have received the nourishment of the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor's energy back then. Now that it had completely transformed into a demon, it was hard to say just how terrifying it was. In the distance, miserable cries rose and fell. The god race woman, Shenlong, also slaughtered out a bloody path. Her body erupted with endless light as she broke out of the encirclement, sweeping through everything in her path. However, even more ancient beasts rushed over, and there was no lack of Heavenly King-level experts among them, which were existences at the peak of Saint King level. This place was in chaos. Blood splashed everywhere, and the chaotic battle was bitter. A total of 11 or 12 young supreme beings were trapped here, all of them fighting while bathed in blood. Only now did everyone clearly see their true strength. All of them were incomparably terrifying, and they all had powerful trump cards. Hiss hiss. That giant snake that was as thick as a mountain finally took action against Pang Bo, and it even dragged Longma and the others into it. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was also surrounded and attacked. Even more ancient beasts appeared, 4 dragon sharks, 6 great pythons, and 8 ancient flood dragons. All of them could intimidate a region, and they led an army of ancient beasts that covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. Moreover, there were even more archaic species that appeared from time to time, wishing to massacre this place. Where did they come from? What did they rely on to survive in this desolate cosmos? This was the question in everyone's mind. This place was known as the Legend Ancient Hunting Region. Who was the one that named it? Was it the venerable Emperor of Ancient Heaven, or was it the deities? Could it be that this really was the hunting ground of the most powerful individuals of the legendary era? Suddenly, a strand of heavenly sound rang out. Golden ripples spread out one after another, continuously spreading. When the ancient beasts saw this, they quickly retreated like a tide. Legend Paramitha. Everyone heard the roars of ancient beasts. The starry sky calmed down. The heavenly sound continued. There was a Tao platform up ahead that had many mottled traces left behind. This was an ancient platform from the legendary era, and it was the heavenly sound it released. This is a divine altar used to transmit information. After the god race's heavenly daughter Shenlong carefully examined it, she recognized its origins and explained its use. There was nothing to delay. Everyone chased after it. The ancient beast army didn't enter the realm gate and began to move. They were moving in an incredibly hurried manner, and there were quite a few strange beasts that were left behind. Unfortunately, their levels weren't high enough. They only knew that the mythical Paramitha needed to be worshipped, that it was a place close to deities. They couldn't accurately describe it, and they didn't understand its past. Only those with great divine abilities could approach. Normal ancient beasts could only watch from the distance. The young supreme beings chased after it, all of them moving through the void one after another. They appeared in another starry sky, quickly approaching an ancient land. There was an expanse of reefs there that were arranged in the void. Many ancient beasts surged forward, but in the end, they all stopped. Only the most powerful commanders and monarchs could approach. At this moment, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Heaven Swallowing Beast, Earth Corpse, God Race, and Holy Spirit all arrived. They were shaken up at the same time, because they sensed a type of exceptionally terrifying aura. This was like an island reef in the gods' forbidden sea. When one stood here, they could hear the great Tao sound. It was incomparably mysterious, all types of immortal splendor scattering down. Divine python, dragon shark, ancient flood dragon, and other commanders appeared. They looked towards the reef, staring at the mythical shore, their eyes full of desire and expectation. Suddenly, a dim figure appeared, taking form on the island reef. It could be said to be the embodiment of the great Tao, suppressing the wrist-bone clear sky. He was too indistinct, impossible to see clearly at all. Following his appearance, heaven and earth rumbled, all Tao resonating. A few ancient medicines appeared in the void, descending towards the many ancient beasts. Where did they come from? No one saw them clearly, feeling like they appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, right at this moment, sparkling leaves fluttered down one after another, full of the most astonishing life aura. It was as if there was a sea of divine force. These are the leaves of the ancient life tree. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. Who was that indistinct figure on the island reef? It was actually this terrifying. Following his appearance, leaves from the ancient life tree would fall? That was but an undying divine medicine. The young supreme beings were all stupefied. No wonder there were so many ancient beasts. For this type of heaven-defying immortal medicine to fall from the mythical shore, it was naturally worth protecting, drawing over large amounts of powerful ancient beasts. What is going on? All of the ancient beasts were raised here by someone? This was a mythical ancient hunting ground, ancient beasts gathered here, so there was naturally a need to feed them. Could it be that it had always been like this since the ancient times? Every so often, there would be ancient divine medicines that would fall? The mythical shore, a land close to deities, was mysterious after all, truly shocking. Chapter 1408. In the dusky cosmos, an expanse of islands floated indistinctly. They had existed since ancient times, difficult to approach. Was this the other shore of the ancient legend domain? Only the faint light of the stars scattered down, unable to illuminate its entirety. The figure on the island was indistinct, almost indistinct. Who was he? Why was he here? When facing him, everyone felt reverence, as if they were facing an undying ancient deity. Even their bones were trembling, wishing to kneel down. On the island, the indistinct figure's surroundings resonated, heavenly sounds deafening. It was as if a Tao ancestor was explaining the Tao of heaven and earth, explaining the undying secrets of the monk. This person's level was immeasurable, making one's soul tremble. Even someone as powerful as the golden snake Fourth Langjun didn't say a word, quietly watching from the distance. The god race, heaven-swallowing beast, holy spirit, gold-eating beast, earth corpses, and others were all silent, calmly watching from the side. Who exactly was this person? He was too mysterious. A medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. The skies were sparkling and brilliant, ancient medicines falling from time to time. Yi Fan unfolded his palm, and a stalk of purple cloud vine that was 20,000 years old flew over. Purple mists rose from it as it appeared in his palm. This is a bit inconceivable, too strange. Where did this medicinal herb come from? Why would it continuously fall from the sky? Where did it originate from? Pang Bo searched with his powerful spiritual senses, but he couldn't find anything. The most brilliant medicinal herb was naturally the ancient tree of life's leaves. They were sparkling and surging with spiritual essence, making the dark cosmos gradually brighten. They turned into a rain of light, landing in the void, triggering a huge commotion. The ancient beast overlords, commanders, and monarchs all fought over them, fighting with their lives on the line. Blood splashed everywhere. Forget about them, even Longma joined in. There were several dozen ancient tree of life leaves in total, every single one a treasure. The radiance they released was extremely shocking. Pang Bo took action, blasting aside an ancient beast overlord that rushed at him. He was about to obtain a resplendent leaf. Suddenly, a large blood-red hand slapped over. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, and a sea of blood surged. You dare? Pang Bo released a light shout. He was attacked by a young supreme being blood beast, fighting over this immortal leaf. Pung! The two clashed palms, erupting with brilliant radiance. This place was immediately torn apart, completely shattered. The blood fiend did not linger because he knew that apart from Pang Bo, Yi Fan might be even more terrifying. He charged past him. Pang Bo reached out to grab the leaf, wanting to take it for himself. Even though the blood beast flew out, its body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing essence energy from all directions, wishing to seize all types of ancient medicines and immortal leaves. In the palm of the blood beast was a very small ancient basin. Although it was only 3 inches tall, it could swallow anything. It was extremely terrifying. It was deliberately ancient, and there were 2 words engraved on it in primordial divine script: treasure gathering. This was a treasure-gathering ancient basin. Even though it wasn't an emperor artifact, it was still extremely mysterious. It could loot all enemies' weapons, magical treasures, and other things, making it impossible for one to defend against it. Damn it! Pang Bo shouted angrily. The leaf was just about to fall into his hands, but it flew away again, rushing towards the treasure basin. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for it, but that this treasure made him feel helpless. A light shout sounded from Yi Fan's mouth. He quickly took action, circulating the army formula. His entire body released strands of divine splendor, as if there was an invisible hand pulling the treasure basin. The immortal leaf flew backwards, retreating from the edge of the treasure basin. Moreover, a light cry sounded from within the basin. 2 extremely powerful divine artifacts trembled and were forcefully seized. The blood beast roared, his eyes flourishing with vicious light. This was truly trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This was the first time someone seized his treasures instead. Chong! Even the treasure-gathering ancient basin began to tremble, almost seized by Yi Fan. However, the blood beast was ultimately extraordinary and extremely powerful. His palm flickered with radiance, forcefully putting away the ancient basin. Hung Long. Suddenly, the island emitted an ancient aura that shook the entire starry sky. Except for a few divine leaves of the ancient tree of life, most of them turned into a rain of light and circled around that blurry figure. None of the heroes dared to move recklessly. Dao sounds rang out continuously. That indistinct figure chanted sutras, rumbling through heaven and earth, expounding on the wondrous principles of the heavens. It moved everyone, gradually becoming intoxicated. He understands the Azure Emperor's ancient scriptures. Pang Bo's heart jumped violently. He was incomparably shocked. He heard the Azure Emperor's wondrous method, the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures' true meaning. He listened attentively. At the same time, the god race's Shenlong, the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, the archaic demonic god's descendant Sang-gu and the others all revealed expressions of shock. They also heard the essence of the scriptures they cultivated and carefully comprehended it. In reality, it wasn't only them. Everyone was like this, including many ancient beast overlords. Even the densely packed ancient creatures that didn't have the qualifications to come closer were listening to the Tao sounds from the distance, comprehending their own methods. He is chanting my scriptures. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This didn't make sense and shouldn't be possible. His scriptures were self-created and hadn't been circulated in the world yet, so how could this person know of it? He immediately understood from Pang Bo, Longma, and the others' expressions that this person was chanting a general true meaning of the Great Tao, allowing everyone to comprehend their own methods. This was truly an incredible method. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it heaven-defying. This was definitely the embodiment of one's cultivation reaching the pinnacle. Otherwise, how could it be like this? At this time, even the robust Great Sage Grey Flood Dragon appeared. He stood not far away and listened attentively. His entire body shone as he comprehended his own Tao. Sang-gu, Earth Corpse, Copper Ant King, Heaven-swallowing Ancient Beast and the others awakened one after another. Just like Yi Fan, they understood this profound mystery and were all shaken. It wasn't without reason that so many ancient beasts gathered under this starry sky. Not only would ancient medicines fall from time to time, there would also be people explaining the great Tao for them to comprehend. The other shore of the gods, once reached, can see the gods. After endless years, immortal medicines have begun to fall from time to time. Is this proof that the gods are about to awaken and want to see us? The ancient beast overlords muttered to themselves. They stared at the indistinct figure on the island and carefully comprehended the great Tao comprehension. This place is mysterious after all. It has existed since ancient times and has many mysteries. Pang Bo had long woken up as well. He was still comprehending the Tao, but he wasn't as shocked as before. He was chatting with Yi Fan. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all suspicious. They felt like this place was shrouded in layers of mist. Everyone released their divine senses, yet they couldn't find anything. Where exactly did the ancient medicines and other things fall from? After who knew how much time had passed, the figure on the island disappeared. The scripture sounds stopped, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. Several dozen immortal leaves flew in all directions, triggering a bloody battle. This was an intense great battle. Regardless of whether it was the overlords, the great sage Grey Flood Dragon, or the unmatched heavenly geniuses like Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, they were all fighting over it. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others seized a few medicinal herbs. They already withdrew, not wishing to participate too much. Fighting a bloody battle wasn't their true goal for coming here. Yi Fan held a leaf between his fingers. He carefully sensed it, confirming that it was undoubtedly a leaf from the ancient life tree. It was because he had obtained it before an eternal ancient star domain. Of course, that was a leaf that had been broken off from the mother plant for many years, while this was a new leaf that had just fallen from the tree. He could clearly feel the difference between the two. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "We're close to our goal. The so-called ancient tree should be on the other shore." Blood rained down, corpses piled up into mountains, and ancient beasts went berserk. Many overlords descended to participate in this great battle. Apart from the Grey Flood Dragon, there were still a few other terrifying beasts of this level in the ancient hunting area. Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, Earth Corpses, and Shenlong of the god race had no choice but to retreat. This was a divine land that had existed since ancient times. It was a place where the endless ancient beast army obtained great benefits. How could they tolerate outsiders encroaching on it? They united against the outsiders and chased after them. Along the way, the young supreme beings were forced to join hands from time to time. They killed a few overlords and finally understood many secrets. The beasts were protecting the mythical shore according to the ancient teachings. They would obtain great benefits after a certain period of time. The ancient hunting area, the livestock, the divine shore, these were all interdependent and not independent. This was an important Taoist land. The existence of the mythical shore attracted many ancient beast monarchs to pay their respects. The island was a bridge to communicate with the dwelling of the gods. According to legend, there was a divine sea here. Once crossed, it meant that one had obtained the recognition of the heaven and earth and could see the gods and great emperors. The other shore of the sea was a place that all living beings yearned for. Why don't I see the sea? Pang Bo was puzzled. This was because the memories found in the head of the overlord showed that all the ancient medicines and immortal leaves floated over from the other shore of the sea. They were things bestowed by the gods. The sea of bitterness does not appear. Only those who are recognized by the gods can see it. To cross the sea and successfully reach the other shore requires even greater fortune. The Grey Flood Dragon, the Great Sage, and the ancient beast overlords are all waiting for such an opportunity, said Yi Fan. After understanding more, he revealed a look of contemplation. In reality, not to mention the Grey Flood Dragon, even their ancestors and the many beast monarchs that appeared in the ancient hunting area over the years had never reached the other shore of the sea. In addition, Yi Fan obtained a shocking piece of news from the sea of consciousness of this overlord. Many ancient beasts in the ancient hunting area saw a divine coffin that crossed the sea of bitterness and arrived at the other shore. The ancient tree of life is on the other shore, and the ancient coffin has also crossed. It seems that we have to cross the sea. But how can we see the sea? Yi Fan pondered. This was clearly the starry sky of the universe. How could there be a vast divine sea? This was illogical. How could they see it? How could they cross it? Not long ago, a crazy creature rushed out from the other shore where the gods live. It was holding a branch of the ancient tree of life in its hand. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop it and disappeared. Yi Fan and the others obtained this piece of news, which once again confirmed the rumors in the City of Gold. Now, the Grey Flood Dragon and the other beast monarchs were using this as an excuse to cross the sea to the other shore. A bloody battle lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. At this point, the ancient medicines and immortal leaves were divided and the curtains were drawn. Yi Fan and the others waited for the storm to pass before returning to the reef island. They carefully studied everything here, understood the other shore, searched for the Sea of Bitterness, and speculated what exactly that blurry figure was. It looks like an incarnation of an ancient emperor. That kind of power isn't something ordinary people can compare to, said Pang Bo. You're right. That is a celestial being from the era of legends. The reef here is his Tao platform, a place for him to comprehend the Tao. He left behind indelible Tao marks. The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, appeared. She had also returned. The god race had many records regarding the gods. Naturally, there was no lack of the celestial being from the era of legends. She used everything here to guess the identity of that blurry figure. If my suspicions aren't wrong, there really is a sea of bitterness here, one set up for the deities. It is extremely difficult to cross, and on the other side of the sea, there should be an ancient star with life. Shenlong gave this type of inference. According to what she said, that ancient star belonged to the era of legends and was isolated from the outside world. It might contain an enormous secret that had never been discovered by the outside world since ancient times. That place was most likely extremely important. Otherwise, the reef where celestial being comprehended the Tao wouldn't be used as a bridge and as a shore. The fog in Yi Fan and the others' hearts was blown away a little. However, they also had more questions. Could it be that there really were gods residing on the other shore and they were still alive in this world? Based on this, they deduced many things. The mythical hunting area was set up by the gods of the other shore to protect this place. And the ancient medicines and divine leaves that fell from the sky were used to feed these ancient beasts so that they wouldn't leave. With such a great investment, we might be able to meet the gods. Pang Bo was astonished. Chapter 1409. The other shore was a place that truly existed. It wasn't something fabricated or imagined. It was rumored that deities resided here, and there were records of some ancient races. In the following 2 months, this starry sky wasn't peaceful. Great battles broke out from time to time, and the withering of life and splattering of blood became the cheapest performances. Under the stimulation of this type of law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak and the cultivators of this world working hard to achieve the Tao, as well as the shocking news that they might be able to see deities, all types of creatures fought bloody battles and schemes to cross the sea. This was an era that made people go crazy and sad. Revelry and sad songs played out at the same time, like moths flying into a flame. Were they on the path to immortality, or were they listening to their own funeral songs? They couldn't extricate themselves and were close to going mad. Perhaps the meaning of life was precisely because of this persistence and beauty. There had never been an era like this before, where so many heavenly geniuses rose up. If it was in the past, they would all become the rulers of their clans, prospering greatly and heading towards the peak of glory. They were born in this era, destined to be the arrival of a golden age. It also foretold the desolation after the great era. It was just like the autumn wind blowing, the fragrance of 10,000 fruits wafting through the air. However, in the end, yellow leaves filled the sky and the wind was like a cold blade. Throughout the past and present, it was rare for so many young supreme beings to appear. This made one feel like it wasn't real. They were all heaven-warping divine talents, but from another perspective, they might all die. The great era was a sad song. When the final war song sounded, they would all fall, falling on the emperor's path. Only one person would reach the peak, able to experience the loneliness and sorrow of the endless ages, watching as the heroes of his generation turned to ashes. There can only be one supreme being. This has been the case since the ancient times. There are too many in this era, but they are all false reputations. They are all tragic scenes of the future. The Green Phoenix Daoist also came, and the Dao protectors of other clans naturally couldn't be lacking. The ancient tree of life had appeared, and this type of divine medicine couldn't miss the great sage who didn't have much lifespan left. The Bull Demon King, Stone Man, Evil God, and the others all came. Even experts of their statuses couldn't help but be careful when entering the ancient region for the first time to avoid suffering a disaster. Experts from all walks of life appeared. There was even an endless ancient beast army that crossed the sky, all of them searching for the Sea of Bitterness. However, they didn't find any clues even after flipping through the entire ancient region. It was even to the extent that some people started to attack that island in order to draw out a phenomenon. In the end, besides the Tao marks left behind by the heavenly venerables of the Age of Legends that emitted blazing radiance and shook them to death, there were no other clues or clues. Where was the vast Sea of Bitterness? Why were so many people searching for it in vain? It really gave everyone a headache and made them feel helpless. Perhaps it was really as the legend said. Only those who were favored by the gods could suddenly see an ocean of gods one day and step onto a special boat to head to the other side. In the depths, a great battle, the world, won that many, won it, won it, to say. A to the war. That the time, it, to that out, to that, it to be to stood was to. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. When they saw this scene, they all felt a chill from head to toe. This was the Golden Imperial family with the purest blood in the giant race. Its fighting prowess was hard to find, yet in the end, it became a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. The Golden Giant with innate divine strength was extremely powerful, just like the ancestor that split the heavens and earth apart. It possessed an unmatched might that could break through the 6 Tao and 9 heavens, but after more than 100 exchanges, it was still defeated in the end. This path has always been cruel and bloody. Once it is defeated, this kind of ending is unavoidable. There are finally young supreme beings that have fallen. Someone sighed softly. The Golden Snake's second master was currently in his snake form, only a zhang or so in length. His entire body was golden and brilliant, and his eyes were ice cold. When he spat out his tongue, hissing sounds could be heard that made one's scalp go numb. He shot out like lightning, his golden snake body piercing through the void, leaving behind a group of people who were in awe. They looked at his afterimage, and even after a long time had passed, no one said anything. The Golden Giant has been killed. It was only because he couldn't stand the coldness and tyranny of the Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns that he contradicted them. Then, the Golden Snake's second master caught up and killed him. Pang Bo clenched his fists when he received the news. That Golden Giant had a good relationship with him recently, and they had traveled together in the starry skies for a few days. Who would have thought that he would be killed as soon as they became friends? Yi Fan also frowned. Back then, when the true Phoenix House was about to fight with the Stone Man, it was also this Golden Giant that stopped the battle from happening. Such a simple and honest giant actually died a violent death. Rest in peace. Even though we didn't have a deep relationship, your personality is quite to my liking. I will take revenge for you. Pang Bo said. I went to the scene and saw the aftermath of the battle. The Golden Giant was extremely powerful, but he was still killed by the Golden Snake's second master after 100 moves. This is enough to explain a few things. We have to be careful. It was rare for Longma to say such cautious words. The Golden Snake race's 4 Langjuns were heaven-defying, and they were well-known figures among the young supreme beings. Moreover, provoking one of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of 4 supreme beings. I have already seen the blood-soaked starry skies, the ancient path littered with corpses, the bloodied shore, and the mournful song of countless heroic spirits. The Green Phoenix Daoist said softly. He should have passed away in meditation 500 years ago, but he only stimulated the last of his body's potential. Now, he didn't have much life left, but he possessed the rare late years of spirituality. He survived through an ancient secret technique, squeezing out the last of his life's brilliance. Now, no matter what kind of medicine he ate, it was useless. He witnessed a broken corner of the future. He felt endless sorrow. After entering the other shore, all young supreme beings will die. Not many will survive, unfortunately. He still couldn't see through it. He couldn't see through whether there was a true immortal path, and he didn't know the final direction of the great golden era. I found clues to the bitter sea. There is an endless sea in another part of the void. Unfortunately, there is only a small boat, and only a few people can reach the other shore. That day, a piece of news shook the starry skies. It was unknown just how many creatures slaughtered their way there, all wishing to forge a future and seize a natural luck. This was a pitch-black expanse that lacked stars, a dim starry domain that was close to desolation. When many experts slaughtered their way in, all types of Tao patterns suddenly appeared. Dragons and snakes coiled about, stars moving about, the heavens releasing killing intent. In that instant, a rain of blood and foul winds filled the air. Broken limbs and ruined limbs, primordial spirits rushing into the heavens, the starry domain in chaos. In this place, chilly winds roared angrily, a rain of blood scattering down. Large amounts of life were harvested like wheat. It was unknown just how many cultivators fell. This is a killing trap set up. It is too vicious. Are they trying to trap and kill all of us? The experts were unwilling to accept this. They roared out angrily, slaughtering their way outwards. However, in the 4 layers of the Great Sage's killing formation, forget about them. Even if the true Great Sage came, he might still die with a grievance. There were young supreme beings who fell in this calamity. The dragon sparrow flapped its wings and took to the skies. Unfortunately, it still couldn't grow to the Great Sage realm, breaking apart into pieces, full of unwillingness. Many people died in this battle. The remaining fled, unwilling to approach that starry sky. Woo, after harvesting so much life energy, in the future, if we really have to cross the sea of bitterness, rush to the other shore, this is all life, a guarantee of survival. A hoarse voice said. In the darkness, 4 great sage ones appeared, one of them shockingly a gray flood dragon, the other 3 were respectively the golden toad, heavenly dog, and great peng, their ages far above the gray flood dragons, all of them rare creatures since ancient times. What a pity, how many of those young supreme beings came, only one of them entering. They really do have quite a few good things on them. I suspect that the formation diagrams on those 4 flying serpents' bodies are related to their ancient ancestors. What young supreme beings! Back then, we similarly suppressed our peers with power, yet now, aren't we still trapped in the Great Sage realm? Let's just wait until they become Great Sage ones before being arrogant. This starry sky calmed down, leaving behind large amounts of broken limbs, blood dripping everywhere, the scene extremely horrifying. The 4 figures left after harvesting the life energy. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. This ancient region had never been peaceful. More and more people entered the ancient region of legends, all of them searching for the residence of deities, all of them wishing to cross the sea and head to the other shore. However, there were no clues in the end. It was just like how there were so many beast sovereigns in the ancient era who did everything they could, yet in the end didn't find anything. No matter how many people came, they still couldn't find the sea of bitterness. I don't have much life left. Who would have thought that I would pass away in meditation here? In the starry sky, the green phoenix Taoist sat there without joy or worry, his expression extremely calm. Hung Long. He began to transform into the Tao, unable to hold on any longer. Being able to live until now could already be considered a type of miracle. A great sage living for over 8,000 years, this was rarely seen since ancient times. All of the cultivators below the starry sky were alarmed, feeling a type of tremendous fluctuation. The great Tao was rumbling, as if a magnificent army was charging, as if endless creatures were crying. Yi Fan was naturally alarmed as well, quickly rushing over. He had a premonition that something was wrong, because during these 5 years, he had seen the green phoenix Taoist several times, listening to him talk about the Tao and his cultivation experiences. He knew that the Green Phoenix Taoist didn't have long to live. It really is Senior Green Phoenix. When he arrived in this starry sky, Yi Fan felt a kind of sorrow. This was the first time he saw an elder transform into the Tao. He could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it, unable to change the ending. Senior Green Phoenix has finally left. Pang Bo also sighed softly. Such a benevolent elder's life was coming to an end, transforming into the Tao just like that. It made people feel sad. It wasn't just them, many people had rushed to the scene, but they didn't dare to approach, keeping an endless distance. Otherwise, they would be implicated and follow the path of assimilation. The heaven-devouring beast, Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman, Shenlong of the divine race, Sangu, blood beasts, earth corpses, and others had all come, and there was even a large number of ancient beasts watching from the starry sky. The Bull Demon King, 100 Tribulations Taoist, Stone Man, Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, and others had also arrived. They were all silent, regardless of whether they were enemies or old friends. Seeing that the Green Phoenix Taoist was about to leave this world, as fellow great sage, their hearts were filled with sorrow. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this step. The great sage was extraordinary, but in the end, it was all for naught. He was no different from an ordinary person, and after he passed away, he would become a pile of yellow earth and ashes. There isn't much life left. I just want to see if there are immortals, if there are immortals, and if there are immortals. What will happen when this golden era ends? In that Tao transformation tribulation, the Green Phoenix Taoist's entire body was shining, and a rain of light flew up, scattering in all directions. He couldn't be said to be happy, nor was he excessively sad. There was only a kind of stubbornness of an old man who didn't have much time left. Perhaps the younger ones couldn't understand, but the great sage felt extremely sad. At this time, there were no enemies, only people of the same kind. In the future, they would also reach this step. In the end, they didn't even know whether the things they pursued all their lives existed or not. For them, this was truly the greatest sorrow. The Green Phoenix Taoist appeared very calm, but those of the same kind were deeply aware of how helpless he was. Even sorrow was useless. May I ask if there are immortals in the heavens? The Green Phoenix Taoist persistently asked. While transforming into the Tao, his eyes stared into the heavens, wishing for a result. When he asked this question, the great sage felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He reached this step with great difficulty, yet it ended just like this. Even if he used his entire life to seek proof, there was no result. All of the cultivators became silent. They watched as the great sage of a generation withered away, turning into a brilliant rain of light, flying in all directions, continuously breaking apart. I only want to see the end of this path, see if there are immortals or not. The Green Phoenix Taoist said quietly. His eyes grew dim, melting in the fiery light. He couldn't help but release a great roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, his body was torn to pieces, turning into a streak of blazing light. That was a giant green phoenix. It struggled free from its shattered flesh, burning fiercely. It smashed into the depths of the boundless heavens, delivering the final attack of its life. Hong! The heavens collapsed and the earth split, the heavens collapsing. The giant green phoenix that turned into light shattered, no longer existing. I only want to know, under the boundless starry skies, only a remnant voice was left behind, still asking, just that persistent. Tao friend, have a safe journey. The great sage, even though they were life and death enemies, great enemies, at this time, they were still sad, sending him off. Hong Long Long. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something. A strange scene descended, drawing many people's cries of alarm. Could it be that after the Green Phoenix Taoist left this world, the heavens gave him a response, giving him an answer? Everyone nervously watched. A path, are there immortals? You all, what did you see? That is, the sea of bitterness, the other shore. A clue appeared at this time, in that scene. Chapter 14:10. That was a desolate and lonely road. It was unknown where it led to, as if no one had ever walked it before. Was this the answer the heavens gave to the green phoenix Taoist? The starting point was unknown, and the destination was unknown. It was bleak and desolate with no footsteps. What did this count as? It was a type of premonition, and it was just a fragment of a scene that flashed by. Unfortunately, the green phoenix Taoist couldn't be seen anymore. He had turned to ashes in this golden age, and a rain of light and ashes scattered into the cosmos, turning into dust. It wasn't an answer, and it didn't give anything. The fragment of the scene disappeared, but the sea of bitterness above it became increasingly clear. One could even hear the sound of surging tides. Hurry up and record all of the Tao marks. This is a clue. Someone shouted loudly. This was related to whether or not they could reach the residence of the deities. It was a matter of success or failure. It's both real and illusory. It's as if we can charge in. Someone cried out in surprise. When they approached the sea of bitterness, they almost fell in. The great sage revealed a strange expression. He quickly approached and discovered that this was a void heavenly domain that was forcefully opened by the power of the Tao transformation. It was connected to an ancient domain. We can't really enter, but we can deduce the coordinates of this place. The heroes worked together to record all of the bits and pieces. They calculated in their hearts to determine where the sea of bitterness was. Rumble. Light flashed one last time, and the vast sea of bitterness disappeared. The cosmos recovered, and the thunderous sound of the waves returned to nothingness. Hurry and ask the divine master of heavenly secrets to deduce. The sea of bitterness should be found. This divine sea that had been hidden for thousands of years might no longer be a secret. The group of people left. The starry sky was noisy. Many experts rushed into the heavens one after another, flying into the distance. Some went to ask experts to deduce, while others searched according to the clues they currently had. The other shore, the residence of the deities, had the ancient tree of life, and the 9 coffin from the legendary era. All of this was like a fatal temptation that made people unable to free themselves from it. Soon, a large group of people disappeared. Most of the heroes had left. Senior, have a safe journey. Yi Fan and Pang Bo went forward, scattering pure white flowers in this dark cosmos to send off the green phoenix Taoist. The old Taoist was a very kind person who took care of them. He met his end just like that. They watched him transform into the Tao, yet they were powerless to save him. This made them feel sad and bitter. The great sage's ending was plain and simple. In the end, it's just the ashes of the calamity. For 3-meter-long golden serpents had their tails on the ground and their bodies were upright. Golden scales flickered on their bodies as they flicked their tongues and hissed, causing people to tremble in fear. When the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan passed by, their expressions were cold. Each of them held their heads high as they passed through the flying ash. They had a kind of majesty that made many cultivators tremble. Everyone moved out of the way for the 4 golden snakes. This was the power of killing. Even a young supreme being like the Golden Giant was killed by the Golden Snake's second Langjun within 100 moves. Who dared to compete against him? What are you talking about? Pang Bo was furious. He had long since found these 4 golden snakes to be an eyesore. He wanted to determine who was superior and who was inferior to them. Now that the green phoenix Taoist had passed away, the 4th gentleman of the Golden Snake had passed away. His words were neither salty nor mild, and there was not a trace of respect. How could Pang Bo not be filled with righteous indignation? Are you talking to me? The 2nd gentleman of the Golden Snake clan stopped. The hissing of the snake's tongue made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were very frightening. Wisps of light flashed, and the coldness was oppressive. Long worm, don't think too highly of yourself. Grandpa Pang is talking about you. You can be bossy in front of others, but in front of me, you'd better behave. Pang Bo shouted. The Golden Giant was his acquaintance, and he was killed in the starry sky. He respected the highly respected green phoenix Taoist, but he was looked down upon and not respected. how could he remain calm? Hiss, hiss, the snake's tongue flicked out, and a golden light shot out. It was like a waterfall as it chopped towards Pang Bo's head. The second gentleman of the golden snake wanted to kill someone without saying a word, even if he was a supreme being of the younger generation. Whoosh! The divine light in Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly. Two dragon-shaped beams of light shot out and chopped straight at the waterfall. They collided in the void and emitted a dazzling brilliance. Long worm, how dare you attack me? Today, I will break your bones and peel off your skin. Pang Bo rushed forward and took the initiative to attack. The second gentleman of the golden snake's body was in the shape of a snake. With a slight movement, he cut through the void. This was true teleportation. In an instant, he was hundreds of thousands of meters away. This was the flying snake technique. Their ancestor was the flying snake, and flying was one of their most primitive secret techniques. It could be said to be an extreme speed, and few people could match it since ancient times. The second gentleman of the golden snake said coldly, "You can't do it. I even massacred the entire divine ape clan on the ancient road. I can see that your talent is extraordinary. Are you willing to follow the golden snake clan? I will give you a great fortune in the future." "You're dreaming." Pang Bo roared. He formed seals with both hands and rushed forward. His left hand captured the dragon, and his right hand attracted the phoenix. He looked like a demon god descending to the world. An azure dragon coiled around his left hand, and a bright red phoenix flapped its wings on his right. Both of them revealed an unparalleled murderous aura. The two seals combined with unparalleled power and pressed towards the second gentleman of the golden snake. The second gentleman of the golden snake swung his tail. A golden snake body pressed down like a golden celestial sword, cutting through the void. It was only 3 meters long, but it was more terrifying than a falling star. This was a sound that could pierce through gold and shatter rocks. The golden snake tail was indestructible, and it collided with the azure dragon and phoenix that Pang Bo had attracted. This place was falling apart. The golden snake tail destroyed everything. The two celestial phantoms were shattered, and they could not withstand this unparalleled attack. Roar! The second gentleman of the golden snake roared even louder than the dragon's roar. The penetrating power was extremely strong, and the golden snake body directly swept over. Pang Bo was moved. He struck out with the 9 slashes of the demon monarch, facing the unparalleled divine snake head-on. As for the other 3 golden snakes, other than the first gentleman, the third gentleman and the fourth gentleman also moved. These 2 snakes alone wanted to surround Yi Fan, Longma, and the other 12 saints. It could be said that they were extremely arrogant. "How dare you fight with me? Brothers, let's fight them one-on-one. Go!" Longma shouted. Everyone was stunned. Was this a one-on-one fight? Of course, Longma could not be blamed. The 12 saints were a few levels lower than the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. If they fought one-on-one, they would definitely die. The enemy was too strong, and it was not realistic to fight someone of a higher level. Boom! Yi Fan made his move. Golden light shone from his body, as if 100,000 volcanoes had been resurrected at the same time. Waves of fire essence rushed into the sky, drowning the earth and the sky. He was like a heavenly furnace that could split the heavens and the earth, shining with eternal light. The golden fist power shook the sky. First, he clashed with the third gentleman of the golden snake, then his right leg swept across the fourth gentleman of the golden snake. Finally, he pounced towards the battle of Pang Bo Boom. This was a terrible collision. Yi Fan's golden fist and the golden tail of the second gentleman of the golden snake clashed. The sound of the collision was like the clanging of immortal iron, and it shook the universe. At this moment, Yi Fan and the 3 gentlemen of the golden snake clan had each taken a blow. The whole world was shaking, and a terrifying crack appeared in the dark universe. The violent divine power was like a raging sea. Yi Fan's expression changed. These golden snakes really had the potential to be invincible. Perhaps they would be the most terrifying among the young supreme venerables. They were really too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the bodies of these 4 golden snakes were beyond common sense. They could cut through the weapons of the Saint King realm with their bodies and collide with him head-on. The second gentleman of the golden snake gave up on Pang Bo and stared at Yi Fan. There was a trace of divine light in his eyes as he said, "I like to defeat others in the field that they are best at. It is said that the human race's sacred physique is very strong. Today, I will tear you apart." He shot over like lightning. He was really arrogant and domineering. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to sweep away thousands of enemies. The body of the snake was like a golden chain that wrapped around Yi Fan, trying to twist him apart. Yi Fan opened his hands like a pair of golden scissors that cut through the sky and met the second gentleman of the golden snake. Rays of blazing light were emitted. It was as if iron was being forged in heaven and earth. The clanging sound was so loud that the bones of the onlookers were about to crack. This was a peerless battle. The collision between the golden fist and the body of the golden snake was like the sound of the divine drums of the celestial court. It was so shocking that one's soul was about to shatter. On the other side, Pang Bo also walked towards the third gentleman of the golden snake race. As for the fourth gentleman of the golden snake race, he was extremely arrogant. He had a cold smile on his face as he took the initiative to force his way towards Longma and the others. The ones that truly carried out this peerless battle were only Yi Fan and the second gentleman of the golden snake race. The other 2 groups hadn't even fought yet when a terrifying fluctuation transmitted over. "Go!" The golden great gentleman shouted towards his 3 younger brothers. He activated a corner of the flying serpent formation diagram. The golden snake body tore apart the cosmos and left first. Hung Long. The great sage's fluctuations were boundless. They attacked from 2 different directions, killing the young supreme beings here and surrounding them all. The first to appear was a gray flood dragon. It wasn't that thick and long, but it released the divine might of the great sage. It was in its prime, blood energy surging, terrifying to the heavens. It was precisely the beast sovereign that had previously fought against the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake race. Right now, it took action again, targeting the golden snake race supreme beings. At the same time, golden light overflowed from another direction. It was as if a heavenly river descended from the heavens, sweeping towards Yi Fan and the others. It was incomparably majestic as it descended from the 9 heavens. Yi Fan's reaction was also lightning fast. The element's secret shone brilliantly, turning into an expanse of golden light as it rushed out, carrying Pang Bo and the others with it. They immediately shifted positions, avoiding this fatal strike. That heavenly river was actually just a tongue. It was several tens of thousands of zhang in length. It descended from the heavens, vast and boundless. Chaotic energy and golden light surged together. This was an ancient demonic species, golden toad. It stood high up in the sky, its body like an enormous demonic mountain. Its entire body released precious splendor. This type of scene was incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, its attack failed. The golden toad's heavenly tongue didn't wrap around Yi Fan, who possessed the element's secret. They rushed out of the battlefield. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma turned into several streaks of light, entering a golden formation and disappearing from this place. They left in an unhurried manner. As for the Langjuns of the golden snake race, they relied on a mysterious Tao artifact, the flying snake formation diagram, to safely escape. They left one after another without being harmed at all. Boom! The attacks of the gray dragon and golden toad missed and smashed into the cosmos, destroying a large area of the starry sky. Many unrelated cultivators suffered a bloody calamity and died tragically here. Blood splattered everywhere. We turned around and came back in a hurry. We actually didn't catch even one. The gray dragon's eyes were cold and somewhat unwilling. In another part of the starry sky, the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake race met up. They were all unharmed. If one looked closely, only the tail of the second Langjun of the golden snake race was slightly trembling. "Second brother, what's wrong?" the golden snake fourth Langjun asked. The human race's sacred physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. The golden body is truly terrifying. I can't be so arrogant next time. I have to use the magic power, cultivation, and speed that I'm best at to kill him. I won't give him a single chance. Second brother, you're injured? The golden fourth Langjun was shocked. Ever since they started cultivating, no one in the same generation could hurt them. They could only be killed. Even the young supreme beings of the various races couldn't do it. I'm not injured. It's just a sharp pain. My physical body is my weakness. I shouldn't have fought him head-on like this. Next time, I'll directly use the ancient technique to kill him. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake race said coldly. Chapter 14:11. Great battles broke out every day, and well-known experts often fell. And today, a great sage was killed in battle, shaking the entire ancient region. The mythological ancient path became more and more cruel. Recently, a large number of people arrived. Experts from various races entered this place from many ancient regions, all of them wishing to reach the other shore and meet the deities. As for those with wild ambitions, they were all aiming for the ancient tree of life. The ancient mythological region became more and more chaotic. Life withering and blood blossoming occurred every day, making people numb. They had seen too many corpses. There are clues to the Sea of Bitterness. Today, a piece of news swept through the star region like a hurricane, stirring up many cultivators. An endless army of ancient beasts surged over, causing the entire dark cosmos to tremble. After repeated deductions, the heavenly secret divine expert calculated the location of the Sea of Bitterness. He marked out the approximate coordinates, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with emotions. This was definitely toppling. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown how great the price paid by the ancient beasts were, but they still couldn't find the Sea of Bitterness. Only a few people in history relied on special opportunities to enter the other shore. I've calculated it, it's at the other shore of the starry sky. Everyone went crazy. They all moved out, hurrying towards another ancient land. Of course, it was still within the range of the ancient mythological region. The exact location wasn't revealed, but everyone knew the approximate location. They followed those who understood the details. Along the way, rivers of blood flowed like rivers. Too many battles happened. The Grey Flood Dragon, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and Great Peng, the four beast kings worked together to collect life energy in preparation for crossing the Sea of Bitterness. Apart from them, there were also other ancient region overlords. They all moved on their own and didn't work together, stirring up a rain of blood and foul winds. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King, Holy Spirit, Human Tao Protector, and other transcending existences who entered from the human ancient path were also preparing for battle. Along the way, they would clash with the beast kings from time to time. These were all great sage-level characters. The battles between them could easily cause stars to fall and the moon to sink. They were all world-destroying existences, making people feel reverence and fear. They could only avoid them from afar. This was a desolate star region without any clues. There wasn't even a planet suitable for landing. The vast starry sky was bleak and desolate. When the heroes arrived at this place, they didn't even see a drop of water, let alone the endless Sea of Bitterness. There was nothing at all. I've come to this ancient region before. There has never been any ocean here, so how could it be here? Could it be that I miscalculated? An ancient beast overlord questioned. This place was too overgrown, stars few and far between. It was the coldest and most desolate region of death, too far from the Sea of Bitterness in everyone's hearts. The Permitha and the Sea of Bitterness are both hidden in the dark heavenly realm that we can't reach. We can only sense them after we open them. Otherwise, if we could see them at a glance, they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. An old man in green walked forward. He was protected by the great sage. Even though he was from a different camp, no one attacked him. They were all protecting him. It should be in this ancient region. It should be about right. He was a divine master of heavenly secrets. He was old beyond recognition. His hair and beard were white, and he was as thin as a match. His face was covered in wrinkles, and there was not a single trace of luster. Since it is here, Divine Master, please make another deduction and calculate the exact location of the heaven region. We might be able to open it together. A beast sovereign spoke. The gray flood dragon, golden toad, bull demon king, stone man, and the others all nodded in agreement. They waited for the old man to make the final deduction, and then they would forcefully open the sea of bitterness. The old man was emaciated, and his face was sallow. One could tell with a single look that he didn't have much lifespan left. After a light sigh, he began to silently calculate. Divine Master of Heavenly Secrets was a type of transcendental existence. They could calculate good and bad fortune, as well as foresee a portion of the future. However, this would severely harm their own life force, so they definitely wouldn't do anything that defied the heavens under normal circumstances. The Permitha was too important. The great sage invited the old Divine Master to come out of seclusion, promising that he would bestow great fortune upon his descendants. This was why he, who didn't have much lifespan left, was willing to make a deduction. All of this was based on the clues that appeared when the green phoenix Dao was transformed into the Dao. Otherwise, forget about a Divine Master, even a true deity wouldn't be able to do anything. For 9 days in a row, the old Divine Master sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos. His entire person was motionless as if he was about to transform into the Tao. From time to time, essence and great Tao fragments would fly out from his body. This was a terrifying phenomenon. The great Tao fragments directly broke out from the immortal platform, and his entire person became increasingly withered. His blood and chi were withering, and his body was drying up. After the green phoenix Taoist passed away, the various phenomena and marks of the sea of bitterness appeared indistinctly at this moment, revolving around him. The old Divine Master's deduction had reached a critical moment. I see it. A vast sea of bitterness is right there. He suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out 2 beams of the most resplendent light, staring at a distant starry sky. At the same time, the resplendent eyes exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody pulp that splattered everywhere. This terrifying scene made one's scalp numb. This was the wrath of heaven. This kind of person could live in this world and witness miracles and heavenly secrets, but he definitely couldn't speak of them. The old Divine Master let out a muffled groan. His eye sockets were sunken, and there were no eyeballs there. He used his hand to carve words in the void, writing the heavenly coordinates. Pooh! His fingers broke off and crumbled, turning into a bloody pulp. His arms were also shattered, no longer existing. It was a tragic sight to behold. You all should know that my life is about to end. The old Divine Master spoke with a trembling voice. He divined the location of the sea of bitterness, but he also exhausted all of his lifespan and could no longer exist in this world. You can go on your way in peace. Your descendant will have great fortune from now on. As long as we don't die, he will become a genius of this ancient region. The great sage expressed his stance one after another, making this promise. Kacha. The old Divine Master's immortal platform crumbled as some great Tao fragments flew out. After that, his entire person exploded, starting to transform into the Tao. A vast expanse of lightning tribulation descended from the sky, all of them blasting towards him. This was heaven's punishment, suffering the wrath of heaven. Everyone felt horrified in their hearts. This was truly strange. Cultivators did things in defiance of the heavens, not believing that there was a ruler in the underworld. They were all searching for the path of immortality, but what they saw before their eyes made them shiver in fear. This might be a type of law. Ancient curses, Tao laws, order, all of these can resonate with each other. If one comes into contact with them, it might trigger some kind of change in heaven and earth. It seems to be a type of heaven's wrath. Yi Fan spoke to himself. Using his own understanding and insights, he tried to explain the intrinsic nature of this strange scene. However, there was no direct proof. This could only be considered a type of fantasy. Hong. The dark cosmos collapsed, starlight erupted. The great sages all acted together, tearing a hole in the starry sky that the old divine master finally determined. Rumble. Almost instantly, everyone heard the sound of sea waves sweeping through the sky, as if they were facing a boundless ocean. This came from that opening, and there were waves of majestic fluctuations coming from it. Kacha. An immortal ruler flew up. The stone man used the heaven-measuring ruler, releasing a resplendent radiance. This ruler was forged from immortal Tyr's green gold, able to strike the 9 heavens above and shake the 9 hells below, terrifying to the extreme. That hole widened, already able to see a portion of the ocean. It left everyone shaken. This was a heaven domain hidden in the void, a true space, a part of the cosmos. Right now, it was appearing. The other great sages also took action again, especially when the shining diamond band in the bull demon king's hands flew out, immediately blasting that place apart. A boundless heaven domain's entrance appeared. It's appeared, it really is a sea of bitterness. We can use this to enter the other shore. A vast divine sense sea. The legend is indeed true. Is the other side of it the dwelling place of the gods? This place erupted with commotion, the crowd stirred up. Everyone rushed forward, wishing to see this sea from a closer distance. The great sages naturally took the lead, the first batch rushing in. They saw a magnificent, boundless sea, as if they arrived at the limits of the cosmos. This was the most fundamental sea of heaven and earth. Individuals were too insignificant compared to it, not even comparable to a speck of dust. The crowd entered one after another, discovering with horror that this place was just too big. Was this still an ocean? It was comparable to the size of a star domain. There were stars rising and falling within the sea. This kind of scene had never been seen before. There were many great stars moving about in the sky, some falling into the sea, producing great waves that were hundreds of thousands of li tall, terrifying to the extreme. This is a legend. How could there be this kind of scene? This sea can swallow stars, it isn't smaller than the ancient domain of legends. This was a continuation of the cosmos, a vast space that had never been discovered by others. It could even be called a star domain sea, it was just too vast and boundless. After arriving here, everyone scattered, no longer having to worry about competing with the great sage. Since it was so huge, why couldn't they cross the sea from there? No one rashly crossed the sea, including the great sage. They all carefully observed. Toward strange and mysterious things, people were always full of reverence. The seawater was dark, there was a mysterious power inside, making the hearts of the great sages pound. There was actually a portion of great Een essence, contained within the sea of bitterness. This really wasn't simple, there might even be a true great Een spiritual domain in the depths of the sea. Just how great of a power was this? There were no creatures in the seawater, at the very least, not even a stalk of water grass could be seen. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals couldn't be seen at all, not even a single fish could be seen. There's something wrong with this water. When an ancient beast fell into the water, it struggled intensely, actually quickly sinking. Even if it had profound cultivation, it was useless, directly swallowed by the sea of bitterness. This water is too terrifying, able to turn powerful cultivators into mortals. Once one enters, all of their cultivation and magical force will disappear. Even the great sage's expression changed, becoming full of vigilance towards this sea of bitterness. 2 days later, people began to cross the sea, entering the depths of the great ocean, not to reach the other shore, but rather to scout ahead. After flying out 100,000 li, these people all turned around and returned. There are natural laws above the sea of bitterness, the divine force of humans will quickly dry up. This was extremely bad news, making everyone feel deeply worried. They stared at the sea of bitterness in a daze. Some people began to seriously carve formation patterns, preparing to open the realm gate, carry out long-distance teleportation, test the coordinates of the other shore, and head there directly. However, they failed in the end, the powerful formation masters all frowned. There was no way to cross the void here, the Tao patterns were dim, all of them ineffective. They could only cross the sea, and not through the void. What is that? There's an ancient ship. Someone found an ancient ship in the sea region. It was very grand and tall, like a small mountain. I understand, only this kind of ancient ship can transport people to the other shore. People thought of a few rumors. The ancient people who entered the dwelling of the gods all crossed the sea on ships. It was rumored that these were left behind by the gods, and it was also the only tool to cross the sea. In an instant, a few great sages landed on the ancient ship, activating their magical force. The ancient ship broke through the waves like a true dragon, turning into a ray of light, rushing into the pitch-black sea. Not long after, a few ancient ships were discovered, and in the end, they all fell into the hands of the great sage. They rushed into the sea of bitterness. The speed of that kind of ship was too fast, in the end directly passing through space, disappearing from the sea. Several days later, everyone on the shore of the bitter sea was anxious. All the great sages had gone far away, and not a single one was left. Even one or two young supreme martial artists had crossed the sea, but it was difficult for the remaining people to find the ancient ship. Search, such a vast sea of bitterness, I don't believe there are only a few ships passing through, the gods should have left behind in each region. As expected, people found the ancient ship one after another, naturally triggering a bloody battle. People fought over it. Half a month later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma stood on the bloody deck, killing a group of looters that rushed over, marching into the sea of bitterness. When the speed of the ship reached the limit, the void passage appeared, the ancient ship entered, and when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was a short pause, and then it began to speed up again, entering the void passage. After traveling for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles, the ancient ship began to sail in the sea, no longer passing through the void passage. There's a ship up ahead that's broken, only the deck is left floating. Where are the people on it? Pang Bo was endlessly bewildered. After Yi Fan carefully looked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen this ancient ship before. It was taken over by the two great sages, set out half a month ago, but it was actually destroyed here. There were quite a bit of bloodstains on the broken ship, powerful fluctuations spreading out. That was the blood of the great sage. Those two people actually didn't have much luck. Who took action? Could it be that there was a battle between the great sage? Longma pondered, continuously staring at that broken ship. It doesn't seem like there was a bloody battle between the great sage. The threat might come from the sea. Everyone be careful, said Yi Fan. What is that? Suddenly, Pang Bo pointed forward. In the black seawater, there was a purple light flickering in the depths, gradually rising to the surface. It was a corpse. This was a corpse that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The purple light was emitted from the blood in its body. It was extremely terrifying, floating horizontally on the surface of the sea. Yi Fan's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling born in his heart. This corpse was too extraordinary. It should be an overlord physique. That kind of blood gave him a reaction. Of course, this definitely wasn't the overlord physique of the present age. It had died at least tens of thousands of years ago, and it was probably extremely powerful when it was alive. He could still feel that kind of awe. He quietly floated away, getting further and further away, but Pang Bo's expression was ugly. He muttered, I clearly saw his eyes open a slit. There was a purple light shooting out. Why did it close again? Is it a corpse? I saw it too, but he is definitely a corpse. Maybe something happened to his body, said Yi Fan solemnly. Pang Bo nodded. Be careful, there is actually an overlord physique corpse in this sea of bitterness. It's too terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a great sense of danger descended. Several enormous holy arrows tore through the sky, shooting toward the ancient ship, one of them almost nailing the golden lion's body. Someone is ambushing us, wanting to destroy the ancient ship, making us sink in the sea of bitterness, dying miserably after being reduced to mortals. In the distance, a large ship appeared. On it stood three terrifying figures. They were respectively, Blood Beast, Gold-Devouring Beast, and Heaven-Devouring Beast, all of them emitting blood energy that overflowed the heavens. These three ancient beasts were all immemorial species, supreme beings of the younger generation. They were extremely powerful, and now that they had joined forces, they encountered Yi Fan and the others in the sea. They began to attack. Blood Beast, it's you again. New debts and old debts will be settled together, shouted Pang Bo. The three ancient beasts all transformed into human forms. standing on the ancient ship, each drawing their bow and firing an arrow, every arrow emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It was definitely enough to turn a large area of mountains and rivers into flying ashes, let alone an ancient ship, even though it was very special. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others made their moves, punching and shattering the arrows. Then, Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, a giant bow appeared in his hand. This was refined after he reached the Saint King realm. The arrow was a Saint Bone arrow. It flew out in an instant, the heavens and the earth split, launching a counterattack. Woo! A strange whistle came, and another ancient ship approached. It was actually the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. They flew over. And behind the Sea of Bitterness, the goddess of the god race Shenlong, the descendants of the immemorial gods and devils Sangu, and the Copper Ant King also arrived. They stood on the same ship. Chapter 14:12. So many people came, don't tell me they are planning to surround and kill us? The Black Bear Saint's expression changed. He stood up, a pair of dustpan-like bear claws splitting the sky, his roar shaking up the great waves in the sea. Yi Zi, let's all break out of the encirclement. If they all came for us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pang Bo's expression also changed. No matter how confident he was, no matter how good Yi Fan was at fighting, it would still be difficult for him to deal with 10 young supreme beings. Chang. The great bow in Yi Fan's hand trembled slightly, releasing a wave of desolate beast aura, intimidating the entire Sea of Bitterness, making the young supreme beings in the distance tremble inwardly. The bow core was refined from the bone of a Saint King-ranked silverback azure flood dragon, while the bowstring was a divine string extracted from the dragon's tendon, refined countless times in the all-life source cauldron. At this time, forget about shooting the holy arrow, just holding it in one's hand produced all types of irregular scenes. Immortal light surged, ferocious beasts leapt, dragon cries shook the world. Yi Fan's killing intent was stirred. An arrow shot out, wind and thunder raged, as if a heavenly tribulation descended. That holy bone arrow had an azure dragon coiled around it, and there was even a group of black tigers opening the way, domineering to the heavens, directly shattering the void. This was an extremely powerful arrow, one that could destroy the world. It was accompanied by the roars of gods and devils, the sound so great that it could collapse mountains, let alone a true arrow. On the other side, the expressions of the heaven-devouring beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast changed. They never expected the power of Yi Fan's arrow to be so great, simply about to overturn the world. Hong. They activated their divine force, all types of brilliance surging. The ancient ship seemed to be burning. They controlled the ship to quickly evade. In this vast and boundless sea of bitterness, the ship that crossed the sea was the most precious thing. Once it was lost, their true bodies would fall into the sea, turning them into mortals. Woo-woo, a strange sound rang out. The white bone arrow was the essence of holy bone, bestowed with Yi Fan's spiritual will, unstoppable, chasing after them, attaching itself to the bone. Open. The young supreme blood beast took action. Right now, he was a scarlet-haired Taoist. He shouted loudly, releasing boundless Tao waves. A blood-colored sea appeared in front of him, forming a great bow that shot towards Yi Fan. However, the Saint Bone arrow was too sharp. It immediately pierced through his blood arrow and closed the distance between them by a large margin. It was now on the ancient ship. Boom! The scarlet ocean exploded in front of the blood fiend. The sacred bone arrow shattered the light barrier around the blood fiend's body, and the giant bow in its hand broke with a loud crack. With a pu sound, blood splashed outwards. The blood beast's expression changed greatly. His hands displayed an exceptional ancient technique, but this arrow immediately flew out. There was a type of spiraling divine force that borrowed his power, the same as being supported by him, injuring his palm. The Saint Bone arrow seized this opportunity to seize a type of spiritual will, as if it had a life of its own. It quickly changed directions and shot downwards, piercing through the ancient ship. Not good. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-devouring beast's expressions changed. This arrow developed intelligence, and the spiritual will within was extremely resolute. If it wanted to destroy this ship, then it would be a great disaster. No one expected Yi Fan's arrow to be so sharp. The blood fiend actually couldn't stop it, and it was instead his own hands that were dripping with blood. Drops of blood landed on the arrow shaft, making its radiance flourish even more brilliantly. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the ship's body, releasing endless radiance and directly exploding. The ancient ship left behind by deities was naturally not an ordinary object. Normal saints might not necessarily be able to destroy it, but the arrow Yi Fan fired was too tyrannical, carrying tremendous divine force. Honglong. The ancient ship broke apart. The heaven-swallowing beast, blood beast, and gold-devouring beast each stepped on an enormous piece of wood and flew into the distance, avoiding this whirlpool. Otherwise, even they would be affected. This level of power, they weren't the only ones. Even the pupils of the golden snake race's 4 Langjuns rapidly contracted, shooting out wisps of sharp cold light. At the same time the white bone arrow exploded, a golden world appeared. There were Tao bells, celestial swords, heavenly pagodas, gourds, and divine truncheons all flying about. They were all forged from gold, and it was as if the heaven realm's treasure trove of weapons had been opened. Yi Fan's arrow was full of transformations. There was actually an ancient technique, the golden divine treasure within. It appeared in an instant, attacking the 3 great supreme beings at the same time as it destroyed the ancient ship. Shenlong of the god race, Sangu, and the Copper Ant King all revealed solemn expressions. The power of this arrow was incomparably strange. If they weren't careful, they might be pierced through by this arrow. The golden divine treasure appeared, and all kinds of Tao weapons flew about. Without any suspense, the ancient ship left behind by the deities was completely torn into pieces, almost injuring the blood fiends and the others. Before Yi Fan could fire a second arrow, the golden snake 4th Langjuan's ancient ship arrived. It was only several hundred meters away, and 4 golden snakes stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Their 3-meter-long golden bodies made people tremble. Saint Physique, come and die. The golden snake's 2nd Langjun shouted. His body shot out like a golden divine arrow that had left the bowstring, heading straight for Yi Fan. He wanted to determine a winner and a loser, a life and death battle. This kind of speed was too fast. It was like a ray of primordial light cutting through the dark universe, illuminating it in an instant. As the descendants of the flying serpent, the extreme realm flying technique was one of their primal instincts. The golden snake's 2nd Langjun was too powerful. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed, the sea roared, the waves hit the sky, and the clouds scattered. It was like a golden god had come for the kill. Yi Fan dropped the giant bow and leaped into the air. His speed was unbelievably fast, as if he could reverse time. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden snake's 2nd Langjun and raised his fist to attack. The golden snake's 2nd Langjuan's heart jumped. Last time, half of his snake body was in incomparable pain. Today, he used the ancient technique to fight. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be so strong and arrive in front of him so quickly. Boom! The golden fist shattered the vacuum and directly hit in front of him. This was a pure physical attack. The golden snake's 2nd Langjun didn't want to see this kind of situation, but his opponent wanted to fight him like this. It was originally a confrontation of ancient techniques, but in the end, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He directly closed the distance, and it was as if he was forging iron in the sky. The sound of metal clanging was deafening. Roar! The golden snake's 2nd Langjun roared like a god had come back to life. He opened his mouth and roared, and a river of stars came out. It seemed to split the heaven and earth, transforming into the primal chaos of the nebula and suppressing Yi Fan. This was like a real world. The stars rotated, and the primal chaos surged. It swallowed Yi Fan, wanting to turn him into a part of the origin of the world and refine him into essence chi. Boom! Yi Fan fought strength with strength. He didn't defend himself and only relied on his fists to split the universe. This part of the chaotic star sea was shaken until it became dark and collapsed. Who was stronger than who? The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. They both wanted to use their absolute power to suppress and intimidate the other. It was like two gods and demons colliding. I didn't expect the golden snake bloodline to be so powerful. They can really be said to be a peerless enemy. The second Langjun is already so difficult to deal with. If the four of them come out together, unless the god race and Sangha join forces, no power can be their opponent, Longma said with a serious expression. Suddenly, a powerful wave came. The blood chi was like the sea, and it was dozens of times more violent than the waves of the bitter sea. It scattered the clouds on the horizon and arrived with a roar. The blood beast finally made its move again. The heaven and earth split, and it used ancient techniques to attack Yifan. It controlled the Azura blood sea and turned into 100,000 murderous divine swords. It shattered the vast ancient domain and chopped down. Yifan was like a human-shaped dragon. He soared into the sky and fiercely fought with the golden snake second Langjun. He stuck close to his body and bombarded it, suppressing the golden snake body until it began to spasm. Then, with a rumble, the two separated. Yifan's right fist went up, intercepting the heavens and hitting the 100,000 celestial swords. This was a powerful essence, chi, and spirit, condensed with a will. It was the true meaning of a weapon to break all techniques, and it was contained in the fist. No matter how many 100,000 murderous Azura swords came, Yifan would break them with a punch. With a rumble, the sea of blood surged, and the blood swords exploded one after another. The entire place was scarlet red, as if the blood of countless creatures had dyed the land red. The golden snake second Langjun took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He was furious and didn't want to compete with Yifan in terms of physical strength. Just now, he was closed in and attacked. If it wasn't for his exceptional strength and bravery, he would have definitely bled. Boom! Yifan attacked the blood beast. The power of his fist was enough to break the sky, wanting to make it stay. At the same time, the golden divine treasures and the five-color divine light came out to kill the golden snake second Langjun, blocking him outside and preventing him from entering the circle of battle. The blood beast was furious. Yifan was looking down on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to get rid of him first and then fight with the golden snake second Langjun, viewing him as a weakling. When had a dignified supreme being of the younger generation ever been looked down upon like this? There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. The ancient technique reached the heavens, and the sea of blood condensed into a blood sun, pressing towards Yifan. The endless Azura blood sea condensed into a blood sun the size of a face. One could imagine the murderous power it contained. If it crashed into Yifan, it would be a great disaster. Yifan's hands moved, using the Battle Saint technique to activate the black sea of bitterness below. It also condensed into a black sun, which collided with the blood sun. Both of them contained special magical power. Like Mars colliding with Earth, this was a huge collision like a battle between gods and demons. When the two met, heaven and earth were overturned, the star field shook, and everything was drowned out. When peace returned, Yifan stood there like a god. A giant bow appeared in his hand, and he continuously shot out Saint Bone arrows with monstrous murderous intent. Even if he was surrounded by great enemies, such as the golden snake second Langjun, Sanggu, the copper ant king, and the heaven-swallowing beast, he was fearless and wanted to end the life of the blood beast. Clanging sounds came from the back of the blood beast, and 9 divine swords appeared. They were all supreme secret treasures, the supreme treasures of the Saint King that grew in the blood sea of his hometown. Kill. However, Yifan's murderous intent was too strong. Even if the blood sea was boundless, it was still slightly weaker. Yifan's martial will was surging, and his murderous intent could split the sky. No one could stop him. Everyone felt his murderous intent, and their hearts trembled. Even the heart of the golden snake second Langjun jumped, and he temporarily stopped attacking to watch the battle. Boom! The sky shattered, and ghosts cried and gods howled. The arrows shot out by Yifan were accompanied by all kinds of visions. There was the vermilion bird sweeping across the 3,000 worlds, the Kunpeng spreading its wings and splitting the 9 heavens, the primal chaos deity roaring, and even the blood sacrifice of ancient people to the firmament. These were all engravings on the myriad chi cauldron's wall, and now, they appeared along with the arrows. Boom! The murderous intent continued to rise, and Yi Fan's entire body was enveloped by a terrifying clear radiance. He continuously drew his bow and shot arrows, attacking the blood beast in front of him. This was a long-range battle, but it was even more intense than a close-range battle. This was because all kinds of secret techniques and ancient techniques were appearing and exploding one after another. Yi Fan continuously shot arrows, drawing the bow a total of 100 times. It was equivalent to carrying out the most terrifying battle of 100 moves. It was extremely terrifying. Every Saint Bone arrow contained the true meaning of the Tao rule, and it was the embodiment of his techniques and techniques. The magnetic celestial light, primitive emperor's Tao sword, and so on were stored in different arrows. The divine light of order was different, but their power was unparalleled. Even though it was a long-range battle, it was even more intense. This was a direct confrontation, a confrontation of the most powerful. Victory and defeat would be decided within 100 moves, deciding life and death. From a certain perspective, this was a bloody battle at the peak. One person was bound to fall. Both sides' killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking up the sea of suffering. Kacha! The blood beast's 9 divine swords exploded one after another. The 100 Saint Bone arrows contained Yi Fan's exceptional martial Tao essence energy. They weren't ordinary attacks, but rather the same as many ancient techniques being activated at the same time. They were incomparably powerful. Ho! The blood beast roared loudly. Another ancient treasure appeared on its body, the treasure-gathering ancient basin devouring all directions, blocking the attacks of the most powerful ancient techniques. However, the ancient basin was also blasted apart. Pooh! The most powerful 100 arrows contained Yi Fan's spirit, the embodiment of his unmatched will. They were unstoppable, evolving into 100 techniques. With a hung-long sound, they shot down on the blood beast's body. Pooh! The young supreme being's body exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. White bones that were sticky with wisps of blood flew out. Chapter 14:13. Yi Fan fired 100 arrows in unison, the arrows containing powerful ancient methods, tearing apart the world, blasting apart the blood beast. Blood dyed heaven and earth red. Yi Fan stood there with his bow in hand, staring at the bloody mist and shattered bones. His expression was cold, and then he looked towards the other ancient ships. Ho! The blood beast released a roar, its primordial spirit surging, wishing to condense its flesh and shattered bones, reconstruct itself. Unfortunately, it didn't have the chance. Yi Fan released the final arrow. Wind and lightning surged, fast as lightning, directly nailing the blood-colored primordial spirit, shattering it. In despair, it released a final roar of unwillingness. The blood beast's body and spirit were erased. Everyone shivered inwardly. Yi Fan's methods were obvious to all, killing the blood beast with 100 arrows. Everyone couldn't help but be on high alert, classifying him as a dangerous individual. Previously, there was Golden Snake's second Lang Jun who killed the Golden Giant in 100 moves, and now, there was Yi Fan who killed the blood beast with 100 arrows. These were both extremely glorious and astonishing battle accomplishments, making other supreme beings feel restraining fear. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-eating beast's expressions were cold. They were also ancient beasts, yet in the end, they could only watch as the blood beast was killed, unable to stop it in time. Their expressions were downcast. The two of them were far stronger than the blood beast, because they were legendary rare beasts. One was known to be able to devour the heavens, rarely seen since ancient times. The other devoured all types of divine materials, even immortal gold, endlessly strengthening itself. The eyes of the two great ancient beasts were cold, staring at Yi Fan. Even though they felt restraining fear towards this person, they still wanted to take action and kill him. They possessed the most powerful ancient beast bloodlines. Once they reached the great success stage, they would definitely become the most powerful beast supreme beings, able to kill archaic gods and devils. They were exceptionally terrifying. You do have some methods. Let's continue our battle. Golden Snake's second Langjun moved first, his snake tongue hissing, his eyes vicious, radiating strand after strand of radiance. His golden snake body slithered forward. He naturally wasn't willing to accept this. The battle hadn't even ended, yet a blood beast joined in midway, interrupting their battle. There was always a thorn in his heart. His flesh was inferior to Yi Fan's, so he wanted to use ancient methods to suppress and kill him. The way Yi Fan killed the blood beasts was indeed a powerful deterrent. However, it was clearly not enough to suppress these supreme beings. It was because every single one of them was full of confidence. They came from different ancient regions, and were the most powerful on their respective ancient paths. Without a true battle, they wouldn't give up on their emperor paths. The god race's holy daughter Shenlan spoke, saying, "Everyone, why must you do this? There are many dangers ahead. We should join hands and cross the sea together instead of fighting to the death here. I think it's time to get rid of some people. I can't tolerate them being an eyesore on the road." Golden Snake's second Langjun said coldly as his golden snake body coiled around him. "That's right, it's time to settle things." The heaven-devouring beast and gold-devouring beast, these two supreme experts, also expressed their stance, pressing forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He raised his bow and released a monstrous killing intent. Pang Bo's blood chi surged and his battle prowess soared. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like cold lightning. He was ready for a bloody battle. "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Holy daughter of the celestial race, Shenlan, said coldly. She spoke the truth in a manner that was neither fast nor slow. Up ahead, the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and the other great sage might be waiting for them. They wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and seize their natural luck. Shenlan's abilities were great. She understood a portion of the truth. The old divine expert had previously deduced that some of the young supreme beings might have great natural luck, drawing the Gold Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the other great sage's attention. They might take action to kill them and seize their good fortune. "You think we're scared of those old things? We'll wipe them all out in the future." Golden Snake's second Langjun sneered. A formation diagram appeared above his head. It was like a flying snake, golden multicolored light resplendent and releasing great divine might. "Killing the human race's holy body first won't affect our cooperation later on." The gold-devouring beast spoke coldly. Its entire body was cold, because its true body was a metal body. There would be young supreme beings falling step by step. The competitors on the Emperor path would be hostile towards each other. They didn't wish for others to stand in their way, so killing their enemies was the best choice. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation was transmitted from the bitter sea. An exceptional great battle took place up ahead. Purple energy overflowed into the heavens, divine might matchless. It was as if an ancient deity was awakening. The young supreme beings that were originally going to fight a bloody battle were all shaken. They stopped and gazed into the distance. Peng cries filled the skies. There was an enormous golden-winged heavenly peng there. It tore through the 9 heavens, its wings like clouds that covered heaven and earth, rising 90,000 li into the sky. This was a terrifying scene. This golden peng's strength was extremely powerful, ranked in the great sage realm. It was precisely the beast sovereign that walked together with the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and Heavenly Dog. He encountered tremendous trouble. In the sky overflowing purple mist, a pair of ice-cold eyes stared at him. An ancient corpse-like figure appeared, bone-chilling cold. The golden peng released a long cry. Its enormous divine wings tore apart the heavens, making the vast sea rise and fall. Tsunamis angrily struck the skies, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. However, purple mist overflowed into the heavens, drowning out the golden light. That indistinct figure rushed up to the golden peng, fighting a great battle with it. The battle was incredibly bitter. In just a short period of time, golden peng blood scattered down, pouring down like a torrential rain on the black sea of bitterness, triggering all types of irregular scenes. Who is that? He injured an exceptional great sage within 10 moves, and he might very well kill him. What kind of background did he have? The young supreme beings were all horrified. Even though they possessed endless potential, as well as terrifying inheritances, as well as secret treasures rarely seen since ancient times, their hearts were still beating like drums. That was but a golden-winged great peng, a powerful great sage, yet right now, it was being suppressed, placed in an absolutely passive position. It might very well die here. It's him. Pang Bo's expression became ugly. He saw a pair of purple eyes in the mist, as well as waves of resplendent purple light. He recalled the ancient corpse that was rising and falling in the sea not long ago. Correct, it is him. Yi Fan possessed the unrivaled heavenly origin eyes that could see through all fabrications. He saw the terrifying figure in the purple mist. That purple multicolored light was released from his eyes, and the purple mist was the blood energy within his body. It was extremely powerful, like a heavenly deity, terrifying into the heavens. This was the ancient great sage with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body. Its might overflowed into the heavens, terrifying beyond compare. The Great Peng was originally the most powerful expert within the same realm, and their race's bloodline determined that they were blessed by the heavens. However, at this moment, it was completely insufficient. It was like an ordinary great bird that was being hunted down. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and one of its golden divine wings was almost torn off. This was an extremely powerful tyrant body rarely seen since ancient times. It had already died for several tens of thousands of years, and for some unknown reason, it revived. Even though it didn't have any techniques or ancient techniques, that type of powerful physique made even gods and devils tremble. It slaughtered until the golden-winged Great Peng cried out in grief. It wasn't its opponent at all. Is this a successful tyrant body? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Once this type of bloodline matured, it would truly be able to command gods and devils. It was extremely powerful and invincible. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped its wings and flew straight up into the sky. It wanted to enter the cosmos and escape from this sea of bitterness. However, it didn't have this opportunity. The tyrant ether blood supreme potential shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It was difficult to find an opponent in this world, or else it wouldn't be called the Saint Physique's archenemy. This was the corpse of the great sage. At this moment, the purple tyrant ether blood surged like thunder, releasing an immortal power. He rushed into the sky and grabbed the Great Peng. With a pu sound, blood splashed everywhere like a downpour. The ancient tyrant corpse tore off one of the heavenly Peng's golden wings. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Ah, Gu Tianpeng screamed miserably, full of despair. The ancient corpse grabbed him, and he could no longer struggle free. It was like the most terrifying god and devil was fighting against his physical body. The tyrant body's eyes were ice cold. Purple light flickered, and with a forceful pull, Gu Tianpeng was hacked apart. His primordial spirit had just rushed out when it was grabbed and shattered, turning into ashes. The sea of bitterness was absolutely silent. Only the golden Peng blood was sprinkling down. The two halves of the corpse fell into the black sea with a dong sound, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. He is a corpse, but he revived and gradually obtained the matchless strength he had when he was alive. What is going on? The goddess of the god race, Shenlong, said to herself. Her expression was grave. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all horrified. Not long ago, they had hurriedly glanced over and saw an ancient corpse floating in the sea. They never expected it to revive now. He drifted in the sea of bitterness, soaked in seawater like a law enforcer. When he is needed, he will revive and possess the strength he had when he was alive, said the archaic demonic god's descendant, Sang-gu. After who knew how much time had passed, that pair of ice-cold and terrifying purple eyes disappeared. The mist scattered, and the powerful tyrant ether body entered the sea of bitterness, thus disappearing. After experiencing this calamity, the dozen or so young supreme beings all became silent. No one took action again. The golden snake race's four Langjuns, Sang-gu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the others all went on their way, heading forward. It's a bit strange, Yi Fan said to himself. This sea of bitterness is too mysterious, and it is a bit too vast. Look, there are stars falling from time to time in the distance. It is even more vast than a stellar domain. Pang Bo said. They had never seen such a boundless sea before. It was comparable to a vast stellar domain, able to swallow the stars of the heavens. It was as if an ancient cosmos was evolving. The dozen or so individuals advanced side by side. They didn't fight and carefully headed towards where the golden-winged Peng fell. They wanted to see what was going on from the distance. That is. Everyone was shocked. At the center of that vast sea, there was a wave of supreme divine essence energy. It was as if immortal splendor was rising, surging in the sea. It made everyone's pores relax even from far away. At the center of the sea was an enormous spring. Compared to the boundless sea of bitterness, it was a spring, but for everyone, it was even larger than a true lake. It surged up from the depths of the sea. It was sacred and auspicious, full of pure white radiance. It was simply the true power of immortals. It made people feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend. It was too gorgeous, abnormally auspicious, divine, and holy. It was as if the divine dew of the celestial domain was surging. It was incomparably resplendent and full of vitality. This is a celestial spring. It can regrow flesh and bones from the dead. They finally knew why the golden-winged Peng appeared here. It must have been attracted by this celestial spring. It wanted to enter the spring, but in the end, it was killed. Not only were Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, but even Shenlong, Sanggu, and the heaven-swallowing beast in another direction were shocked. The golden light in the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan flourished. There is a divine spring in the lifeless sea of bitterness. This is really strange and mysterious. Pang Bo muttered to himself. What did you say? Yi Fan was shocked after hearing this. There was a kind of sudden realization, but also a kind of shock, almost to the point of being horrified. I'm talking about the divine spring in the sea of bitterness. Pang Bo himself was stunned when he said this. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Sea of bitterness, divine spring. Could this be a person's sea of reincarnation? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. It was too similar. Even the name of this place was the Sea of Bitterness. This might not be a random name, but a fact. Obviously, Sanggu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the golden snake 4th Langjun also felt it. They revealed a shocked expression and carefully examined the huge divine spring. This. Could it be formed from the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being from the mythological era? Their voices were trembling. This was simply like a fantasy story. Such a vast sea of sufferings was even vaster than the vastest star field. It was like a universe. The celestial being was a supreme existence at the level of the great ancient emperor. However, at that time, there was no such thing as the great emperor or the ancient emperor. He was revered as heaven or Tao. The later generations called him the celestial being and the Tao venerable. It was earth-shattering. This speculation made the hearts of more than a dozen young supreme experts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. How heaven-defying was this? It challenged the limits of people's imagination. In the sea of bitterness that was as huge as the universe, stars fell from time to time like dust. If this was a fact, it would be enough to shock both ancient and modern times. There is most likely an ancient weapon at the level of the celestial being here, nourished in the eye of the divine spring. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Chapter 14:14. Giant black waves rose and fell, striking the skies. Waves of black mist rose, creating a terrifying scene. Yi Fan and Pang Bo wanted to find the celestial being ancient weapon. This place most likely had such an immortal weapon. Not only them, but Sanggu, the heaven-devouring beast, golden snake, and the others were also moving. They didn't want to miss out on such a heaven-defying opportunity. At the center of the sea, the life spring's immortal light rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling, with strands of immortal energy. Unfortunately, there was no way to get close to that place. They saw that corpse again. When its purple eyes opened and closed, astonishing radiance shot out. This wasn't an ordinary ancient corpse. Not long ago, it single-handedly tore apart the golden-winged ancient sky pang. The golden rain of blood filled this heaven and earth with an austere aura. No one dared to use force. They couldn't enter that immortal spring. This was truly regretful. That place was sparkling and dazzling. Every drop of liquid was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. What a pity. Pang Bo sighed. Every drop of this immortal liquid was priceless. It was a rare great medicine, and this much was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. There will always be a way to get some divine liquid. Longma was the most unwilling to give up. This was the life spring of an ancient emperor, comparable to an immortal treasure. The group of people weren't willing to leave. They wanted to find a way to seize some immortal liquid and great medicine. They couldn't just watch helplessly like this. They were truly somewhat unwilling. The most powerful bloodline gold-devouring beast, heaven-devouring beast, and the others didn't leave. They were ancient beasts and desired this kind of thing the most. If they could devour it, they might be able to break through immediately. The Sea of Bitterness was even more vast than an ancient star field. It was like the vast cosmos. Stars flickered as they fell into the Black Sea. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was cautious. Stars would fall from time to time like flying sand and stones, causing the waves of the Sea of Bitterness to rush into the heavens. This kind of scene made people suspicious and horrified. These are all stars. But compared to the Sea of Bitterness, they are like dust. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. It wouldn't be full even if the heavenly rivers were filled up. However, this was only the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being. It was like a legend, even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze, but it was difficult for him to see through this life spring. There was a tremendous pressure, and even after countless years had passed, this place was still a mysterious forbidden ground. The others were also exploring. Everyone's heavenly eyes were different. There were martial Tao heavenly eyes, blood will demonic eyes, supreme God heavenly eyes, and others, and the effects were also different. An hour later, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. He did his best to explore with all his might. Finally, he saw through some of the fog and saw the bottom of the sea. There were no weapons in the depths of the crystalline divine liquid, only chaotic mist and bolts of lightning. It was as if the world was being split apart. There's no celestial being ancient soldier. Yi Fan said softly. This was very disappointing. Pang Bo said, we'd better be on our way. Although the immortal liquid is good, with the protection of the Azure Overlord body, we might die if we're not careful. Without a sovereign weapon, it's not worth the risk. Yi Fan's group was not the first to leave. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were very decisive. They had already gone ahead, and if they couldn't do it, then they wouldn't. Several ancient ships set out one after another. People thought that they would no longer have any contact with this life spring, but after traveling for hundreds of thousands of li, they were shocked. Smoke surged ahead, reaching the 9 heavens. That was an endless amount of essence energy gushing out, shaking down a few stars. This was unimaginable. Another life spring was like an enlarged version of the Bauta spring. It surged and surged with endless life force. It was extremely astonishing as it wreaked havoc on the heaven and earth. Something's wrong. Why did another spring appear? The people were puzzled. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. There were remnants of the great sage's fluctuations, and it seemed like he had escaped. This kind of aura was extremely similar to the 2 Tao protectors of the human race. It can't be, right? Just how powerful of a character would it be to want to kill the 2 great sage? Pang Bo was horrified. In the depths of the bitter sea, a corpse floated horizontally. Its clothes were ancient, and its blood-colored hair covered its face. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was another ancient corpse. What was going on? Why were there always such powerful corpses in the bitter sea? Were they protecting this life spring? Whose orders were they under? The ancient corpse floated past. It seemed as if as long as the life spring was not touched, it would not cause trouble. That terrifying body and ancient clothing were extremely similar to the archaic demonic gods from millions of years ago. I have a bad premonition. Could this ancient celestial being still be alive? The life spring is still surging. This is a bit inconceivable. Are these ancient corpses protecting the celestial being? Impossible. The celestial being from the legendary era was too desolate. He had already died for countless years, so long that it was impossible to trace back. No one could live for that long. In the following days, Yi Fan and the others saw a total of 4 life springs. They all had flourishing essence energy, causing the nearby sea region to become divine and auspicious. All the great sage were thinking about it. To them, the life springs of the ancient emperors were definitely worth risking their lives for. This kind of divine liquid could be used to prolong one's life. Why is there more than one life spring? Could it be that a few celestial beings were buried together? Could it be a super ocean tomb? Nine-tailed crocodile muttered. During the legendary era, there were 9 celestial beings and Tao venerables. All of them were extremely mysterious and their final whereabouts were unknown. Yi Fan frowned and shook his head. This bitter sea is so vast and boundless. It is comparable to an ancient star field. Although the life springs are big, they are still too small. Yi Fan speculated that the truly boundless life springs were about to dry up. These life springs were only a few strands of immortal essence. If they were at their peak, they would be countless times more vast than this. Boom! 2 days later, Yi Fan and the others saw the 7th life spring. An intense battle was taking place here. 4th Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, and the heaven-swallowing beast were secretly watching. It's the old chief of the demonic ox race. He's about to lose. The opponent was a powerful figure dressed in battle clothes. There were totems of deities engraved on them. His entire body was shining, and there was a supreme aura of supremacy about him. He was a corpse, but when he opened his eyes, the brilliance in his eyes caused others to tremble. He was suppressing the old chief of the demonic ox race with matchless divine might. Later on, his body kept on recovering. His bloodline was astonishing and the sonorous voice of the great Tao was endless. His entire being was like a real ancient deity. Even his hair was glowing like a golden sun. God race. He was a real ancient corpse of the god race. Shenlong was excited and said with a trembling voice, "This is a real divine king." The endless bloodline of the god race can only give birth to one person after dozens of generations. Everyone was astonished. A divine king that could only appear after dozens of generations was no small matter. He was not the fake divine king of the other races. A real divine king could be said to be invincible under the heavens. The old chief of the demonic ox race was in existence at the peak of the great sage. He was currently the most powerful figure, yet he couldn't hold on and was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the diamond chakram in his hand was useless. In the end, he was defeated. His black mountain-like body smashed through the void, and an enormous horn was hacked off by the divine king's bare hands. With a large amount of blood blossoming, he fell into the bitter sea with a putong sound. Moo! The old bull released a loud roar that shattered heaven and earth. The diamond chakram in his hand opened up a black hole, and he jumped inside to escape without a trace. Even though the real divine king had turned into a corpse, he was still able to beat the demonic ox race's supreme great sage until he fled. One could see just how powerful he was when he was alive, and it left everyone speechless. The bloodline of deities was the most powerful race in the cosmos. This was a well-deserved reputation. Tyrannical ether blood, divine king. Which one of them wasn't a supreme bloodline? Yet his corpse became the protector of several life springs. This made people bewildered and horrified. What kind of cause and effect was there? A day later, someone discovered the 8th life spring. The divine liquid was brilliant, and immortal energy surged. It was full of powerful life force. The stone man fought a great battle here. With the heaven measuring ruler in hand, the green and golden immortal tears flickered, and divine splendor scattered across the bitter sea. However, the most powerful Holy Spirit was still defeated, and it almost died under the mysterious ancient corpse's hands. It wasn't that far from the realm of Quasi-Emperor, but half of its body was blasted apart by that person's bare hands. It was only fortunate enough to escape this disaster. Divine blood scattered out, and it fled into the void. This was undoubtedly a type of storm. The great sage who crossed the bitter sea had almost all been defeated. There was actually no one who could defeat those corpses. Could it be a corpse disaster? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. Why was every spring protected by ancient corpses, and they were all matchless ancient existences? Tyrannical ether blood, divine king, and others, which one of them were ordinary? Even he was a bit doubtful. Could it be that the sea of reincarnation could recover its life force, and that the ancient celestial being could come back to life? Otherwise, why would there be these divine masters guarding it? In the end, the 9th life spring was discovered, and it was also the last life spring. It was located at the very center, and it was surrounded by the other 8 life springs. The area it covered was also the most vast and boundless. Divine light was resplendent, and even the sun and moon were eclipsed. The other 8 were springs, and this one could be called the Sea of Life. It was vast and resplendent, and strand after strand of immortal energy rose from it. Those who crossed the bitter sea and didn't fall all arrived here. It was because there was a great emperor weapon in the life sea of this supreme god. The great sage sensed it, and their minds were all shaken. They stopped here in an attempt to fish it out. Even the great demonic god, Tion, and the earth corpse who hadn't been seen for many days came, appearing in this sea of bitterness. Yi Fan sat on the ancient ship, and he gazed at the bitter sea from far away. His forehead bone shone, and his entire body was dripping with sweat. The life springs of the great ancient emperors weren't something ordinary people could see through. Even though he was at the Saint King realm and had golden blood flowing through his body, Yi Fan still found it extremely strenuous. His eyes were in intense pain, and tears of blood flowed out. He circulated the swordsman formula to recover his injured body, or else even the heavenly eye might collapse. The chaotic energy and lightning interweaved together in his sea of life, creating an extremely terrifying scene. I saw 4 immortal swords. Their killing intent is exceptional, and I can't get close. That kind of peerless aura can destroy everything. Yi Fan's eyes were dripping with blood. Terrifying cracks appeared in his eyes, caused by the murderous intent at the bottom of the sea. His body trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes. He couldn't continue. It really is 4 killing swords. During these 2 days, 3 great sage have already fallen, and 5 others are seriously injured. All of them were caused by the killing swords. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. Hong. Suddenly, the extreme divine might wreaked havoc, and the bitter sea surged. Even the stars in the sky were shaken, and the tremendous pressure made even the great sage feel like he was suffocating. A golden pot emitting a simple and unadorned aura was currently reviving. It swallowed the heaven and earth, and it wanted to collect the 4 killing swords below. The stars in the sky all fell down, and huge waves of hundreds of thousands of li were stirred up. This is. Everyone felt their blood run cold, and they all quickly retreated. This was the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, God's smelting pot, and it belonged to the light race. At this time, even the great sage were trembling. The God's smelting pot was reviving, and this type of pressure made everyone feel despair and terror. They couldn't resist it. Everyone was extremely unwilling. The ancient race wanted to take away the ancient celestial being's weapon and take everything here for themselves. Everyone could only watch helplessly, and they had no way to stop it. Chi. Suddenly, sword chi pierced through the bitter sea and tore apart the cosmos. It directly hacked down many of the great stars in the sky. The 4 killing swords in the sea of life revived, and they slashed out sword radiance that made all living things feel fear. The endless killing intent shook the endless ages. Dang! The god's smelting pot was hacked down, and it released a ringing sound. Its radiance immediately grew dim, and it directly flew outwards, tearing through the sky for hundreds of thousands of li. What? An ancient emperor weapon was hacked flying? Everyone was shocked. The 4 killing swords were all ancient emperor weapons? This was too shocking. There were 4 great emperor weapons here. For killing swords, could it be that the heaven-reaching sect truly exists in this world? Pang Bo's hair and bones trembled as he muttered to himself. Chapter 14:15. Not only was Pang Bo frightened, even Yi Fan was startled. For immortal swords were suppressing the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was truly strange and terrifying. Do the people from the investiture of the gods really exist in this world? Impossible. Pang Bo shook his head. The 4 killing swords' auras were horrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. They rushed over like ferocious beasts from the desolate wastelands. Surging sword energy shot up, splitting the heavens and earth. Many great stars in the sky were hacked down. Black waves overflowed from the sea of bitterness. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of miles, and the stars fell like flying sand and stones. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of tyrannical, this kind of murderous aura could really shock 10,000 regions. It was rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, the great sage and the young supreme beings present had never seen it before. Was this the terrifying scene of a great emperor weapon truly coming back to life? It was too shocking. Even the great sage would be crushed by the sword energy like an ant if he went up. In another world, the smelting god pot was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Azure golden splendor scattered down, making it hazy. It was originally about to completely revive, but in the end, it was sent flying, and its luster became much dimmer. In the sea, an old man appeared and chased after it. He was born with 4 faces, and at this moment, he was continuously coughing out blood. His body was originally full of light, but now, it was trembling, and the halo was receding. This was the light race's great sage Mi-Zhen. He had cultivated for 6,500 years, but now, he was in such a sorry state, almost falling into the sea. After taking out the smelting god pot, he was far enough away to avoid this disaster. If he was near the smelting god pot, he would undoubtedly die and become ashes. How could this be? Mi-Zhen's hair was disheveled and bloodstained, and his face was full of disbelief. He was the grand great sage. He took out the smelting god pot, an ancient emperor weapon that had shaken the world, but it didn't have the desired effect. He was almost shaken to death. The 4 swords were all emperor weapons with peerless power. Even now, their murderous aura made him tremble. No one used the 4 swords, so how could they be more terrifying than the great sage's immortal sacrificial pot? Mi-Zhen stood next to the golden pot and silently adjusted his breathing. Sparkling radiance flickered, and the bloody wounds on his body disappeared. His body slowly recovered. Half an hour later, Mi-Zhen returned to this sea region. Now, everyone was extremely vigilant. He had an emperor weapon on him, so they all had to be on him. The black bitter ocean gradually calmed down and no more stars fell. However, the murderous aura did not completely disappear. It was contained within the sparkling and brilliant life spring. Extreme emperors might, this was an indisputable fact. Moreover, there were 4 emperor swords, leaving everyone shocked. There was a type of passion within their hearts, as well as a deep fear. Everyone has seen it. There is a great emperor weapon in the sea. It cannot be seized by a single person. Why don't we join forces? Mi-Zhen, the great sage of the light race, spoke to everyone. Everyone was startled. Many people's eyes shone with brilliance. Cooperating with someone who possessed an imperial armament was truly too dangerous. Mijin said, "Do not doubt me. I have no evil intentions. Everyone here is a genius. How could my light race dare to offend all of you?" He wanted to work together with the great sage to activate the smelting god pot and revive the four swords. As for how to distribute them, that would be discussed later. Some people were tempted. No matter how powerful the light race was, they wouldn't dare to make all the other races their enemy. Since there was an emperor weapon at the center of the spring, there might be ancient scriptures, other artifacts, and immortal medicines below. Anything nourished by the ancient celestial being's spring would definitely be heaven-defying. The great sage discussed. The young supreme beings hid as far away as they could. If some old man lost his mind and attacked them with an emperor weapon, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they had secret treasures. Even powerful and conceited characters like Golden Snake 4th Langjun, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, and Sanggu kept a low profile. They stood in the distance and watched silently, waiting for the result. "Do you think Tong Tian really exists?" Pang Bo asked. Investiture of the Gods was a demonic novel that couldn't be believed. There was no such person in the true Taoism and ancient China's myths. That was why Pang Bo was conflicted. "No." Yi Fan shook his head and muttered, "There is." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo was astonished. "Let's see how strong those four swords are first," Yi Fan said. He retreated again and again with Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. They didn't want to get involved. "All right. Dao brothers, let's work together. At the very least, we can absorb a portion of the celestial liquid. If we can open this spring, the harvest will be incomparable," Mijin said. After their discussion, four great sage decided to work together with him. The others continued to observe and didn't want to declare their position immediately. It was because those four swords were too powerful. Just now, they revived on their own and sent the azure divine pot flying. This made them feel restraining fear, even a type of fear. There were a few great sage who suspected that there might be living creatures in their sea of life. They might be formidable existences that were controlled by humans. Otherwise, how could they do this? That was why they were extremely cautious. Hong. The smelting god pot revived. It was entirely azure gold in color and dazzling. Streak after streak of immortal feather-like ripples appeared, releasing extreme divine might. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all swaying. It was forged from feather azure gold. The deities inside awakened and emperor energy swirled about. Its power shook the 9 heavens. The mouth of the pot took in and sent out radiance. Chaotic energy appeared and streaks of stellar streams flowed about. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was an emperor weapon that could swallow the cosmos and store stellar streams within. It could refine all things in the world. Just those fluctuations alone made the great sage want to kneel down. This time, the Light Clan's great sage Mijin didn't act arrogantly. He slowly pushed forward, allowing the smelting god pot to gradually revive to its peak and truly awaken the deities. Moreover, he didn't prepare to swallow all 4 killing swords into the pot at once. Instead, he separated them first and targeted one. However, things always exceeded one's expectations. Lightning suddenly rumbled and thunder rumbled. It was as if there were demonic gods howling. A loud honglong sounded. That sea of life was directly cut apart. The 4 immortal swords below were trembling. The murderous aura was extremely strong, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surging sword energy was like smoke signals, as well as tens of thousands of silver streams that descended. They were boundless and wreaked havoc in all directions, taking the initiative to attack the smelting god pot. Everyone's scalps went numb. How were they supposed to defend against this type of power? It really was as if an ancient great emperor had revived. It couldn't be blasphemed against. This left everyone confused. There were no creatures in that life spring's eye, so how could the 4 swords revive and attack on their own? 3 of the 4 great sage that joined in immediately fled. They didn't resist and chose to give up. Only one person and Mijin were left. They operated the divine pot, but they were also flying backwards. Hong. This time, the smelting god pot was hacked by the sword energy. Its entire body erupted with radiance, blocking most of the pressure. However, it still flew backwards. This time, Mijin wasn't that lucky. His entire body was covered in blood, flying out diagonally like a scarecrow. His primordial spirit was almost split in half, his entire body in tatters. The other great sage also coughed out blood. When he saw this situation, he didn't say a word, fleeing for his life, no longer willing to cooperate. It was a failure again. Mijin almost died. If not for his preparations being more ample this time, as well as the endless distance between them and the divine pot, controlling it from a distance, not even bone dregs would have been left. How could it be like this? Mijin said to himself. With someone controlling the smelting god pot, could it not compare to the 4 ownerless killing swords? Pooh! Suddenly, the lower half of his body exploded. Then, the upper half also broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. This type of scene made one's blood run cold. All of the great sage were shocked. When the final light sound rang out, his frontal bone shattered, immortal foundation disintegrated, primordial spirit extinguished, destroyed under a strand of terrifying murderous sword energy. This was overflowing from the smelting god pot. Just now, when the 4 swords hacked over, boundless sword energy poured into the pot. At this time, Mijin approached, so a disaster naturally occurred. These 4 swords are too terrifying. Even the great sage was horrified. Hong. Suddenly, the smelting god pot shone, its entire body resplendent. It flew back on its own, rushing towards the sea of life. Everyone was stupefied, and then they were overjoyed. It was clear that the deity within the divine pot had awakened and was furious. It took the initiative to attack, wanting to determine who was stronger and who was weaker against the 4 killing swords. This place immediately exploded. What sea of suffering, what life spring! None of them could withstand this extreme divine might. Primal chaos lightning danced about, terrifying to the extreme. With a hung-long sound, under this strike, the 10,000 regions of the heavens trembled. Many stars above shattered, and some fell. The sea of suffering's waves rushed into the heavens, smashing into the depths of the cosmos. Chi! A resplendent streak of green-golden light flickered, rushing out of the sea of suffering, tearing apart the void, entering the ancient star domain, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Everyone was shaken. No one knew what kind of great collision happened between the smelting god pot and the celestial being ancient weapon, but everyone saw it retreat in the end. The star domain collapsed. Many great stars were struck down, smashing into the Black Sea. The entire star domain was trembling. Hurry and look, there is an ancient diagram above the 4 killing swords. That is, a formation diagram. So it was like this, the ancient great emperor's formation diagram merged with the 4 killing swords, naturally becoming unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. There was actually a great emperor's formation diagram left behind in this world. It is simply heaven-defying. Could it be that it was that person? I think I might know who it was. The great sage was shaken. The young supreme beings' hearts rose and fell, all of them horrified. There is no heavenly reason, it really is, him? Pang Bo's eyes released a look of disbelief. There is no such person as heaven-reaching master, but it can also be said to be him. Yi Fan shook his head and revealed a strange expression. The original form of heaven-reaching master in the investiture of the gods was the spiritual treasure celestial being of Taoism. Everything here should be related to him. Taoism had the spiritual treasure sect, and the spiritual treasure celestial being was one of the 3 pure ones. He was an ancient celestial being from the mythological era. There were many legends about him in ancient China, and they were deduced by later generations and written into books. It really is heaven-reaching master. Could it be the immortal execution diagram and the 4 swords? Pang Bo's eyes widened. After witnessing the matchless divine might of the 4 swords just now, his blood began to boil. Wrong, you should call him the spiritual treasure celestial being. To be more precise, there is no such person as heaven-reaching master, said Yi Fan. In the distance, the great sage were also discussing. All of their expressions were stirred up, and they were all incomparably shaken. They didn't recognize the four swords, but according to the ancient records, they recognized the formation diagram. It's the spiritual treasure celestial being. Who would have thought that this was his sea of suffering? There is a killing diagram in his life spring. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being was a heaven-warping talent with matchless divine might. He had once refined a divine diagram and used it to achieve the Tao. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, becoming the sole ruler of the heavens and earth. It was rumored that he had also tried to refine weapons. He said that he wanted to forge a killing sword and combine it with the formation diagram. He could use this to become an immortal and fight his way into the immortal domain. During the latter half of his life, all of his energy was invested in this. Legend has it that as long as he forged an ancient celestial being weapon that was compatible with the formation diagram, he would achieve the Tao and become an immortal. Now that the 4 killing swords have appeared and are compatible with the diagram, could it be that he became an immortal? Everyone was shocked. When they thought of this result, their scalps went numb. Impossible, the spiritual treasure celestial being sea of reincarnation is here, proving that he passed away in meditation. His vast and boundless body lies in the cosmos, how could he become an immortal? That might not be the case. Perhaps this is an emperor body shed after becoming an immortal. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being once said that as long as the formation diagram and the celestial being ancient weapon appear together, he could become an immortal. Not a single one of the great sage could remain calm. These 4 killing swords together with the formation diagram represented a terrifying extreme power. The ancient celestial being had placed his hopes on it becoming an immortal. We have to think of a way to seize the immortal punishing formation diagram and the 4 killing swords. Pang Bo's eyes burned with passion as he rubbed his palms together. Chapter 14:16. Yi Fan shook his head, don't randomly name it. There is no such person as heavenly connection. Calling it the formation diagram or the 4-murder sword is more appropriate. How about I change my name to heavenly connection? Pang Bo's eyes shone brilliantly as his blood boiled. He had a desire for the 4 swords and the divine diagram. The formation diagram and killing sword were too powerful. If he obtained them, who would he be afraid of in the future? He and Yi Fan could move unhindered through the heavens and earth. If they encountered the great sage, they could cut them down with one slash. Yi Fan was startled and said, "It is best not to speak carelessly in the ancient celestial being sea of reincarnation." Sword energies surged, rivers of stars fell, and the universe split apart. Great stars exploded and fell from time to time, smashing the black sea of bitterness into the depths of the star domain. Under this sword formation, nothing could stop it. It was as if a great hole had been torn open in hell. Murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, boundless and boundless. Primogenitor Lingbao is too terrifying. No one can take the imperial weapon and formation map that he left behind. Bull Demon King sighed. He had lost a horn during the battle with the ancient corpse of the Shin clan, but it was not a serious injury. Everyone finally understood why the 4 swords were left here and not taken away. It was clearly too difficult, and no one could move them. The tsunami-like sword energies lost their target and finally retracted, stopping at the eye of the life spring. That formation diagram is an illusion and not the true body? Everyone was astonished. There was a great sage who saw the real scene. Yi Fan also opened his heavenly eye. Despite the damage to his eyes, bloody cracks appeared one after another. He shot out 2 brilliant beams of light that reached the center of the sea. The formation diagram was engraved with ancient and mysterious great Tao symbols. It was like the deep cosmos, but it also seemed to be formed by the great Tao itself. It contained the great killing tribulation of the world, making it seem boundlessly terrifying. At this time, the formation diagram became indistinct like an illusion. It imprinted itself in the eye of the life spring before disappearing. It's not real. Wrong, there really is a formation diagram, but it is not here. It only left behind an illusion that can display its divine might at the crucial moment and awaken the four swords. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, their minds became active again. Where was the array diagram? That was the most crucial point. If he obtained it, he might be able to inherit the orthodoxy of the numinous treasure celestial being. At that time, the formation diagram, the four kill swords, and the ancient scriptures would become the strongest divine treasures. The formation diagram is the key. Only by obtaining it can one grasp everything. I wonder where it is buried? Everyone's eyes were burning hot, and they became excited again. The array diagram disappeared, and the four killing swords calmed down. The sea was calm, but if one were to carefully sense or get close, they would still feel the killing intent seeping into their bones. Yi, what do you think about changing my name to Tong Tian? Pang Bo said. Yi Fan pondered and said, this isn't too good. Without this person, don't create it. Why? Pang Bo was puzzled. Yi Fan said, the ancient celestial being and the great emperor were willing to do anything in order to pursue immortality. I'm afraid that something will go wrong in the end. Pang Bo was stunned and said, you think the true body of Tong Tian will appear? I didn't say that. Yi Fan shook his head, but he always felt that this kind of thing was a taboo, and it was better to stay away from it. In the following days, everyone worked hard and thought of all kinds of methods to obtain the four celestial swords, but they all failed. During this period, another great sage fell. He used a trick to create an incarnation, but it still brought about a fatal disaster. It caused his true body to fall as well. This was horrifying. That kind of sword chi was comparable to the attack of an ancient great emperor. In the era without emperors, who could face it head-on? The smelting god pot was sent flying, and no one dared to approach it again. Next, the human Tao protectors, the bull demon king, the ancient evil god, and the others all searched through ancient books and divine canons. They wanted to find some clues and flaws from the historical records. However, the era of legends was too desolate. Not to mention finding a way to restrain it, even the weapons of the ancient celestial being and their names were inauspicious in the books of later generations. They couldn't be listed all of them. It was said that the group Secret of the Nine Secrets was created by the numinous treasure celestial being. It involved divine patterns, Tao marks, talismans, and so on. It could be said that it was the ancestor of the formation, the most powerful killing formation since ancient times. And now, the great sage searched through ancient books and confirmed this saying through all kinds of clues. This was even more of a headache. This meant that without the formation diagram, there was no solution. It was almost impossible to break this killing formation. Even if a great emperor came back to life, he would have a headache for a while. Even if there is no one controlling this killing formation, all the great sage in the universe will be killed. This was the conclusion people came to. They searched through the sea of misery and started from the other springs, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. There was no trace of the formation diagram, and they were close to despair. The four killing swords have been here for countless years, and no one has ever taken them away. There is a reason for this. People could only sigh. The heroes stayed here for half a year, but they didn't make any breakthroughs. They could only sigh and choose to leave. Many people were already on their way. For example, Sangu, the golden snake, Di Tian, and the gold-eating beast. They were very decisive and knew that they couldn't do anything. They immediately killed their way into the depths of the sea of misery, wanting to be the first to reach the other shore. The result was beyond everyone's expectations, including the great sage. They set off from the springs and relied on ancient ships to cross through the void passage many times. The area they crossed was comparable to a huge star field. When they finally reached the other shore, it was a boundless starry sky. It wasn't the dwelling place of the gods at all. From start to finish, they added up to a year, but this was the result. It was hard to believe. Where was the so-called ancient land of life? Everyone was angry. Could this be a scam? Were the ancients playing tricks on the later generations? We can't use common sense to judge this. Since the Sea of Misery is a part of the ancient celestial being's body, could the dwelling place of the gods be the Sea of Misery, the Springs of Life, the Divine Bridge, and the other shore were the four small realms that corresponded to the secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation? If one wanted to cross the sea, they would need to cross the Divine Bridge. It wasn't that no one thought of this. In reality, when the Springs of Life were discovered, there were already people who tried to find the Divine Bridge. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they couldn't see the other shore. After crossing the Black Sea for a year in vain, they finally turned around and thought about it. The Sea of Misery is boundless, turn back to the shore. Damn you! Pang Bo cursed. Everyone turned around and returned. They couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Misery really needed to be turned back and couldn't be crossed to the end. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Too many people died in the Black Sea. Dozens of races sent their experts in, but in the end, they only left behind blood and bones. Without an ancient ship, they couldn't stay for a long time. Regardless of whether it was the Black Sea or this void, they would both weaken one's cultivation and magical power. Only by standing on the ship could they be safe. During these 5 years, Yi Fan diligently cultivated and comprehended the Tao every day. His cultivation improved day by day. There were bloody battles before, and he was even chased by the great sage. However, he made it through those bloody battles. That damned gray flood dragon, that damned toad, and that dog, wait until I become the great sage, I'll skin you all alive. Pang Bo was furious. His entire body was covered in blood. During these few years, the gray flood dragon, golden toad, heavenly dog, and the other ancient beast deities had persevered in their pursuit. They had just escaped from a disaster. During this period of time, Yi Fan and the others had clashed with many young supreme beings and hundreds of races. Many bloody battles had occurred, and they had experienced the baptism of blood. Everyone deduced the trajectory of the Divine Bridge, but they couldn't make it manifest. They needed the gushing of the life spring to construct it and connect it to the other shore. This was the same as the secret realm of the human body. After such a long time, how could the life spring gush out? Now, it was about to dry up. The sea of divine liquid they saw was comparatively speaking. Compared to the vast sea of bitterness, it was insignificant. I'll enter the life spring to take a look. Yi Fan frowned. In the end, he made a decision. He wanted to take the risk and enter the center of the life spring. All right, I'll go with you. We'll first obtain the Zhu Xian formation diagram, then cross the Divine Bridge to reach the other shore, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan firmly shook his head. No, it's too risky. Even though I have the man-faced ghost lantern and know the expiate people scripture to extinguish the murderous intent of the four swords, I've only tested it from the outside. I've never truly entered, so it's full of variables. There shouldn't be a problem. Since it's Tong Tian's sect leader's magical artifact and scripture, it should be able to sense the Zhu Xian four swords he left behind. It won't attack us, Pang Bo said. The only thing Yi Fan could rely on was the spiritual treasure celestial being's Sea of Reincarnation. He had the ancient artifact and a magical scripture, so he felt that he had a certain chance of entering. Black mist rose in spirals above the bitter sea, containing murderous intent. Only at the center, dense mist rose and multicolored light rushed towards the heavens. There was immortal energy rising, dazzling and resplendent. The life spring gurgled like an immortal spring. The sparkling and translucent liquid made people feel as though they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. All the pores and bones in their bodies were moistened, their bodies became light and agile. Their spirits were full and their immortal platforms emitted Tao sounds on their own. Yi Fan chanted the expiate people scripture. A bronze lamp hovered beside him. He got close to the life spring in the center and felt as though his bones were about to collapse and his body was about to be destroyed. The human body and ghost face lamp flickered, and a withered little old man appeared in the wick of the lamp. It was very strange. He sat cross-legged and chanted the expiate people scripture. The flames of the mythological era flourished. At this moment, the murderous intent receded and the feeling of his body about to explode disappeared. Yi Fan was enveloped by the hazy flames as he got closer to the life spring. Above his head was the myriad chi cauldron and in his hand was the green copper piece. His body was draped with the immortal treasure map from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Only then did he enter the life spring accompanied by the ancient lamp. The moment he entered, his pores relaxed and divine energy surged from his body, becoming 10 times stronger. The divine liquid almost drowned out the lamp. It was as though he was about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. In the distance, Pang Bo, Longma and the rest had their hearts in their throats. Seeing that he entered safely and was not killed by the immortal execution 4 swords, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh of relief, indicating to them that there was no need to worry. This human body ghost face lamp had a heaven-defying effect. The murderous intent was still there, but it was not targeted at him. Yi Fan did not dare to drink the life spring of the ancient emperors. This was a good thing, but it might contain killing intent. The light emitted by the ghost face lamp blocked the sparkling and translucent liquid outside. The life spring was filled with dense immortal energy and the sparkling and translucent liquid emitted a sweet fragrance. Yi Fan held onto the ghost face lamp and dived down into the depths, wanting to see what was going on. He saw it, he finally saw it vaguely. There were 4 dark red killing swords at the bottom. Although they were simple and unadorned, they were emitting an exceptional murderous intent. Could it be that I can really take away the 4 swords? Yi Fan's heart was beating rapidly. At this time, he was very far away. Although the murderous intent passed through the ghost light curtain and entered, it did not harm him. This gave birth to a sliver of hope in his heart. Something's not right. There's a cave under the water. Yi Fan was startled. To be more precise, there was a stone mirror that was abnormally polished. Through it, he could see a cave suspended in the center of the life spring. It should be very far from where he was. This was the effect of the formation, or else he would not have been able to see it. It's not that far from the 4 killing swords. What's the connection? Yi Fan observed carefully through the stone mirror. The cave was grand and imposing, just like the ancient watchtower of the celestial court. It was majestic and intimidating, but it was completely silent. This kind of thing appearing in the life spring of the ancient emperors was very strange. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. What kind of person was this, to actually live in this place? It's a monkey. His heart jumped. He changed his angle and saw a monkey through the stone mirror. Its entire body was covered in flickering golden fur, as if it was cast from gold. It was dazzling. Yi Fan was stunned. He almost did not dare to believe his own eyes. Wasn't that the sacred battle ape? It was too similar to the sacred prince and the victorious fighting Buddha. The only difference was that it had 6 ears. Could this be the legendary 6-eared macaque? Yi Fan was shocked. It actually lived in the life spring of the ancient emperors. Chapter 14:17. The divine ape's eyes were closed, and its golden fur was dazzling. It sat on a praying mat without moving an inch, as if it was made of gold. There really was a 6-eared macaque. This made Yi Fan dumbstruck. It was too similar to the sacred prince, and if it was not for the fact that he was born with 6 ears, he would have been mistaken. How strange. How did he get in? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. This was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, and yet this monkey was so heaven-defying that it could reside here. This was not something an ordinary deity could do, and it defied common sense. The formation of the spirit treasure and the 4 killing swords could not be broken. Even great emperor weapons could not break through it. Could it be that he was like me, and also obtained the ancient weapons and runes left behind by the ancient celestial being? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The stone mirror rotated, but it was not stationary. It was floating up and down in the life spring, simple and natural. It flashed past, and the figure of the monkey also disappeared. Yi Fan moved his body, but no matter how he adjusted the angle, he could not see clearly. A chaotic rune flickered, and it almost sealed the mirror. Is he alive, or has he passed away? Yi Fan could not be sure. The creature that looked like a wooden statue was like a stone statue, and it did not move at all. The distance was too far, and he could not make a judgment. The six-eared macaque was a heaven-defying race that had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. To be able to see one today made Yi Fan feel that it was a little unimaginable. He had a bad premonition seeing such a creature in this place. This was an extremely powerful race that could pierce through the heavens. If it was still alive, it would definitely be a great calamity if it jumped out. Yi Fan observed carefully. Although the mirror was blurry, he could still see a bit of the grand atmosphere of the cave that it had formed. There was actually a bit of an immortal's aura, and strands of immortal energy seeped out. It did not seem like a structure that originally existed in the life spring, but was moved here by someone else. Only the 4 immortal swords had the qualifications to be nurtured here. Other treasures could not enter the life spring of the ancient celestial being. Yi Fan took a closer look and indeed found something unusual. The abode of immortals seemed to have been cut off from the celestial mountain and moved here. There were cracks on it. Incredible. It looks like the six-eared macaque really did move his cave abode here and treat this place as a treasured place for immortals to cultivate. At this moment, the primal chaos rune dimmed, and the cave abode finally became a little clearer. Yi Fan hurriedly opened his source-opening heavenly eye to take a closer look. Tao talismans, divine inscriptions, and scriptures. On the inner walls of the cave, there were some places that were densely packed with all kinds of ancient characters. They were mottled and full of the aura of time. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw some characters that belonged to the expiate person scripture. It contained a strange magical power. At the same time, there were some other scriptures, but unfortunately, he could only see bits and pieces of them. This doesn't look like an outsider's residence. It looks like it belongs to the numinous treasure celestial being. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He pondered for a while and came to a rough conclusion. The six-eared macaque had a great fortune and obtained a cave abode of the numinous treasure celestial being. He cut off the whole thing and moved it here. Without a doubt, this Tao field was no small matter. Otherwise, how could it peacefully submerge in the life spring of the ancient celestial being and let the 4 killing swords sense a familiar chi? It should have passed away in meditation. Yi Fan came to this conclusion after observing. The bitter sea had not been peaceful for the past few years, and there was no sign of the six-eared macaque. He felt that it was most likely a corpse. He approached the stone mirror to confirm the cave abode. If he could enter, there might be a great fortune. However, as soon as he got close, he heard a slight trembling sound. The chaotic runes on the stone mirror flickered mysteriously, and the cave abode became even more blurry. Moreover, the 4 ancient swords below were filled with killing intent. Although there was no sound, it was still terrifying. It was obvious that there was a killing intent rushing over. If he did not have a human body and the ghost face lamp, he would most likely be torn to pieces. The killing swords were mysterious and terrifying. They could easily cause rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Even with the numinous treasure celestial being's bronze lamp, I can't get close. It seems that the cave abode is really extraordinary. It was recognized by the 4 swords and is even better than the ancient lamp. At this time, Yi Fan finally saw the 4 swords clearly. On the dark red sword body was the scene of the slaying immortals. A man looked down on the world and the gods. Could this be the numinous treasure celestial being? Yi Fan's mind was shaken. None of the 4 swords had the same pattern. There was the scene of the slaying immortals, the scene of a sea of blood destroying the universe, and the scene of tens of thousands of corpses. A bitter aura covered the heaven and earth. Every killing sword seemed to have devoured the blood of millions and millions of creatures. They were clearly motionless and sunk there, but there was a kind of heaven collapsing and earth-splitting aura being emitted. It was as if the universe was going to collapse. The 4 swords represented destruction. Moreover, Yi Fan realized that they were one entity. There was only one deity born in the four sword bodies. Strictly speaking, this was only an emperor weapon. Only when they were united could they be unrivaled under the heavens. Once they were separated, their power would most likely decrease. However, there was no one in this world that could separate them. The appearance of the formation was comparable to the revival of an ancient emperor. He was personally leading the killing swords. With the four swords in the formation, I might really be unrivaled under the heavens, but it will be difficult to obtain. Yi Fan frowned. He chanted the expiate person scripture and held the human body devil face lamp in his hand. He sat cross-legged within the life spring and emptied his mind. He tried to communicate with the four killing swords and obtain their approval. However, the four swords were like the ocean abyss, deep and unfathomable. The bloody scene of the slaying immortals seemed to have reappeared in reality. It turned into a wave of pressure that forced Yi Fan to retreat. This won't do. The killing intent of these four immortal swords is too strong. There is no one in this world that can control them. I need the formation diagram to take them away. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He didn't continue to take the risk. He avoided the four swords and dove downwards. At the bottom should be the ancient celestial being's life wheel. It was sparkling and shining, and its surface was covered densely with countless cracks. It couldn't be approached, and there was a great pressure coming from it. Yi Fan was truly shocked. Every year he lived, a crack would appear on the life wheel like the rings of a tree. After such a long period of time, why was it still shining and not collapsing? He had a horrified feeling. The numinous treasure celestial being left behind the expiate person scripture because he foresaw something. He might be able to suppress the corpse calamity, so it was definitely an expert of this path. And now, his sea of reincarnation still hadn't completely collapsed. This made people feel that something was wrong. The greatest corpse calamity better not be him. Yi Fan's expression was uncertain. He flipped through the ancient texts. According to what the great sage said, once the numinous treasure celestial being forged an emperor weapon and the formation diagram harmonized, he would ascend to immortality. However, this wasn't the case. Yi Fan was sure that the numinous treasure celestial being definitely lived for more than one era. The traces on the wheel C far exceeded 10 to 20,000 years. It wasn't the short lifespan of the ancient celestial being. Since he couldn't get close, he could only retreat and search for the life springs, but he couldn't find anything else. The strangest thing was that the cave dwelling used to have a six-eared macaque. Now, he couldn't enter, which made him feel helpless. Yi Fan collected a cauldron of life spring divine liquid and rushed out of the water with a splash. He looked around and saw that no one was there. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another sea of bitterness. Where's Pang Bo? Where did Longma and the others go? Yi Fan was puzzled. They hadn't been separated for long, but the group had disappeared. There were some fluctuations left behind here. He sensed them carefully and then opened his eyes in anger. Two beams of cold light shot out and he said, "It's the golden toad, the grey flood dragon, and the heavenly hound again. They've gone too far." It had to be said that the three ancient beasts' spiritual senses were very sharp. They sensed that the group had secret treasures on them and stared at them like the golden snake fourth Langjun. Especially once, when Pang Bo was researching the demon emperor ruler, they sensed a wisp of chi activity and became suspicious. Since then, they chased after them, swearing to steal the treasure. The celestial ruler was broken into 5 pieces, and the deity inside was destroyed. All that was left was instinct. Although 2 pieces belonged to Pang Bo, he couldn't use them wantonly, or else he would hurt himself and others. An hour later, Yi Fan found them. Every one of them was covered in blood. Half of Pang Bo's body was exposed, and he almost died. The 9-tailed crocodrogon only had 2 tails left. Its body almost exploded, and blood was dripping everywhere. Longma, the golden lion, and the others weren't much better off. They were all heavily injured. After seeing the grey flood dragon and the golden toad, we immediately crossed the void. In the end, we were ambushed by the heaven-swallowing beast, the golden eater beast, and the golden snake race, Pang Bo said. It was difficult for others to open the realm gate in the sea, but they weren't. This was because they had the Void Emperor's chessboard formation. Yi Fan studied it carefully. He had more or less comprehended it through the Black Emperor's notes and prepared many seats. Pang Bo and the others had just entered when they were sabotaged by the heaven-swallowing beast and the others. The realm gate exploded, and they were almost lost in the dark void. The ancient ship was directly shattered. Our cultivation and magic power are declining. Without the ancient ship, we can't survive in the bitter sea. Longma revealed a worried expression. Boom! A vast fluctuation came. A 3-meter-long gray flood dragon and a mountain-sized golden toad appeared first and chased after them. Gray Loach, Toad, just you wait. I'll stew you sooner or later. Longma said angrily. Yi Fan and the others stepped into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. The great sage's palm force slammed down and smashed through the void. In another sea, Yi Fan took out the cauldron. It was filled with a sparkling liquid. He looked at it carefully and frowned. Fortunately, I didn't drink it. There is killing intent inside. Fortunately, I can refine it out. Wisps of black mist floated up and let out clanging sounds. The life spring liquid was purified. Yi Fan passed it to Pang Bo, Longma, and the others. The effects were immediate. It was truly a life and death situation. They didn't even need to adjust their breathing. The life spring of the ancient celestial being directly healed their injured bodies. It really is a great medicine. Its value is immeasurable. Pang Bo and the 12 saints were all astonished. After drinking this sparkling liquid, their cultivation and magic power recovered. They were no longer suppressed by the bitter sea. Only the life spring of the ancient emperors could dissolve the evil Yin and Great Tao's suppression in the bitter sea. The group was naturally excited. They asked Yi Fan about the results of this trip. What, there's a 6-eared macaque? The black bear saint was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago, one of his ancestors encountered a 6-eared macaque. As the great sage, he was slapped into meat paste by that monkey. Its demonic might was overflowing. As Yi Fan listened to his detailed explanation, he was shocked to discover something. That 6-eared macaque seemed to be moving. There was a small monkey on its shoulder. There was a mountain-like cave abode above its head. It was unknown where it was going. My ancestor only blocked its way in the starry sky. He was slapped into meat paste by that peerless monkey. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression and described the cave abode. The black bear saint was extremely excited. He said angrily, "It is exactly the same as the cave abode described in the ancient books of my race." Everyone was stunned. What a coincidence. That peerless 6-eared macaque actually moved to this place. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if he was an ancient emperor, he should have died by now. All of you, come with me. We will enter the life spring together. That is a good place for cultivation, Yi Fan said. He had the ghost lantern and the expiation scripture, which could protect everyone as they entered together. Cultivating in the life spring of Gu Tianzuan was almost the same as cultivating in the celestial realm. It was the Taoist land that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. They didn't need the ancient ship. They directly entered the life spring. The surroundings were filled with sparkling liquid. Immortal mist rose and divine light shone. Occasionally, the sonorous voice of the great Tao could be heard. They couldn't drink this divine liquid directly. However, they could slowly refine it and integrate it into their bodies. This place is indeed suitable for comprehending the Tao. I just don't know how long we can stay here. Pang Bo was shocked. Here, his forehead bone shone and the Azure Emperor ancient scripture circulated on its own. It was very special. The ghost lantern produced a screen of light, blocking the killing intent and protecting everyone. The expiation scripture rang out continuously. The 4 dark red killing swords below didn't move at all. What a good place. I didn't think I could actually refine divine liquid here. Longma was extremely moved. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the heavens. Because this was the life-spring liquid left behind by ancient emperors. It was sparkling and resplendent. Every drop was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. So much, it was simply unimaginable. The only troublesome thing was that the sword chi within the divine liquid was too terrifying. It needed to be refined 100 times over. Otherwise, there might be a fatal disaster. The divine bridge didn't appear, and there was no way to enter the other shore. Yi Fan planned to stay here for a long time. When he took out 2 items, the eyes of the 12 saints brightened. They revealed incomparably fiery gazes. These were 2 seeds. One of them was only the size of a walnut. Within the divine spring, there was a little violet qilin that was less than 2 inches long. It was vivid and lifelike and contained a powerful life force. It had life and was actually trembling. It wanted to break through the divine spring and rush out, even wanting to escape. This was naturally the seed of the qilin divine medicine. After so many years, Yi Fan never had the chance to plant it because the conditions were too harsh. Meanwhile, the life spring of the present ancient celestial being was simply the best soil for its growth. Yi Fan laid down a formation. Otherwise, he really might have been scared of it escaping. Every single stalk of immortal medicine was unique in this world. They had a spirit and could connect to the heavens. They could fly on their own. The qilin seed that had slept for countless years truly revived here. Everyone could hear the sound of the divine spring cracking and shattering. Then, endless divine multicolored light flew over. It absorbed the essence of the sparkling divine liquid on its own, cutting off the killing intent and continuing its growth. In just half a month, the qilin seed was already the size of a fist. Its roots became thicker and longer, seizing even more life-spring divine liquid. Its growth was quite good. Everyone's eyes became even more fiery. Meanwhile, at this time, the other seed in Yi Fan's hand also underwent a transformation. Ear-splitting Buddhist chants sounded, and a great thunderclap temple appeared behind Yi Fan. It was grand and tall, releasing divine splendor. Chapter 14:18. Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum. The sudden Buddhist shout caused everyone's flesh and blood to tremble, their bones to ring, and their ears to ring. Their primordial spirits almost rushed out from their foreheads, and a grand Tao sound rang out from their immortal platforms. The 4 ancient words Great Thunderclap Temple were engraved on the bronze plaque, emitting a supreme divine might that couldn't be blasphemed. The bronze was mottled with rust, but it couldn't hide the aura of great changes. There was an ancient scroll that was yellowed, carrying the will of endless sorrow and desolation. This was actually the Great Thunderclap Temple. It appeared because of the seed in Yi Fan's hand. Although it was just an illusory image, it was as heavy as the heavens, making people feel both respect and fear. The majestic ancient building stood under the setting sun, dyed in a layer of golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified amidst the mottled vicissitudes. It could be said that they were personally here. This didn't seem like an illusory image, but rather as if they had truly arrived at Mount Meru, standing in front of the ancient temple, watching the reincarnation of all living beings, watching Buddhas undergo nirvana. The Buddhist shout only rang out 6 times before falling silent, returning to tranquility. There was only a majestic aura, making people involuntarily pay homage to the ancient temple under the golden radiance of the setting sun. Strange, where did you get this seed from? It's related to the methods of those monks. The golden lion, heavenly scorpion, and the others were all anxious. On this ancient path, Amitabha's methods were still being passed down. Everyone respected them from afar, not wanting to have any karma with the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the seed of another Buddha, Yi Fan said. This was the Bodhi seed he obtained in front of the Great Thunderclap Temple on ancient Mars star. It had accompanied him for many years and was greatly beneficial to comprehending the Tao. Now, there was actually a phenomenon here. Shakyamuni. Golden Cicada's master. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was because they had heard of that young holy monk's name in recent years. His magical force was heaven-reaching, traversing the ancient paths of various races, suppressing the crowd. Even now, he had never tasted defeat, unmatched under the heavens. When the Black Bear Saint and the others heard the process of Yi Fan obtaining the Bodhi seed, they were all stunned. An old tree turned into ashes, only producing a single fruit. This was clearly undergoing nirvana. This is a Buddhist undying immortal medicine, previously grasped by the Amitabha Buddha, previously planted on Mount Shumi, and then drifted to the other side's ancient star. One of the 12 saints said. He knew all of the undying divine medicines in this world, and with a single look at this seed, he knew that it was definitely formed from that ancient tree. There might be millions of Bodhi trees, but the true primogenitor tree, the undying immortal medicine, only existed in the Buddhist sect. Yi Fan pondered and said, there are too many strange things about it. This was the Amitabha Buddha's undying immortal medicine that appeared on ancient Mars. It had previously been grasped by the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, the entire ancient tree underwent rebirth, and the seed was taken away by him. This is a type of undying immortal medicine, there is no reason for Shakyamuni to abandon it. Yi Fan was confused, his mind full of questions. Could it be that Shakyamuni was really the devil's shell of Amitabha and was opposed to it? That was why he abandoned the ancient Bodhi tree and walked a different path from the orthodox Buddhism? Or could it be that the ancient Bodhi tree underwent rebirth, temporarily unable to be brought away, needing to be left behind in ancient Mars star? Or could it be that Shakyamuni and the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor stood against each other, allowing the entire ancient Bodhi tree to undergo rebirth, erasing all of its past to be reborn into a new immortal medicine? Yi Fan was greatly troubled, thinking of many things. The Buddhist sect pays the most attention to karma, absolutely cannot provoke them. One of my ancestors was converted by the Buddhist sect. The Golden Lion said. There was once an old lion whose achievements were unmatched, ranked in the quasi-emperor realm. It was only because he cultivated a type of Buddhist divine ability that he mysteriously converted to this sect. That was a supreme heavenly talent from my clan, yet in the end, he still resolutely entered ancient Amitabha star domain, paying his respects to the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor. The two had never met before. The Golden Lion said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Buddhist sect's divine abilities were just too strange, even a quasi-emperor was converted, becoming a famous supreme protector. Everyone knew that it was most likely the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor's doing. Otherwise, there was no way that old Golden Lion would step into the other side, becoming respectful even though they had never met. The Buddhist sect has 9 great sect protecting magical imprints. Don't tell me that the fearless lion imprint was created by your ancestor? Pang Bo asked. Precisely. The Golden Lion replied. When everyone heard this, they sucked in another breath of cold air. This really was terrifying. That old lion left behind a glorious page in the history of cultivation, yet it was actually converted. Yi Zi, this thing is a bit strange. It seems like we cannot touch it. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. The Golden Lion and Black Bear Saint both agreed. The Buddhist sect's waters were too deep, they couldn't produce karma with them. Otherwise, they would definitely fall deeply into it in the future. Yi Fan said to himself, so many years have passed. The Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor has long passed away in meditation. He shouldn't be living in this world. But don't forget that there is still the Shakyamuni Buddha. He is equally unfathomable. Don't be schemed against by him. Pang Bo solemnly reminded. Yi Fan opened his palm, and the Bodhi seed appeared in the center of his palm. Its surface was densely covered with patterns, as if it was born naturally. There was a set of patterns on it, and it was Yi Fan himself. Back then, it was originally a statue of the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, it was refined by Yi Fan and nurtured with great care. In the end, it became him. Now, he clearly felt that something was wrong. What had changed was only the outer shell. The Bodhi seed still contained the Buddhist truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a thunderous sound appearing now. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The great thunderclap temple gradually went into the distance, and a battle between divine dynasties appeared. It was like a battle between ancient deities. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. This was the phantom he saw when he returned to ancient Mars. Mars had a sea eye that had buried too many saints. The ancient crocodile suppressed by the Shakyamuni Buddha had wanted to go in and steal the immortal treasure. Not only did Yi Fan encounter the ancient crocodile there, but he also saw the sea eye that swallowed up everything in the ancient planet. That was the remains of a battle between deities, and it was suspected that ancient saint emperors had participated in it. Oh, could it be that I'm overthinking things? The reason why the ancient Bodhi tree was left there was only to suppress the burial ground of ancient Mars? Yi Fan muttered to himself. What Amitabha Buddha? What Shakyamuni Buddha? Can they bite me? Since I've obtained this immortal medicine seed, how can I return it? I'm taking it. Longma had a ruffian appearance. How could he spit out such a good thing after obtaining it? This was the principle he had learned from the Black Emperor. Kacha. Right at this time, the Bodhi seed cracked apart, producing a tender sprout. There was a type of supreme life essence that seeped out, making everyone feel as if they were about to ascend. Their bodies shone as well. The Bodhi seed has shattered, and the seed is about to sprout. Was this the undying divine medicine? It contained an undying aura. That type of life essence was too powerful, and it could definitely recreate life. No wonder the ancient great emperors could live a second life. Only at this moment did it reach perfection, successfully undergoing rebirth. Just like the Chilan divine medicine seed, it can grow again. Everyone sighed. This was a type of undying divine medicine, and now, it had obtained new life, about to grow into a divine tree. The Chilan divine medicine and Bodhi seed both underwent rebirth because of the mother stalk's calamity. Now, they both obtained new life. These are two stalks of divine medicine. What does this mean? Longma's saliva flowed down, almost forming a small river. Within the formation, the Chilan divine medicine had already produced roots and produced a pair of leaves. Its entire body was purple, flickering with multicolored light. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was the size of a palm. The Chilan appearance was currently transforming into a root. In the future, the fruit it produced would become a Chilan shape. In addition, the brilliant purple leaves also had Chilan patterns, mysterious and unfathomable. There is a type of will contained within. Pang Bo stared at the Chilan ancient medicine. What archaic divine medicine? Strictly speaking, this type of immortal medicine already existed as early as the legendary era. Anyone in this world would die, and only the undying divine medicine could exist forever. During this period of time, only they could truly live forever. Every stalk of divine medicine has its own will, or else they wouldn't be able to fly into the sky and escape into the earth, choose the soil to live in, and even more so not undergo rebirth. Yi Fan said. Seriously speaking, the undying divine medicine was a living piece of ancient history. Who could have lived longer than them? Moreover, because they had followed ancient great emperors, they definitely grasped heaven's shocking secrets. Everyone here was naturally moved. Since it revived and was no longer lifeless, they could now explore it. However, when Yi Fan's divine sense entered the Chilan divine medicine, it only trembled timidly, at a loss. It didn't have any memories of the archaic era at all. Right, it underwent rebirth, severing its connection with the past. This is its other life, so it naturally wouldn't remember the past. Yi Fan sighed softly, full of regret. Otherwise, they might be able to pry into the secrets of ancient great emperors, archaic emperors, and even the legendary era. Ancient medicines have lived since the legendary era, truly living for a long time in this world. The ancient great emperors all had a type of immortal medicine that accompanied them. Could it be that they saw the greatest opportunity to become an immortal? Since the ancient times, almost every great emperor had an undying medicine. This was enough to prove one thing, and that was that they were too important. They contained the secrets of long life. There are rumors in this world that undying medicines are related to immortals. If one can pry into them, they might be able to enter the immortal domain. The origins of the 12 saints weren't small. Their ancestors were all archaic species, so they knew many things. Something's not right. This Bodhi tree has another type of indistinct will. Yi Fan's expression changed. He finished exploring the Qilin ancient medicine, and then he went to explore the seed that had just sprouted. It was just a strand, extremely indistinct, but it couldn't be erased. It was about to become one with the Bodhi seed. Yi Fan thought to himself. No wonder the Great Thunderclap Temple and others would appear. It was definitely this weak strand of will that was stirring up mischief. Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others also explored it. Their expressions all changed. Was this the Shakyamuni Buddha, or was it the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor? It made one shiver with fear. This Bodhi seed wasn't simple. It still belonged to the Buddhist sect, containing their will. This is troublesome. What do we do? Even this greedy fella, Longma, felt a headache. What else can we do? Since it's already like this, then let's completely obtain it and erase that strand of will. Yi Fan said. He sat there cross-legged and used his full strength. However, no matter how many divine abilities he used, he couldn't erase that seemingly weak and indistinct will no matter how hard he tried. This won't do, I can't erase it. I can't erase this strand of will. Pang Bo's forehead was drenched in sweat. He couldn't cut it down even with the Demon Emperor's 9 slashes. As expected, we can't be tainted by the Buddhist sect's things. This might be a huge problem that will provoke great karma in the future. The Golden Lion said. He thought of his own ancestor. Regardless of whether it's the Shakyamuni Buddha or the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor, we can't let it attach itself to it. Yi Fan was also worried that there would be problems in the future. His eyes were cold as he gazed at the 4 dark red killing swords in the depths of the life spring. You are going to. The others were all astonished. Draw these 4 killing swords to erase this strand of will. Yi Fan replied. Using the immortal execution 4 swords to deal with the Buddhist Great Emperor, this is a good idea. However, don't cut us down as well. Pang Bo grinned. Yi Fan resolutely replied, I want to comprehend the Tao under the Bodhi tree and create my own ancient scriptures. I don't wish for an indescribable will to appear and pay attention to everything I do. It must be erased, or else everything I did in the past will be seen through by it. It will become a great disaster sooner or later. Chapter 14:19. The life spring gurgled and the liquid was sparkling and translucent. Dense mist rose and immortal clouds overflowed. This was a place connected to the Tao and could allow people to comprehend the Tao. The surface of the sea was calm and peaceful, but the undercurrent was surging below. Yi Fan was drawing on the strands of murderous intent in the life spring in an attempt to refine the Bodhi seed. The seed had already sprouted and was about an inch tall. It was bright green and fresh like the clouds, but it was overflowing with an ocean-like life essence. It was obviously only an inch tall, but it was so vast and profound that it made people gasp in admiration. The immortal medicine could not be measured with common sense. This won't do, I have to hurry. Yi Fan's expression changed. He discovered a terrifying fact. The extremely weak and indistinct will in the Bodhi seed was actually growing stronger as the seed sprouted. This was a terrifying sign. If the seed turned into a real Bodhi tree, wouldn't that mean that the will inside would truly grow stronger? It was suspected to be the will of Shakyamuni or Amitabha. If it really grew stronger, it would be a disaster for Yi Fan. This was a will of nirvana. First, Yi Fan isolated himself from the surroundings to prevent the essence from being absorbed by the seed to prevent it from quickly growing stronger. He then quickly refined the life spring, but he did not absorb the essence within. Instead, he extracted strands of black mist, which was the aura of the 4 killing swords. The black mist contained a peerless murderous intent. Even though it was only the weakest strands, it was still very terrifying. Yi Fan circulated the army formula and used the Bodhi seed as a piece of divine metal to forge and smelt. He used the murderous intent of the 4 swords as the fire to temper and sharpen it. This was very effective. The will inside the seed seemed to have sensed danger and immediately became more clear-headed. It actually emitted the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver in fear. This is too heaven-defying. Longma and the others were shocked. This will was almost indescribably weak, but it was actually able to emit such terrifying Tao marks. If the master's true body descended, who in this world could stop him? Come and help me. Yi Fan spoke. Without him saying anything, Pang Bo and the 12 saints had already sat down cross-legged to refine the crystal-like life spring. They extracted strands of black mist that were filled with bone-piercing killing intent. Yi Fan carefully guided it. Even the weakest sword chi could not be underestimated, or else it might cause a great disaster, because it was emitted by an emperor weapon. The 4 immortal vanquishing swords are too strong. The killing intent they emit is just right to obliterate this vague will of unknown origin. Pang Bo could not forget the 4 swords, but he did not dare to remove them. He had already recognized the reality. In this world, there was really no one who could shake the 4 killing swords. If he went up, he would die without a doubt. Only by obtaining the diagram could he gain the approval of the 4 swords. This continued for half a month. Although some of the vague will had been worn away, it was still there. In fact, it was even being nourished by the Bodhi and was recovering. Everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. It was clearly extremely weak, not even as strong as an ant's willpower, yet they just couldn't get rid of it. This left everyone deeply horrified. More than once, they wondered how powerful the owner of this will would be if he appeared in person. Could he really be a great emperor? This won't do. We have to use the 4 killing swords, said Yi Fan. Of course, he wasn't rashly provoking the immortal swords. After all, those were terrifying killing weapons that could hack the smelting god pot into the depths of the cosmos. They could easily hack down the sun, moon, and stars. It was too dangerous. Yi Fan held the ghost lantern in his hand and slowly approached the killing swords. He could clearly see the scene of slaughtering immortals on the dark red swords. There was also the diagram of 10,000 corpses crouching on the back of the swords. It made people feel a chill down to their bones. The further they went, the stronger the killing intent became. The black mist they extracted gradually became stronger to obliterate the vague will. In the end, they were completely horrified because the 4 killing swords released a strand of weak sword chi that reached the Bodhi seed. There was a kind of heaven and earth collapsing, and an aura of the universe about to be destroyed rushing over. However, such a terrifying killing intent was actually absorbed by the Bodhi seed. To be more precise, it was resisted by that weak will. This didn't make sense at all. There is definitely something wrong with this seed, and it is a huge problem. Pang Bo felt a chill run down his back. The 4 swords were filled with killing intent. Although it was only a weak strand that flowed over, it didn't immediately destroy the will. This already explained the problem. This kind of will accompanied them all year round, and it was definitely a great threat. It was impossible to get rid of it with the power of a Saint King. This was even more serious than they had imagined. Again, Yi Fan moved forward and guided the sword chi over. The 4 dark red killing swords seemed to be coming back to life. He could hear the cries of all living beings and the howls of gods and devils. The bloody scene of slaughtering immortals seemed to have reappeared. The 4 immortal slaying swords are too terrifying. They haven't come back to life and are just sinking there, yet there is such a terrifying scene. Pang Bo sighed and wanted nothing more than to take them into his hands. Wang! A sound came from within the Bodhi seed. Then, Buddhist chants shook the air as if there was a dignified ancient Buddha chanting sutras. Boundless Tao waves spread out. It was clear that this stimulated a strand of killing intent from the 4 swords. The black sword chi that rushed over became a bit thicker, making Longma and the others tremble with fear. A single mishap and their bodies would most likely be wiped out. Yi Fan produced the damaged green cauldron and had everyone hide inside, including himself. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. A grand and imposing ancient building appeared. The great thunderclap temple was so real, and an ancient Shumi mountain appeared, suppressing the endless blue skies. Buddhist chants shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is clearly the weakest strand of indistinct will. How can it be so powerful? The golden lion thought of his ancestors past and felt uneasy. Chong! One of the killing swords released a light cry. A strand of weak multicolored light flew out. That was an unmatched killing force that could cut down the geniuses of the past. This vibrating sound resounded through the heavens, making the great universe seem to tremble. It entered the seed and collided with that indistinct will. A light sound rang through the air. A strand of multicolored mist was destroyed, and the indistinct will vanished like smoke in thin air. It was cut down by a dark red killing sword, becoming a thing of the past. Yi Fan released a breath of relief. He quickly retreated with the ghost lantern in hand. This type of killing intent was too terrifying. Even though he was hiding in the green cauldron, he still felt as if his bones were splitting apart. Even his primordial spirit was about to be killed. One has to understand that the 4 killing swords weren't targeting them, but this type of aura was unbearable. Pangbo sighed and said, "The immortal execution 4 swords are most likely the most powerful killing weapons since ancient times. The bloody immortal execution diagram on the swords shouldn't be real, right?" The moment the strand of will in the Bodhi seed was erased, in a great wasteland in Umitba Star Domain, within an ancient temple submerged in weeds, a stone statue's forehead cracked open with a kacha sound. Meanwhile, on the stone statue's shoulder was a golden vicious bird. It suddenly opened its eyes, the golden pupils even more resplendent than lightning. It actually directly tore apart tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, this was a golden-winged ancient skypeng, but it was only a foot long. It stood on the stone statue's shoulder, glistening and dazzling. It possessed a great aura that could pounce on the sun and moon. Time slipped by, and 3 years passed in a hurry. During this period of time, the sea of bitterness became more and more terrifying, drawing over countless experts. There were several hundred races and several tens of thousands of cultivators. Of course, this was only those who had the qualifications to enter the sea. As for the Black Shore, there were even more. Among them, there were more great sage and young supreme beings than before. This was because people from a vaster star domain had arrived to seize the ancient tree of life and seize the emperor weapon. Experts entered the ancient region of legends in batches. Bloodshed was unavoidable, and it was many times more miserable than before. Fighting over the ancient ship and plundering the secret treasures of various races happened every day. Dark and tragic things played out from time to time. During this period of time, the Grey Flood Dragon Great Sage, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the others all had their eyes gouged out. When they were dealing with a younger generation member, they encountered several great sages from that ancient region and were chased down viciously. They were chased down continuously for 3 years, and blood flowed along the way. During these 3 years, the ancient celestial being's life spring was extremely peaceful. Spiritual essence whirlpools continuously appeared. Those were 2 stalks of divine medicine growing. The Chilan divine medicine surged with purple energy. Its roots were powerful, stabbing into the void and absorbing the essence of the life spring. It produced 9 leaves, and every single one of them was sparkling and translucent like a purple Chilan. It grew to a foot tall in 2 years, and after that, its height never changed again. Only, the spiritual essence it possessed became more and more exuberant, as if a purple divine sea was rising and falling. For an undying medicine to mature, it needed at least several thousand years of time. After the Chilan medicine sprouted out its leaves and branches, it developed an embryonic form, no longer growing crazily. Even if this place was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, it still wouldn't do. It provided the most important growth conditions for the divine medicine, but it still couldn't mature in just a few years. Even if it could be shortened by a bit, it couldn't be too exaggerated. According to their speculations, the most conservative estimate was still several hundred years, and the premise was that these conditions didn't change. The green leaves swayed and rustled. Green light flickered, and strands of great Tao energy descended. The Bodhi tree looked like it was carved out of a piece of jade. Its entire body was green and brilliant. It was a tree that was rumored to reach into the clouds. Right now, it was only in its infancy, and its height was exactly 6 zhang. This was a subtle number. Yi Fan sat under the tree without moving for 3 whole years. He was comprehending the Tao and creating his own method. He wanted to walk a different path. Under the Bodhi tree, a male had his eyes closed. He was as still as a boulder, and there was a special aura around him. Strands of great Tao opportunities seeped out from his body and spread into the distance. The 12 saints were also cultivating under the Bodhi tree, but they didn't stay motionless for 3 years like him. Everyone had great gains, and this was a pure land for comprehending the Tao. Finally, Yi Fan moved, and the sonorous voice of the great Tao rang out from his body. The scriptures rang out on their own, ringing under the Bodhi tree. There was a kind of auspicious scene of attaining the Tao, and all kinds of Tao light danced about. Yi Fan's Luan Sea was emitting immortal splendor, and it extended outwards like a great bell ringing. This was him expanding the Tao, and he was stepping on his own path. Pang Bo, Longma, Scorpio, and the others were shocked. The immortal splendor rose and spread outwards, but it didn't trigger the secret realm of the Tao Palace, and instead extended towards his limbs. The moment Yi Fan opened his eyes, 2 golden bolts of lightning tore through the void. His secret realm of the Sea of Reincarnation turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, and it shone brilliantly like a sun. This was the beginning of all things in the human body, and now, streaks of radiance extended towards his limbs. This place was the source of divine force. Ancient characters appeared one after another on Yi Fan's limbs, and every single one of them seemed to have come from ancient time and space, engraving themselves on the 4 extremities of the human body. The sounds of scriptures rang out incessantly. At first, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise appeared, corresponding to the 4 extremities of the human body. They were refined together, and there was a world-shaking destructive power that was boundlessly terrifying. All types of primal chaos lightning danced about, turning into ancient symbols and engraving themselves on his limbs. His entire being was like a demonic god, his body sparkling and shining, and his thick black hair fluttered about crazily. Then, everything became still. The wildness disappeared, and the sharp divine radiance in his eyes was restrained. Great Tao scriptures appeared, engraving themselves on the 4 extremities of his body. They were densely packed, and then they became one. There was an aura of the greatest simplicity of the great Tao pervading the air. Hong. In the next moment, another change took place. Earth, fire, wind, and water corresponded to the 4 extremities of the human body. Thunder shook the world, and endless primal chaos appeared. This place was like a primitive ancient world. Yi Fan's limbs shook, and wind and thunder stirred about. Scriptures rang out, and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out incessantly. His 4 limbs moved at the same time, as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, about to support this ancient world. Earth, fire, wind, and water swirled about, overlapping with the 4 extremities of the human body. Primal chaos mist became hazy. He supported this world, and it was as if he was opening up a new world. This is his scripture. He didn't enter the Tao Palace, but cultivated the 4 extremities first. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he has already developed this type of profound meaning. Formidable. The 12 saints all sighed in shock. Chapter 14:20. Under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree, earth, fire, wind, and water swirled, merging with the 4 extremes of Yi Fan's body. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, splitting heaven and earth apart. He supported the ancient realm. This was a terrifying process. This type of supreme scene of the Tao made one feel reverence. One could vaguely hear the sounds of sacrifice and worship, as well as the weeping of deities. Tao ripples shook the world, surging like a vast sea, spreading in all directions. With a single glance, the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared before one's eyes. In the heavens above and earth below, only a single person reigned supreme. Under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree, a golden body took form again, releasing undying radiance. All types of irregular scenes appeared behind him, ancient scriptures chanted from within his body, supreme, sacred, and divine. Yi Fan was deriving his own Tao, possessing a type of majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. One couldn't help but want to kowtow and kneel down. Tai Chi, before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, the absolute one. The scriptures were vast, like a silver waterfall from the 9 heavens. Ancient characters erupted with divine radiance from within Yi Fan's body, engraving themselves. His sea of reincarnation scripture reached perfection, transcending. Tai Chi was the source, expanding towards the 4 limbs of the human body, transforming into the 4 extremes. As such, the Tai Chi produced yin and yang produced the 4 images, seizing the natural luck of the heavens. The Tao exists for eternity, endless years, the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, all things transforming. Yi Fan's precious appearance was dignified, like a god or devil standing alone, his golden body imperishable. He comprehended the Tao and method under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree, his black hair thick, eyes like lightning, expanding his body's Tao. Golden symbols flickered on the surface of his body, ancient symbols pulsing one after another, appearing, expanding from the sea of reincarnation to the 4 extremes. This was the process of the creation of all things. The Tao of heaven and earth, using yin and yang to create all things. Before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, a type of primal chaos state. Yi Fan was transforming, the imperishable golden body resplendent, golden blood energy splitting heaven and earth, the surrounding primal chaos surging. He used his arms and legs to support a world. This was in accordance with the Tao and reasoning. Golden symbols appeared one after another, engraved on the surface of his body. They shone brilliantly, releasing undying immortal radiance. It was as if a heavenly deity had descended, requiring all life to bow down in worship. During this entire process, wind and thunder raged while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and it tore apart the sky. Every single bolt of lightning was like a silver river, and it was terrifying to the extreme. This caused the 12 saints to suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan was expounding the Tao, and this kind of scene was horrifying. It didn't seem like a saint king at all, but more like an ancient supreme being expounding the scriptures. It was because all types of scriptures appeared within his body, sounding continuously. Heaven and earth were resonating with them, trembling together. The furnace nourished the 100 scriptures, nurturing the Tao and giving birth to meaning. All types of scripture symbols rang out at the same time, tempering one's body. The scene was astonishing. Yi Fan directly charged at the 4 extremities from the sea of reincarnation. He did not walk through the Tao palaces and did not go against his own Tao. This was an extremely natural process. The ancient sages could become the great sage by focusing on one mystic realm. Their first choice of mystic realm was not necessarily the sea of reincarnation. Some people recited the Taoist palace scriptures, some sat cross-legged on the immortal platform, and some practiced asceticism, evolving the 4 extremities of the human body. Everyone's Tao was different, hence, their choices were different as well. Only until the later generations did the sea of reincarnation enter the Taoist palace, then the 4 extremities, and finally the human body great dragon, transforming into the 9 transformations of the dragon and ascending to the immortal platform. The ancient art and the present life Tao couldn't be said which was stronger or weaker. The only difference was the choice. What was stronger was one's heart and self. Yi Fan's entire body shone with light. Using the sea of reincarnation as the source, he transformed the 4 extremities of good fortune, deriving an invincible Tao. Below the Bodhi tree, 3,000 figures appeared in front of and behind Yi Fan. All of them were him. They were like deities from the 9 heavens, devil sovereigns from the supreme ancient immortal realms, or exiled immortals. The chanting was incomparably grand. The 3,000 figures were either sitting cross-legged or standing in the 9 heavens. All of them were chanting scriptures, resembling the rulers of heaven and earth, as well as ancient supreme beings who split the heavens and earth apart. Such a scene caused one to tremble. The 3,000 of them all had different Dharma images, their might suppressing the 9 heavens and intimidating the 10 earths. The myriad of heavens and realms all felt great fear because of them. Dang! Below the 6 Zhang Bodhi tree, the 3,000 gods and devils were chanting scriptures. Their voices surpassed everything, ultimately converging into a great Tao flood that engulfed the past and present. It was an extremely rare sight. What great bell sounds, what Buddhist chanting, what ancient deities chanting, what exiled immortals praying, what living beings offering sacrifices. All of it was suppressed. The light in Yifan's eyes was deep like the abyss and the sea. The Tao exists forever, endless years have passed. The universe has gone from the limitless to the ultimate, to the transformation of all living things. The ultimate gave birth to the two poles, and the two poles gave birth to the four divisions. Yin and Yang, two energies nourished the four extremes, rotating into golden ancient symbols one after another. They were carved into Yifan's bones and golden flesh, mysterious and unfathomable. The four divisions grew, supporting the heavens and splitting the earth. The four extremities of the human body were like four pillars that supported the heavens, separating heaven and earth, giving birth to 10,000 spirits, creating all living things. At this moment, forget about the inside of the life spring. Even in the vast black sea of bitterness outside, many cultivators could hear the grand chanting. However, they could only hear a very mysterious Tao sound, and it was difficult to understand the meaning of the scripture. In a trance, everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth seemed to be trembling in sync with the pulse of the scripture. Someone is comprehending the Tao, creating a new scripture, comparable to an ancient sage. Who is this person? No, the scripture comes from the life spring of the numinous treasure celestial being. With the four killing swords protecting it, no one can enter. Could it be that the numinous treasure celestial being is preaching the scripture and passing down the laws to the later generations? Many people were bewildered and listened attentively. Within the life spring, the four dark red killing swords were very calm. Because of the scripture, they became much calmer. The killing intent was restrained, making this place even more sacred. The so-called yin and yang had many ways of explaining it. The heaven and earth, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, the four seasons, morning and afternoon, as well as masculinity and femininity, rigidity and gentleness, movement and restraint, everything was divided into yin and yang. During this process, all types of irregular scenes appeared within the sea of reincarnation. The different yin and yang expanded towards the four extremes, and as a result, many four symbols were created. This was a type of Tao transformation, a type of sublimation, self-refinement, and perfection. It allowed the four extremes of the human body to become the most powerful. Great Yang, Great Yin, and Lesser Yang, these four symbols rotated. Yifan's palms touched the blue sky, his feet stepped on the underworld earth, as if he was an ancient deity that created the heavens. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternated. The power of spring nourished everything silently, the power of summer blazed like flames, the power of autumn was full of killing intent, and the power of winter destroyed all things. When the azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and vermilion bird, the four great immortal spirits appeared, it was another type of four symbols. Yifan's hands formed imprints. The dragon and tiger contended for hegemony, the black tortoise expanded the seas, and the vermilion bird crossed 3,000 worlds. This was a type of exceptional offensive power. There were even the four symbols of earth, fire, wind, and water. Those were the creation of heaven and earth. All types of terrifying scenes were difficult to describe with words. At the final moment, everything flowed through his limbs. Yifan's golden meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even the 7 injuries and 8 benefits. Everything within his body was shining. The 4 extremes gradually formed, describing all phenomena. The great Tao rumbled. His bones, meridians, and blood transformed and sublimated. In the end, it was as if he was breaking apart. A drop of blood was a great star, a piece of bone was a stellar domain, and his meridians were stellar rivers. He used the 4 extremes of the human body to create heaven and earth. The outside world surged with primal chaos, while the inside of his body was like a universe. There were stars in the heavens and all things in the 10,000 worlds. The scene was world-shocking. Man and heaven and earth resonated, corresponding with the sun and moon. The information of one body was connected to heaven and earth, corresponding to all things. Yi Fan opened the four extreme secret realms, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. He opened an ancient realm, as if he was going to produce another universe that corresponded to the great heaven and earth. He was wrapped in primal chaos, his entire body shining. A cauldron floated up and down in the primal chaos, sensing his Tao. That was the energy of all things cauldron, advancing together with him, carrying out refinement and transformation. In the distance, the 12 saints were all shaken. Yi Fan's scriptures were too terrifying. This really was a tyrannical and unrivaled Tao. Was a universe evolving and being born? The four extremes supported heaven and earth, possessing the power to split open the heavens. Is this his Tao? It really is too powerful. Pang Bo muttered to himself. Under the Bodhi tree, a golden body shone resplendently. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried as he established his own Tao. His sparkling bones and golden flesh were evolving the stars in the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. He vaguely heard the roars of gods and demons, the worship of all life in the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, right at this moment, an astonishing change happened. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shone brilliantly, tearing apart the universe and heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. He stretched out his 4 limbs, shattering the stars in the heavens and smashing apart great stars one after another. The 10,000 domains all collapsed, and the entire human body universe collapsed. This was a terrifying disaster, a true calamity for the human body universe. It was the end of the world. The resplendent stars exploded one after another, the brilliant silver river was annihilated, and the great universe was shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's bones, blood, meridians, and others were all shattered. Every drop of blood penetrated the void and split apart the universe, as if the Lord of all things was walking towards self-destruction. Yi Zi, what are you doing? Pang Bo shouted. The 12 saints broke out into a cold shiver, and their expressions all changed. They released shouts, wanting to shake Yi Fan's primordial spirit awake. Doing this was self-destruction, and they felt that he had gone mad. Yi Fan ignored them and continued to shake the 4 extremes. He was breaking apart inch by inch, which also meant that the human body universe had completely collapsed, and the 10,000 domains no longer existed. Wake up! Pang Bo, Longma, and the other 12 saints shouted together, wanting to wake him up. I'm fine. Yi Fan only spoke these 3 words. His sparkling white bones, golden flesh, and other parts moved rhythmically, releasing rumbling sounds. He began to reform, becoming even more powerful. What is going on? They didn't understand, all of them extremely worried. There were many paths in the world, and everyone's path was different. This was Yi Fan's choice. The universe was always there, and he did not want to be the same. There were tens of thousands of creatures in the world, and when they reached the extreme, most of them would choose to take human form. This in itself illustrated a type of problem. This world didn't know the past, didn't know the future, who could say that it would always exist? If this world came to an end and changed to another great cosmos, would this order still be applicable? In this world, Yi Fan did not believe in an afterlife. He did not care about the past. He only respected himself in this life. He was invincible. That was why he did not imitate the universe. He only refined himself into one body. That was who he was. That was why he shattered the great stars, broke apart the human body universe, allowing his bones, meridians, and blood to regenerate, only forming a single self. He shed away the splendor and returned to his true self, becoming one person, one body, and that was enough. All of the star fragments, orderly immortal multicolored light, and divine chains of natural laws were all integrated into his one body. They were smelted into a furnace, turning into the most powerful of himself. This was his 4 extremes scripture. From the beginning of the 4 divisions, reincarnation to the creation of heaven and earth, and then to returning to one's true self, only forming a human body. On the Bodhi tree, tens of thousands of leaves swayed. The scriptures rang out for thousands of years, and it was unknown who they were being chanted for. The heavens became one, and 100 scriptures appeared. They sang and cried together, illuminating reincarnation. Under the Bodhi tree, there was only Yi Fan himself. Divine light was endless, and tens of thousands of Tao streaked across the heavens. Only his true body was left. Chapter 14:21. The 6-meter Bodhi tree bore the weight of the past and present. The green leaves on the tree were sparkling and translucent. Time flowed by in an instant, as if 100 lifetimes had passed. A lifetime of cultivation, a lifetime of comprehension. In exchange for eternal invincibility, corpses littered the land. The persistence of a moth flying into the flame, the last splendor of the wind. Comprehending unparalleled techniques in the world, yet it could not compare to the passing of time. A lifetime of extreme splendor could not hide the mottled tears of the past. Looking back, the world was silent, unable to find the same age. At this moment, Yi Fan had an illusion, as if he had arrived 10,000 years in the future, standing alone at the peak. There were a few graves, the world was vast and boundless, past one's prime. Looking back, there was only a sigh in the wind. Great enemies turned to ashes, beauties piled on graves, old friends returned to the yellow earth, unable to see anyone again, old acquaintances all silent. This feeling was not good, it made his heart throb, feeling the desolation of the ages. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the sky, shattering the turbid fog and ushering in the flourishing scenery. Was it the moon in the water, or was it standing at the peak of his Tao, gazing at the corner of the future? A mournful song messed up his heart, sad for the autumn, and in the end, there was only boundless desolation. What was going on? Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was startled awake. Why did he see this corner? His body was like a boulder, his heart like still water, how could he see this scene? Boom! Yi Fan's entire body shone, golden symbols engraved one after another on the surface of his body. Many great stars turned to ashes, endless stellar streams destroyed, only this true body left. It was naturally because all of the Tao fruits were refined. The golden flesh and bones moved rhythmically, like a war song, resounding, the endless meridians and acupoints all over his body released golden immortal light, it was dazzling. However, at this time, a vertical eye also split open on his forehead, he vaguely saw reincarnation, it was the scene of the past. Is this the demonic will of the external path? I have never seen it before, but today, I finally see it. Yi Fan murmured, he did not believe what he saw. He did not speak much, starting from the sea of reincarnation until he entered the 4 extreme secret realms, he evolved his own Tao, his own technique, his own beliefs, he was not affected by the outside world. My Tao, my techniques, I am invincible. If you don't believe in the next life, and don't care about the past, how can there be reincarnation? How can you see the miserable scene 10,000 years later? Yi Fan stretched out his 4 limbs, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. He destroyed the demonic thoughts in his heart, severed all the chaotic thoughts, and regained his clarity. This is bad. That might really be a blurry vision of the future, but Yi Fan doesn't believe it. He firmly believes that he is invincible in this life. Longma muttered. Could it be that we were also affected, and that's why we saw the demonic perception illusory scene? Only he himself realized that it was fake, and that's why he wanted to break it? Pang Bo pondered, and had a bad premonition. This is too strange. We have no way to judge, and naturally, we have no way to warn him. Otherwise, we will mislead him. Now, it's us who are at a loss instead, said the Golden Lion. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They all sat cross-legged in the void and asked their hearts for the Tao, wanting to break through the fabrications. You don't have to force it. This is my view, and I don't believe it. You all don't have to sink too deeply into it. Look at it like the snow moon, see it like the cool breeze. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was shaken. They withdrew, standing far enough away. The life spring surged, flowing with brilliant colors. 4 dark red killing swords quietly sank into the spring's eye, condensing a murderous tribulation. We don't have to look too deeply into it. That is Yi Fan's Tao and scenery. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we will forget it after a single glance. Pang Bo said softly. In the end, only the imperishable golden body remained under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree. Everything disappeared. Yi Fan shattered the scenes. His mind was free of thoughts, and he was without worry. The golden multicolored light was restrained. This place became peaceful again. Yi Fan stood alone. The Bodhi tree swayed, and tens of thousands of green leaves fluttered about. It was as if a river flowed into the distance. It's done. Ye's comprehension of the Tao has reached perfection. Pang Bo smiled and said. Longma, the golden lion, and the others also surrounded over. They saw that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state, and the blazing radiance was restrained within his body. They knew that his 3 years of comprehension had ended, and he had truly succeeded. Unexpectedly, the seemingly calm Yi Fan walked forward. As soon as he took 9 steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. The golden multicolored light was brilliant, and it was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan, what happened to you? The group of people were all shocked, and they rushed forward. A cauldron floated up and down, releasing all life source energy. There were even more spirits that appeared, protecting Yi Fan within and stabilizing his injured body. Could it be that his comprehension failed? Pang Bo was shocked, feeling that things weren't looking good. The hearts of the 12 saints also sunk. For cultivators, the most terrifying injury was failing to comprehend the Tao. It would destroy one's foundation, and there was nothing more serious than this. The Tao Yi Fan displayed just now was too terrifying. It shattered the human body and tens of thousands of realms, only leaving behind a true body. It made people feel reverence. However, it was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mishap would result in the destruction of both body and soul. It can't be that he really encountered a calamity, right? Longma muttered. It's nothing serious, you guys don't have to worry. Yi Fan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured, and this made everyone very worried. What exactly happened? Pang Bo asked. The Tao is not complete, and the 4 extreme scripture is still incomplete. This Tao is too tyrannical, and it has injured one's body, Yi Fan said. Everyone came to a sudden realization. What Yi Fan did just now was indeed very tyrannical. He directly destroyed the universe of the human body, and this was not something an ordinary person could do. It could be said that it was really heaven-defying. It would be strange if he came out unscathed. Moreover, he had only entered the Saint King realm for a few years, and it was impossible for him to achieve it in one go. The scripture needed to be perfected, and it would be difficult to complete it in one day. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but when they saw the remnant golden bloodstain at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, they were still a little worried. To be able to injure him, this was definitely not a simple problem. Are you really fine? It's just a Tao injury, it's nothing, Yi Fan said. Tao injury. The Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others were all horrified. This was not a good thing. Tao injuries were the most difficult to treat, and many ancient great sage passed away in meditation like this. Most of the time, it could even be said that there was no cure. Don't worry, it's just a scar, it's nothing. Back then, I was not tolerated by the great Tao, and it was much more serious than today, Yi Fan said. Beside him, there were traces of electricity faintly discernible, entering the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was a sign that the heavenly tribulation was coming. You're going through the tribulation? Today, I comprehended the Tao, and suffered some injuries. I'm going to cleanse myself in the sea of thunder tribulation, and maybe I can mend that scar, Yi Fan said. Whether it was the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodragon, or the 12 saints, they were all a little speechless. Others were afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but he wanted to go through it to increase his cultivation level and recover his injured body. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the others carefully examined the 4 killing swords, and after confirming that they could not be taken away, they then approached the cave with the 6-eared macaque, but they also failed, and could only sigh. Everyone took out their instruments to store the life spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. This was a great medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it was very useful for cultivators. The group left the life spring and flew to the surface of the sea. Others needed ancient ships to sail on the sea, but now, they did not have to worry at all. Because there was a large amount of the ancient celestial being divine liquid, it just happened to be able to withstand the black sea of bitterness. In these 3 years, they did not come out into the world. The outside world was changing, and too many people died. Corpses could often be seen in the black sea of bitterness. "I'm going to undergo the tribulation, you guys be careful," said Yi Fan. The 12 saints nodded and laid down the heaven-deceiving formation left behind by great Emperor Wu Shi. They concealed their tracks and watched Yi Fan undergo the tribulation from the distance without worrying about being discovered. This sea region was very quiet, and normally, no one would pass by. People mainly gathered near the life springs, wanting to seize the ancient celestial being emperor weapons and secret manuals at the heart of the springs. Hung Long. Yi Fan's tribulation was just as he had imagined. It was extremely vast, and it shook all directions. It inevitably attracted the attention of the nearby heroes. Coincidentally, there was also someone undergoing the tribulation in another direction. Although they were quite far away, they could feel that the might was not weak. They could vaguely see a golden flood dragon flying across the sky. It was even thicker than a mountain ridge, and it was incomparably terrifying. Longma cursed and snuck over. He wanted to see just who was undergoing the tribulation. Since the commotion was so great, it was definitely a peak expert. A golden flood dragon with a bit of the aura of a true dragon. This is an emperor race among flood dragons. I wonder which ancient domain it came from. They didn't dare to get too close, because there were several other powerful creatures protecting the golden flood dragon race Saint King. They were paying close attention and guarding that area. Hung Long. Suddenly, deafening thunder sounds could be heard from another direction. The heavenly tribulation was incomparably vast. They discovered that a third party was undergoing the tribulation, and there were experts protecting them as well. Something isn't right. How could there be such a coincidence? Why are all of them facing the tribulation at the same time? Pang Bo felt that it was strange. One of the 12 saints turned into lightning and flew into the distance to understand the situation. Not long after, he returned with astonishing news. It turned out that the various clans had discussed to let those who were about to break through undergo the tribulation in the Sea of Bitterness. They would break through the Black Sea and activate the ancient celestial being's life wheel, causing the life springs to erupt and gush out. Through this, they would construct a divine bridge that would lead them to the other shore. This is a bold idea, and it is a bit groundbreaking. Pang Bo sighed and said. In the past half a month, more than 10 people had already undergone the tribulation. They all wanted to stir up great waves and make the life springs under the Sea of Bitterness gush out, but none of them were able to construct a divine bridge. Hung Long. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was unparalleled. At his level, no one could suppress it. It was too vast, and as he proceeded, it attracted the attention of all directions. Because they were too far away, people didn't understand the situation and couldn't accurately judge the heavenly tribulation. Many people hurried over. What is he? Everyone was shocked. Some people recognized Yi Fan. He had disappeared for 3 years, and no one expected that he would return today. He had actually broken through and was undergoing the tribulation here. When these people rushed over, Yi Fan had already completed his tribulation. The myriad Chi cauldron swallowed the tribulation light that filled the sky. Chaotic lightning was engraved on it, making it look simple and imposing. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the greater mystery realm, so no ancient great emperors appeared. Comparatively speaking, Yi Fan passed through it easily. It had been more than 20 years since he reached the first level of the Saint King realm. During this time, Yi Fan had passed through 2 tribulations, and this was the 3rd time. He had passed through 2 levels consecutively, reaching the 5th level of the Saint King realm. When the lightning light disappeared, Yi Fan landed. There were traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. This made Pang Bo, Longma, and the others' hearts sink. Yi, are you alright? Pang Bo asked in shock. This is the first time you've been injured during the tribulation. No, it's the Great Tao injury. You didn't repair that crack? Longma was shocked. I'm fine. This injury can't stop me, said Yi Fan. He wiped the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were clear, and he didn't seem dispirited at all. Is this the human race's saint physique? He was actually injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be called a young supreme? What a joke. Golden Snake's second Lang Jun, didn't you say that he was a strong opponent? He's only a so-so. How disappointing. In the distance, 6 figures approached quickly. They were like celestial rainbows traversing the sky, drawing out dazzling lights. They descended on the sea and stared at Yi Fan and the others. Golden Snake 4th Lang Jun was in the middle. There were 2 other young cultivators that Yi Fan had never seen before. Clearly, they had rushed over from other ancient star regions in the past 3 years. They were all supreme cultivators of their respective regions, and they were the strongest cultivators on their respective ancient paths. One of them was a peacock, but he had turned into a human. He was very powerful, and there was a 5-colored divine light behind him that emitted terrifying fluctuations. The other person had a pagoda in his hand. His true form was a divine fox, and his eyes were cunning. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Golden Snake's second Lang Jun, are you sure that this is the human race's saint physique that you were talking about? He's so weak that he was injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be our enemy? The peacock and the divine fox stood proudly in the field with disdain on their faces. They felt that they had been deceived by second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan. The 4 Lang Juns of the Gold clan were also suspicious. They had never heard of a young supreme cultivator being injured during the tribulation. How could such a person be a strong opponent? Could it be that they had misjudged him before? This was obviously unworthy of his name. A true supreme cultivator wouldn't be injured during the heavenly punishment of such a small realm. Could it be that they had overestimated Yi Fan in the past? Second Lang Jun's eyes turned, and golden multicolored light shot out. He didn't believe it. His physical body had suffered a bit during the battle back then, and the pain was unbearable. Second Lang Jun, I admit that I'm not as good as you, but you've gone too far with this opponent. Let me take action and kill this rare bloodline that you spoke of, said the 5-colored peacock. It was extremely conceited. Second Lang Jun didn't say anything. The 4 golden snakes were all very cold as they stared at Yi Fan, wanting to see what was going on. Chi! The peacock spread its wings, and its feathers shone brilliantly. 5-colored divine light swept out, and it was a fatal blow. It was as heavy as millions and millions of caddies, and it wanted to suppress Yi Fan right away. We are both holy kings, and you dare to fight against me on the 5th small platform? Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumble, he took a step forward. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even though his clothes were stained with golden blood, he was still incomparably dignified. He was like a deity. Someone who was injured even after crossing the tribulation dares to show off against me? What a joke. The 5-colored peacock sneered, and the divine light behind it flourished even more brilliantly as it hacked down. Pung! Yi Fan took action decisively and domineeringly. He stretched out his limbs, and the 4 extremities of his body shone. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and the sea of bitterness overflowed into the heavens. It was as if great stars were going to fall one after another. You! The 5-colored peacock's expression changed. This scene terrified him. Hong! The divine fox suddenly took action, producing an ancient pagoda that turned into 33 layers. It suppressed towards Yi Fan and saved the peacock. This was because he could see that this kind of divine might truly had a kind of unrivaled aura. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Yi Fan streaked past, and his body was like the curve of a dragon as he sliced through the 5-colored divine light. His true body closed in, and he grabbed the 5-colored peacock with his bare hands. With a pu sound, he tore it into 2 halves, and a rain of blood flew everywhere. Ah! The five-colored peacock let out a mournful cry. What is a supreme being? There is only one in this world. Yi Fan said coldly. Then, he waved his arm, and the ancient pagoda that was suppressing him turned back. It trembled violently, and then exploded with a boom. It was no longer under the divine fox's control. The divine fox was overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 14:22. It wasn't that the five-colored peacock wasn't strong, but on the contrary, it rarely had an opponent in the younger generation. It dominated the foreign side, slaughtering all of its competitors on an ancient path, walking over mountains of corpses and bones. Behind it was a sea of blood. Before coming to the mythological ancient path, it was a legend of a region, known to be unrivaled in the younger generation in its star domain. Now, it was torn in half barehandedly by Yi Fan, blood dripping everywhere. It was like an illusion, making everyone feel like it wasn't real. Yi Fan's black hair was thick, scattering down his chest and back. His eyes were deep, releasing strands of cold lightning. He tossed aside the two halves of the corpse, standing at the center of the battlefield like a terrifying demonic god, as if he was looking down on all of the experts on the ancient path. This was a type of intimidation, greatly shaking up everyone's minds. It wasn't that the five-colored peacock wasn't strong. If it truly fought carefully, no one could kill it in a single move. The reason why it was defeated was because it was too careless, and the second reason was that Yi Fan gathered thousands of killing moves into a single move, carrying out a decisive attack, ending the battle quickly. It was just like the old madman back then. If it was the golem holy spirit Ao Mang, he might have exchanged several hundred moves, but in the end, he pressed forward, blowing it up with 3 punches. Today, Yi Fan was like this. He had a type of mountain-devouring aura, feeling like he was the only sovereign. His entire body's golden blood surged, suppressing the clouds, the 4 seas rising and falling because of him. Great black waves reached high into the sky, about to strike down the sun, moon, and stars. He gathered his unrivaled will in that instant, displaying his most powerful attack, killing the five-colored peacock. Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan self-destructed his body's cosmos, blasting apart great stars one after another, making starry rivers collapse one after another. His golden flesh and sparkling white bones recombined, only leaving behind a true body. How could he not be strong? This wasn't a simple physical attack, but rather one that required the body, scripture meanings, secret techniques, and other aspects to harmonize, improving them to the highest level before unleashing a fatal blow. Therefore, as soon as his most powerful true form appeared, his body turned into the shape of a dragon. He cut open the sky and earth and tore apart the undefeatable peacock. Blood rained down, allowing him to fulfill the supreme prestige of the human race's divine physique. This battle was only the first battle. It was the prelude to Yi Fan's great battle against the young paragons of the present age. He was going to establish the reputation of a paragon. There was only one person in the world who could have such a title. From this day forth, the various great ancient regions would begin to move, and the title of the most powerful would slowly change. This battle would be the fuse of a great storm in the future. The divine fox revealed a look of astonishment. The pagoda he had summoned had been blocked and shattered by Yi Fan's arm. Naturally, he was shocked. How powerful was Yi Fan's combat prowess to be able to do this so easily? This was a god fiend. The most important thing was that the five-colored peacock, which was as powerful as the divine fox, had been killed on the spot. This made his scalp go numb. The divine fox thought back to what they had said just now. They thought that this person had been injured during the tribulation and that his reputation was undeserved. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. In the end, it was all their own fault. The divine fox's eyes were cunning. With a flash, he quickly retreated behind the golden snake fourth Langjun. He did not want to become the butcher knife of the 4 golden bodies and become cannon fodder. However, he had underestimated Yi Fan's speed and even more so, his determination to kill him. He also underestimated Yi Fan's invincible spirit. He charged straight at the golden snake fourth Langjun. The divine fox was shocked. Yi Fan had moved later, but he had arrived before him. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the way between him and the golden snake fourth Langjun. How much courage did he have to have dared to make such a move? He had his back to the 4 strongest Langjuns of the golden snake race and was blocking the divine fox. This was equivalent to being surrounded. Yi Fan walked like a dragon or a tiger. As he raised his hand, the sun and moon rotated, and many great stars twinkled. It was as if a celestial being was on a journey. He deeply shocked the divine fox. He turned around and left. Although he had 4 strong reinforcements not far away, he could not face Yi Fan's invincible aura. This aura made him tremble, and he lost the will to fight. This was true invincible might. It had cultivated a great momentum. Yi Fan had not even killed the divine fox yet, but he had already intimidated the enemy and disintegrated their faith. In a sense, this kind of momentum was even harder to cultivate than true combat power. It required a high degree of integration of essence, spirit, and spirit. It had to be raised to the peak and release the original majesty to achieve this. Yi Fan had a belief that he would win and an invincible will. Facing so many enemies, he charged in alone. He was fearless even when facing thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the heroes. It was this kind of invincible momentum that caused the divine fox to break down and flee for his life. He lost his normal heart, and this was also the reason why he was doomed to die. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than Yi Fan? Leaving the golden snake fourth Langjun was speeding up his death. Behind him, the 4 golden snakes were furious. Yi Fan charged in alone. This kind of arrogant and invincible momentum did not intimidate them. Instead, it made their blood boil and their anger soar. This was a humiliation to them. He was just one person, and yet he dared to treat the 4 great supreme beings like this. No one in the world dared to do this. You're not the only one going through the tribulation. We also went through the tribulation half a month ago. Today, we'll take your life. The golden snake's second Langjun was the first to give chase. He had seen through the trick. In a battle of the same level, no one in the world could kill the Peacock King in one strike. That was the embodiment of Yi Fan's strongest move. No. At this moment, the divine fox's terrified cry came from ahead. This was because Yi Fan had caught up to him and forced him into a dead end. He also came to his senses. How could he escape? The stronger the enemy was, the more he should delay him and let the golden snake fourth Langjun fight for his life. Otherwise, there would be no solution for him in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's body shone with treasured light. This time, his divine form was not as simple as the dragon-shaped curve. Instead, it turned into a golden Tai Chi celestial diagram. Moreover, the phenomenon was displayed to its fullest. It was as if 3,000 gods and demons were chanting sutras, and all of them rushed over. The divine fox paled in shock. This kind of might, this kind of combat prowess, this kind of boldness, who could resist it? It was the strongest attack again. He wanted to take his life in one move. The divine fox was naturally unwilling to give up. He didn't want to fight to the death and hoped to stall for time. The lesson from the past made him terrified. He was afraid that his blood would splatter in the void and he would die on the spot. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. The Xing formula was extremely fast and stuck to his body. They were already several meters apart, but now it was as if the 2 of them were glued together and couldn't be separated. It wasn't that there weren't people who could fight with the human race's divine physique. For example, there were people with the tyrant ether blood in their bodies. However, there were very few of them, and the divine fox was obviously not among them. One of his arms was grabbed by Yi Fan. With a gabbing sound, scarlet blood splashed in all directions. It was torn off on the spot. The divine fox cried out loudly. His spirit was suppressed and he lost his sense of propriety. It could be said that one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. He had reached this step, and it was as if he had stepped onto the path of destruction himself. He felt fear in his heart and was intimidated by Yi Fan. He couldn't truly fight. In reality, it was rare to see someone who could become a supreme expert on an ancient path like this. Of course, this also proved how terrifying Yi Fan's unrivaled power was. It made his enemies feel fear, and even if they told others, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. "Let me go, and I will definitely repay you with my life," the divine fox cried out. His eyes were filled with fear. "Are you sure you can do what you say?" Yi Fan released a shout, directly shaking the divine fox's primordial spirit. There was no place for him to hide his thoughts, and they were all revealed. "Ah, no!" the divine fox cried out in fear. He knew that he was finished. The thoughts at the bottom of his heart had been seen through. There was no way for him to live. Hiding malicious intentions, wanting to take my life in the future. Crafty and sinister. "I can't let you live." Yi Fan slapped down with a flip of his hand. The divine fox's head instantly shattered, and fresh blood and pale brain matter splattered in all directions. His primordial spirit turned into ashes. In the distance, many people were stunned when they saw this scene. That was a supreme expert on an ancient path, yet in front of Yi Fan, he was like a little chick. He was directly slapped to death. Rumble. In the distance, the sounds of tribulation rang out unceasingly. There were a few others who were undergoing tribulation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, causing the sea of bitterness to surge violently. The sound of thunder rang out unceasingly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All of this was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan turned around and faced off against the Golden Snake Clan's Lang Jun. They were about to fight. "Long Worm, don't try to bully the weak with numbers. Grandpa Pang is here, come and receive your death." Pang Bo rushed over. His bronze-colored skin erupted with precious splendor as he blocked the Golden Snake Clan's supreme expert. "With me here, I won't tolerate your impudence." Longma had a look of disdain on his face. He turned around and whistled. The 12 saints all surrounded him. Clang! Not far away, the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun spat out an immortal radiance. It was a snake sword that was nurtured from millions of corpses. It was said to be able to slay immortals and punish gods. This was a golden evil sword that was refined from the blood, bones, and soul flames of millions of creatures. It could be said that it possessed boundless evil energy. It was a sword of killing tribulation. As long as it struck the enemy, even if it was only a small cut, it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. This sword was extremely evil and evil. In order to fulfill its purpose, Golden Snake Erlang had killed all the clansmen of the ape god's bloodline on the other ancient road. He had purged them all with their blood and used them to refine the sword's blood, bones and soul fire. The Golden Snake Lang Jun didn't move. Even though Yi Fan was so powerful, he didn't rush to make a move. He only coldly watched. The third Lang Jun was blocked by Pang Bo, while the fourth Lang Jun was being led by Longma to engage in a one-on-one battle. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The entire black ocean exploded and surged into the cosmos. Some of the great stars were directly struck down. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Many experts were submerged in the black waves. Some of them relied on secret treasures to rush out and escape death. What happened? Everyone was shocked. The waves rolled into the sky. One after another, stars fell like flying sand and stones, or exploded in the void. Under the black sea of bitterness, a terrifying divine light appeared. It rushed into the sky and turned into a divine bridge that rushed into the distance, reaching the other shore. Everyone was stupefied. The appearance of the divine bridge was something they were all hoping for, yet they had never been able to witness such a magnificent scene. The world changed drastically. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and the springs of life gushed. Not only the 9 springs, but an even larger area turned into divine liquid. They merged into one, forming a divine bridge that connected to the heavens and entered the other shore of the gods. There were people who passed the tribulations in the past few days. Even the great sage and the others bombarded the Sea of Bitterness. Although they were insignificant compared to the Sea of Bitterness, like a few mosquitoes flying around, they still woke up the giant. Crossed the divine bridge and reached the other shore of the gods. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He called for Pang Bo, Longma, and the other 12 saints. They couldn't fall behind at this time. Who knew how long the divine bridge could last? Yi Fan used the army formula and brought everyone over. In addition, he used his supreme magical power to block the golden snake's second Langjuan's path of return, not allowing him to leave. Rumble. Waves rushed into the sky. The construction process of the divine bridge was too terrifying. It directly sent everyone flying. Everyone used all their strength to fly up and stood on the bright and boundless divine bridge. Great waves rushed into the sky. This didn't seem like crossing the bridge at all. Instead, it was like being swept by the divine waves and directly hit the other shore. This was an unknown void. Everyone stood on the bright divine bridge. They didn't need to move at all. It was as if they had turned into rainbows and directly flew into the depths of the distant sky region. In an instant, the void door opened. This was another world. It was not the ancient Bitter Sea region at all. They were close to the true shore of the gods. Some people wanted to take the life springs, but it was all for naught. At this time, the light of the life springs had transformed, and it was precisely because of this that the heavenly bridge was formed. It shattered one region and reached the other shore. It passed through the void and crossed an ancient star region. It was unknown how far away it was from the Bitter Sea, but it was not in the same region. Everyone came to a sudden realization, and then they were indescribably shaken. Crossing the Sea of Bitterness to reach the dwelling of the gods was not to cross the tangible Black Sea, but to directly reach the celestial court. Wang. On the divine bridge, the golden snake's second Langjun was fighting fiercely with Yi Fan. He felt that something was wrong because he was separated from the other 3 supreme beings of the golden snake race. He was the only one left. Chapter 14:23. The vast starry sky was pierced through by a divine bridge. It crossed 2 regions and reached the shore of the gods. This was an incredible scene. The grand divine bridge crossed over the ancient region. Great stars were like dust in front of it. It was horrifying, and anyone who saw it would be horrified and shaken. Countless cultivators strived to cross the Sea of Bitterness, but in the end of the Sea of Bitterness was not the other shore that they were searching for. They needed to leap into the sky to see another world. Yi Fan and the second Langjun of the golden snake exchanged blows. In a blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. He used his bare hands to fight against the evil sword of the flying serpent. It was as if iron and stone were clashing against each other. Clanging sounds could be heard on the divine bridge. This sword was extremely strange. Even though golden multicolored light shone brilliantly, each time it was brandished, it would release woo-woo sounds. Behind it was a heaven overflowing sea of blood, mountains of corpses rising and falling, the scene terrifying. Yi Fan used his bare hands to block the sword, but there were no wounds on his palms and fingers. This shocked second Langjun. His opponent's physical body was even more terrifying, and it was even stronger than the last time they fought. In the past, this flying serpent sword had killed the 6 brothers of the divine ape bloodline and absorbed several jars of the great sage's blood. It was an extremely evil weapon. But now, Yi Fan was able to fight it with his bare hands, which made second Langjun of the golden snake feel that it was inconceivable. This body made his hair stand on end, and he definitely could not fight it in close combat. The 2 of them fought on the huge divine bridge. Pang Bo, the dragon horse, and the others were not worried. They had enough confidence in Yi Fan. They believed that he had become even stronger after comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. Rumble. The starry sky trembled. The enormous divine bridge was like a beam of light, carrying everyone as they approached an ancient land. There was unexpectedly chaotic energy surging. From the distance, there were 5 great continents that emitted hazy radiance. This was the shore of the gods. We've arrived. We've arrived at the residence of deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel shocked. There was a continent that was incomparably hot, even more resplendent than the sun, releasing scorching radiance. The other continent was a vast ocean where humans couldn't stand. It was the endless marsh country. On the third continent, metal energy surged into the heavens, clanging and ringing. The fourth continent surged with green energy and was filled with vitality. The fifth continent was earthen yellow in color, thick and solid. This was the five elements continent. Everyone was horrified. After careful observation, they discovered that these continents were extremely similar to the five viscera of the human body, just that they were boundless and enormous. So this was the dwelling place of the gods. Many people realized something and realized that the so-called gods were the gods born from the palace of the holy Ji of celestial being. The five viscera of the human body must be referring to them. Five elements energy seeped out, merging together, becoming one, turning into primal chaos. That was why there was chaotic mist swirling about, hazy and indistinct. Above the five continents, there is a huge planet that is brimming with life. The divine bridge approached. Everyone saw the scene here and saw the layout clearly. There was a great star suspended between the five elements, receiving their nourishment and full of vitality. This really was a life-ancient star, moreover incomparably large. It was likely that there were powerful creatures on it, because even from far away, everyone could sense a type of supreme great Tao. Perhaps there was a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. Who could say for sure? At this point, everyone began to suspect that perhaps the gods really did exist. Moreover, it was here, so everyone became excited and excited. The other shore of the gods had an ancient star at the end. How could anyone calm down? Pooh! Second Langjun coughed out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for a long time, he was struck by Yi Fan's golden millstone-like palm. It made his entire body spasm and almost break into two pieces. The opponent's true body was even more powerful than before. He couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The golden snake race was blessed by the heavens. As the descendant of the divine beast flying snake, their reputation was indeed well-deserved. How many people in the same generation could take such a ferocious strike? Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, the flying snake's second Langjun was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. He was truly powerful. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan was even more terrifying. After only 100 moves, he had already gained the upper hand and was almost about to suppress his opponent. The golden snake's second Langjun's face was gloomy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. After only 100 moves, he was already at a disadvantage. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It had always been them who suppressed and killed their enemies. They had never been attacked by such a strong force. Now, everything was reversed, and it was difficult for him to accept. Clang! Yi Fan's golden palm was like a millstone that was rotating. He put his hands together and clamped the flying snake evil sword, making it wail and almost break in half. Boom! The divine bridge connected the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone down. Everyone flew in all directions and landed on this ancient star in different directions. Yi Fan let go, and the evil sword left his control. It had to be said that this sword was very strange and powerful. It hadn't been broken until now. One had to know that Yi Fan could destroy any other Saint King level instrument. This was a vast land. Fortunately, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others didn't get separated. They all fell into an ancient forest and the depths of a majestic mountain range. Long Worm, let's see where you can run to this time. Pang Bo shouted. Longma and the others also surrounded him, cutting off his path to prevent him from escaping. The golden snake's second Langjun's expression was cold. He observed the surrounding terrain and looked at the group of enemies. It would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't heavy. However, he didn't despair. My golden snake clan is blessed by the heavens. I am inferior to others. Today, I will use ancient techniques and secret methods to suppress you. Although he was at a disadvantage just now, he wasn't convinced. The tail of the 3-meter-long golden snake was on the ground. Its whole body was shining with golden light, like a golden pillar planted on the ground. It was glistening and releasing a powerful aura. The flying serpent evil sword floated above his head, releasing strands of chaotic chi. Behind him was a sea of blood mist, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. You always said that you would suppress me. Today, I will make you convinced. I will kill you here. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but there was golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi, are you okay? Pang Bo was shocked. It's just a little Dao injury. It's not a problem. Yi Fan activated the secret character of Zhe. Waves of blood mist rose, and the Dao injury was stabilized. So you have a Dao injury. The golden snake's second Lang Jun finally understood why Yi Fan was covered in golden blood after going through the trial. Whoosh! The 3-meter-long snake turned into a golden divine spear. It was stretched straight and faster than golden lightning. It tore through the void and went straight for Yi Fan's forehead. He was too fast. This was the Flying Snake Clan's natural divine technique. It could fly in the sky and escape the ground. It was the fastest in the world. Yi Fan's body didn't move. When the golden spear was half a foot away from his forehead, he raised his right palm and blocked it. The golden snake's second Lang Jun was shocked. He retreated dozens of meters in an instant. The golden spear flew across the sky and stopped the attack. Next, he became even faster, turning into a golden streak of lightning, surrounding Yi Fan as he attacked, fully displaying his terrifying speed. From afar, one could see many golden shadows stabbing at Yi Fan. It was as if thousands of golden spears were attacking the sacred human body in the center. The mountains were rumbling, and the peaks turned into dust. It was all caused by the surging wind. In fact, neither of them had touched any mountains. Too slow. Just as the golden snake's second Lang Jun was getting more and more confident, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He was hit by Yi Fan's golden fist. Golden scales flew, and blood splashed. He was almost broken in half. You. He was shocked and moved sideways. However, a golden shadow beside him was even faster. It was as if it had been waiting in front of him. Pow! The golden millstone-like palm and fingers moved, making the bones in the golden snake's second Lang Jun's body crackle. He flew out again, golden blood spurting out of his mouth. It was not hard to see the strength of the flying serpent bloodline. It did not break after 2 attacks from Yi Fan, and it still had a strong fighting capacity. But the golden snake's second Lang Jun didn't think so. Instead, he felt cold. This was his strongest speed, but it was not as fast as his opponent. If he couldn't win, he couldn't even escape. Is this your fastest speed? Yi Fan asked calmly. His feet glowed, and the divine pattern appeared. He turned into a beam of light, flashing left and right as he attacked the golden snake's second Lang Jun. In this moment, the golden snake's second Lang Jun was hit 9 times. His body cracked, and his joints cracked. White bones were exposed, and blood splashed. Poof! Golden blood splashed. The golden snake's body was finally broken by Yi Fan. It was broken into dozens of pieces and scattered everywhere. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Be careful. The flying serpent's vitality is very strong, Pang Bo warned. He was not worried, because he had absolute confidence in his opponent's fighting capacity. You have made me angry. The golden snake's second Lang Jun roared. The dozens of golden pieces rushed together, and the flying serpent's sword fused into his body, forming a snake body. He was furious. This was the first time in his life that his snake body had been broken. So what? Yi Fan asked calmly. Snake moves the 9 heavens, the golden snake shouted. The sky rumbled, and the 9 layers of the sky pressed down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This was an ancient technique. The flying serpent became a god, and it stood above the 9 heavens, suppressing everything in the mortal world. The 9 layers of heaven were under its control, and it could destroy all enemies. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted. The mountains and rivers moved, and the sun and moon trembled. As soon as he punched out, the heavens shook. The tyrannical golden color surged up, directly crushing the 9 layers of the sky. Poof! The golden snake's second Langjun flew out, coughing up blood. His face was full of shock and unwillingness. Flying serpent world. He roared out again. Behind him was a golden world. The ancient divine flying serpent appeared. That was a country with endless mountains and rivers. Golden divine snakes were everywhere. This was especially the case at the center. The ancient snake turned over, destroying the sun, moon, and stars. It was enormous beyond compare. That was the flying serpent ancient ancestor that became a god. Hong. Yi Fan displayed the irregular scene. The immortal king, golden sea of bitterness, primal chaos green lotus, and others connected into one. It was like a primal chaos world. Even though it was indistinct, it could still be seen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a human figure. All of the irregular scenes were part of a body. Yi Fan was impervious to all methods. The flying serpent world that second Langjun attacked was disintegrated, and then it collapsed. His irregular scenes merged into one, and the divine might was boundless. It blasted second Langjun into pieces, scattering him in all directions. A rain of blood scattered down. How could it be like this? Second Langjun said to himself after reassembling his body. He was suppressed once again, and he failed again. What other secret techniques and ancient methods do you have? If you think you can defeat me, then feel free to use them. Yi Fan retracted his irregular scenes and calmly stared at him. Second Langjun was in despair. Just how many people of the same level could break through those secret techniques? However, in front of the human race's divine body, they were so useless. Could it be that he could only fight a few hundred rounds against a divine body? He couldn't compete at all. Could it be that he was fated to fall on the Emperor's path and become someone else's dazzling scenery? Flying serpent soul transformation. Second Langjun roared. The 4 words shook the world. His entire body cracked, and it was dazzling. He was actually going to shed his snake skin and transform into an even more powerful divine body. It's useless. Yi Fan took a step forward like golden lightning. His 2 golden palms spread out and directly grabbed the snake's tail. With a forceful tug, the snake's body broke apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! Second Langjun was in complete despair. The other party continuously waited for him to make his moves, breaking them one by one. Moreover, they were all in the domain that he was most proficient in. There was no more cruel blow than this. Chapter 1424. When Yi Fan moved, he was like a great peng spreading its wings, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. When he was quiet, he was like an abyss, possessing a type of great power that overlooked the world. He tossed the 2 halves of the golden snake body onto the ground, not fearing that he would escape at all. He coldly looked down on his opponent. Golden snake second Langjun's Zhang long snake body was cut into 2 halves. Golden blood splashed high into the air. He was in despair. He displayed several of his most powerful ancient techniques, but they were completely defeated, unable to contend against this great enemy. I am unwilling. He wasn't willing to become a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. He had been unrivaled ever since he started cultivating, believing himself to be one of the most powerful individuals of the younger generation, yet today, he was defeated so miserably. Xiao! The 2 halves recombined, turning into a golden snake body. The golden vertebrae released chong-chong sounds. The flying serpent evil sword appeared again, shining resplendently. This sword was dyed with his life blood, its power incomparably great. He was going to carry out a final struggle. Yi Fan's divine form appeared, a dragon-shaped figure at the center. A golden sphere covered his body, and with a hung-long sound, blood energy rushed into the heavens, reaching a type of most powerful state. Dang! He used his fists to shake the sword, striking it several dozen times in succession until the flying serpent evil sword trembled. After the sixth Tao reincarnation fist appeared, the golden fist struck 100 times. In the end, with a hong sound, the sword body exploded, the evil sword turning into pieces. At the same time, a sky-overflowing sea of blood and endless corpses appeared, as if they had arrived in a terrifying foreign land. It was just that abrupt, making one tremble. This was the blood and bones of the flying serpent evil sword after devouring millions of creatures, nurturing an evil embryo, becoming a supreme divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a material object, it was still vivid and lifelike. The flying serpent evil sword had devoured the blood of the great sage, and even more so, it had used the blood of millions of creatures as its foundation, the divine blood of an entire divine ape race as its spirit. Now, it was almost on the verge of becoming the great sage's artifact, yet it was still destroyed, broken under Yi Fan's fist. This strike smashed away all of Golden Snake's second Langjuan's confidence, making him feel as if he was stepping on a 10,000 zhang high peak, falling into a dark abyss, his entire body ice cold. Yi Fan, why haven't you killed him yet to prevent any variables from appearing? You shouldn't be lenient towards your enemies. You should be decisive and severe. The Scorpio Saint said. Pang Bo said, because there are still 3 snakes. Yi Fan wants to figure out the background of this race. In the future, he might even encounter the most terrifying old snake. At the last moment, Golden Snake Langjian's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. He put away all of his dejection, and divine light erupted from between his brows. A corner of the formation diagram flew out, and it flowed with the aura of the great Tao. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and divine might surged violently. This was the flying serpent race's mysterious ancient artifact. Back then, the 4 brothers had used it to fight against the great sage, forcing the Grey Flood Dragon venerable beast into a dangerous situation and almost dying. Even if I can't defeat you, I can kill you. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake roared. His eyes were awe-inspiring. This peerless enemy made him feel despair. Since he couldn't fight back, then he would completely destroy him. This was his crazy desire to destroy Yi Fan in both body and soul. Although the corner of the divine diagram was sealed, it could still release a portion of its power. Strands of ripple-like light waves spread out. It was simply unstoppable. The void collapsed inch by inch. Dang! Suddenly, green light flourished in front of Yi Fan. He took out the damaged green cauldron and used it to block in front of him. When the light waves spread over, they were all blocked. Longma and the others were shocked. The flying serpent race was indeed terrifying. They actually forced Yi Fan to use this great killing weapon. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. The green copper cauldron was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the only divine artifact left in the world of ancient heaven. It didn't take the initiative to attack and had always been focused on defense. What is this? Ancient heaven. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake cried out with a shocked expression. Yi Fan held the green cauldron and moved forward. The light waves couldn't get close to him, so he crashed into the second Langjun of the Golden Snake and the divine diagram. With a rumble, this corner of the ancient formation diagram was incomparably dazzling. It tore apart the void and rushed into the clouds. It actually escaped. The ancestral artifact of the flying serpent race actually flew away. The second Langjun of the Golden Snake turned pale with fright. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a vast wasteland, ancient trees towered into the sky. Apes cried and tigers roared. A corner of the formation diagram appeared above the heads of the other 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. They were operating the Golden Snake celestial art, trying to find the second Langjun through the connection between the diagrams. Suddenly, the end of the horizon shone brightly. A dazzling divine rainbow descended from the sky. A corner of the ancient formation descended and combined with the ancestral artifacts of the 3 Langjuns, forming a complete ancient diagram. On it, there were all kinds of patterns, from gods to birds and beasts. In the center, there was a flying serpent that had become a god. The scene was earth-shattering because it could swallow all the stars in the sky just by opening its mouth. The second Langjun is in danger. The first Langjun of the golden snake race sighed. 2 beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the horizon with an incomparably awe-inspiring look. Second brother doesn't have long to live. He might not even be in this world anymore. Was it done by the sacred body of the human clan? I'm going to kill him. The third Langjun of the golden snake roared angrily. Among the 4 of them, he was the most hot-tempered. He would kill people at the slightest provocation. There were thousands of corpses lying on the ground. A sea of blood appeared behind him, reaching high into the sky. Sacred body of the human clan, I will torture you to death with the cruelest method. It's a pity that second brother hasn't mastered the invincible method of the flying serpent transformation. Otherwise, who could compete with me? You two have mastered the flying serpent transformation. We will try our best to get rid of the sacred body of the human clan, the first Langjun of the golden snake said. His expression became more and more gloomy. Of course we have to get rid of him. I'm going to swallow his golden flesh bit by bit. The battle had already ended. Yi Fan pointed at the forehead of the second Langjun of the golden snake. Blood splattered, and a giant snake corpse appeared on the ground. It was no longer 1 zhang long. Its true body was thousands of zhang long. It stretched across the mountain range. Its entire body was golden and dazzling. Its scales were 1 to 2 meters long and flickered with a metallic luster. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, and waves of flames soared in the mountains. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, the golden lion, and the others sat together. Pieces of golden and glossy dried meat hung on the bonfire. Beside the bonfire, there were jars of wine. The fragrance assailed their nostrils and drifted far into the night. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. This is the first time I've eaten the flying serpent in my life. It doesn't taste good. It's hard to chew, Longma said. You shouldn't eat meat, the Scorpio Saint said. I'm not a vegetarian. I love to eat lion's head, bear's paw, dragon's liver, and phoenix's marrow. Longma gulped down a jar of wine and said casually. Suddenly, a few murderous auras rushed over. The golden lion, the black bear saint, the 9-tailed crocodragon, and the green one all stared at it. The second Langjun of the golden snake was a proud son of heaven. But today, he was killed and roasted on a bonfire, becoming someone else's meal. No one would believe it if this was spread. The snake can't be roasted. It should be made into snake soup and stewed. Come, Yi, bring the cauldron over. Put the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being in it and cook the flying serpent, Pang Bo said. The black bear saint raised his bare paws in agreement. Good idea. It'll definitely be delicious. I'll go find some herbs and use them as seasonings. Look at the mountains and valleys here. There are ancient mountains everywhere. Maybe there are old herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. It'll be the most suitable for stewing. This could be described as extremely luxurious. Wisps of the source chi of all things hung down. The Kuenpeng, vermilion bird, and primal chaos deities were all lifelike. Wisps of primal chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the cauldron. How many divine objects like this could be found in the world? Today, it was truly a waste of its talents. It had become a vessel for a few gluttons. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others activated their divine power. Flames spat out from their palms and fingers to heat up the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, it was chaotic and hazy. The life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being surged. The golden flying serpent's meat bobbed up and down. Longma, the golden lion, and the others threw in a few ancient herbs. The Scorpio Saint put in a few ancient vine roots. The aroma of meat, life-spring, and herbs filled the air. This pot of meat soup was unprecedented. The rare flying serpent's meat was cooked in the life-chi cauldron and stewed with the life-spring divine liquid of the celestial being. How many times could it be seen in the mortal world? It's enough to enjoy such a meal. The nine-tailed crocodron sighed. This was too extravagant. He felt that eating like this might incur the wrath of the heavens. It was somewhat unreal. Everyone ate to their heart's content. In the end, they even drank it clean. After all, that was the life-spring divine liquid. Every drop could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. It made everyone's essence energy surge, and their bodies were about to explode. Although it looks like a pot of life-spring divine liquid, the ancient celestial being's body has mysteriously enlarged. If he were to return to the height of a normal person, this pot of life-spring divine liquid would not even be a drop, said Longma. This was the truth, and it was far from being a true drop of the celestial being's life-spring divine liquid. Otherwise, this would be the most heaven-defying thing in the world. Who could obtain the life-spring divine liquid of an ancient great emperor? Early in the morning, mist drifted about, bringing with it a humid aura. The morning dew flickered with 5 colors and 10 rays of light in the morning light. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others left the mountain. They walked towards the vast land and marched towards the cities with living beings. In reality, they had already seen a few strange creatures in the mountains, but most of them did not have any profound cultivation. Their understanding of the great world was limited. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. They were startled because a huge figure gradually appeared on the horizon. It was at least 300 meters tall, like a mountain peak, majestic and mighty. This was a giant ape with a wide mouth and a body full of yellow fur that flickered with a faint golden splendor. It carried a stone staff on its shoulder, and on top of it hung a strange creature that was dozens of meters long. It was obvious that this was its prey. Aren't the creatures of this world a little too big? Oh, although they are big, their strength is not that shocking. They are only in the dragon transformation's secret realm. However, this kind of giant physique is definitely not something that can be compared to. I'll go ask him about the situation of this planet. Longma leapt up and arrived in front of the giant ape. He used his divine sense to transmit his question to it. The giant ape was obviously aware of the strength of the newcomer and did not look down on him because of his small size. He answered every question and was very cooperative, which was out of everyone's expectations. This was an ancient source of life, and its name was Prometha. A group of extremely powerful creatures resided here, and the giant ape was only the lowest of them all. He used the stone staff to point into the distance, saying that there were cities and flourishing towns there. All types of races roamed about. Woo, it really is Prometha. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. According to what the giant ape said, there really were deities in this world, just that he couldn't get close to them. It was because his level wasn't high enough to worship them. This shocking news immediately moved them, feeling that there would be terrifying existences on this ancient planet. Have you heard of the ancient coffins from the legendary era? Longma continued to ask. Of course I have. A stone coffin with a total of 9 layers appeared on the Great Earth several decades ago. Everyone knows about it. The giant ape's reply left them stupefied. They originally thought that it was extremely secretive and would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble, but who would have thought that everyone here knew about it? Where is it? It is naturally in the immortal domain. The giant ape said. What? Immortal domain? There really is such a place in this world? Everyone was stupefied. Wait, speak slowly. Where is the immortal domain? What kind of place is it? Yi Fan asked seriously. The immortal domain is the dwelling place of the deities, the land of long life. It is in that direction. The giant ape pointed with the large staff again, pointing in a distant direction. Everyone was speechless. This giant ape replied again. There really wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. It knew everything. Do you know about the ancient tree of life? Longma asked.